Hello from Adobe Live. It's good to see everyone here. And hello, Dave Clayton.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
We're having a couple of streams ahead of us that are all revolving around Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop and how to improve workflows. I'm Melanie David and I'm your host for the 2 upcoming sessions, but there'll be plenty more. So stick around and improve your workflows. Dave, you're the first guest today. You're a designer, an author, and a well-known face in the Adobe community.
Yes, it seems so. I'm a graphic designer, have been for quite some time, more time than I'd care to admit, really. But yeah, I've been fortunate enough to work in the Adobe community as a community expert, but also as a graphic designer. My day job's a graphic designer. It just seems I can't escape it. Whether it's my work or hobby or pleasure, it always seems to be revolved around Adobe products.
Well, that's good. It sounds like a perfect mix of having a lot of fun, but still a bit of work.
Yeah.
And, well, a great community around. Speaking of community, we have a chat here because this stream is, of course, live on Behance and YouTube. So in case you're on YouTube, have a look at Adobe Live at the channel there, because that's where you find us. But if you can't find us or haven't found us yet, you probably won't be watching, so forget what I just said. Hi to the chat, Liz Mosley, good to see you. Jack Watson's there, Sean is there, Dawn's there, Val's there. So good to see everyone.
Wow, some good names in there.
house.
I feel pressure now, especially with Liz in there. I know my mate Glyn Dewis is watching as well. So yeah, nice to see some people there. This is my first time doing Adobe Live as well in person.
Yes,
So
dude, I can't believe that. Oh my god. And that's
no pressure.
You traveled right here to Munich
Yeah.
just for the stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's nice.
So yeah, we've got lots to show in an hour.
Yeah.
Or just under, yeah.
We have a bit less than an hour, so I won't spend too much time on talking. But in case you have questions for everyone who's in the chat, feel free to drop them because I will forward them to Dave.
Yeah.
And you're going to show us some nice things. in
Yeah,
Illustrator
so
today.
I was thinking for this session, sort of things that I get asked most to show, or things that come up at work, because I work in a team of graphic designers, and quite often I'll watch someone working and I'll kind of lean over and go, hey, did you know there's an easier way of doing that? Or, have you seen this new feature? Especially when Gen AI came out, and working in a cookware company, we found it really useful because we've got a lot of pots and pans and frying pans that needed food in for advertising pieces, and we're like, we can't reshoot. So I know a trick. So it's worked out really well. But there's a lot of tips and techniques that I've picked up through watching my colleagues as well. As soon as I see something that's really useful, I write it down in a notebook, I go away, practice it, make sure it works, and then think how I can apply that. So these tips are kind of more things that you might have seen some of them, but for those that haven't, I just thought I'd do a kind of a refresh. There's a couple of things that I do, they're techniques that I use. You might have a different way of doing them, but they're things I find really cool. So I've got a few examples. We'll go through them all. Obviously, I'm in Germany. I got into Munich yesterday, watched England last night, and then Monica goes and wears a German shirt, and I didn't bring an England shirt. Although right now, based on their performances, it's probably a good idea I'm not wearing an England shirt. So yeah, I thought we'd start with the football topic as well for this one. So the first one's a really kind of simple one, but I've listed on the left-hand side what I'm doing so that you can kind of follow along and understand what I'm going to be showing. But Adobe Fonts just released a new feature, which might not seem, a massive thing to do, but it is so time-saving, because every time I wanted to add a new font to my system, and let's be honest, with graphic designers, if we had 1 million, we'd still want 1,000,001. So the fact that we've got Adobe Fonts included, I'm forever going through, looking at the new packs, seeing what new typefaces are out there. But every time I wanted to get a new typeface or font, I'd have to go over to Adobe Fonts, find what I wanted, install it, come back. But now they've released an update, which means I can now look at these fonts right inside the app. So if we just come over here to football, I'm just going to select the type so you can see that it's live type, and we can see up here that it's called Fat Frank Heavy. It's one of my favorites for demos because it's nice and bold. But what I want to do is change that to a different typeface that I haven't already got. So I'm just going to click the drop down box, and over here where you click find more, that's where it used to take you to fonts.adobe.com. which, you know, it worked. You can go and look at them, but I want to look at it right inside Illustrator. I don't want to keep going off, installing them, coming back, installing them, coming back. So now if we click Find More, it's a little bit slow sometimes depending on what your network's going to be like. But now I can see all of these typefaces. If I just move the artwork over, and we'll just come back so we can see the changes. Just click on Find More. So all of these typefaces now I don't have on my system, but I want them on the system because I want to use them in the assets that I've got open. So I mean, we'll just pick first one. We'll pick this one here. I can't even read that, but it's 210 and something in Asian language. So if I just come over here to activate, I just need to click on that, and it's going to say, do you want to activate these fonts? I'm going to click OK. And what it's done is it's activated that font into my system. So if I go, let's just check that it's actually done it.
And it's super handy to have that right away, just with tapping on one icon. It's so easy.
There we go. It is now downloading. So we know that that one's called 210. So if I'm just going to click on that, I'm going to come back up here, and you can see straight away it's now in my fonts. It's loaded already. It's that quick. Now, obviously, depends on your network as well. So you need to be connected to be able to access the fonts and download them. But it's really handy if you're out and you may be with a client or you're working on a project and somebody just sort of says, can I just see what an alternative looks like? And you can quickly go in. I haven't got to go to any of my like font foundries to buy things and see what they look like. And also the thing in fonts.adobe.com is if you do want to go to the website, you can also just type in, find a font that you like. You can type in the word that you want to use, and you can see all the various options and then install from there as well. So that's the first handy tip. So let's come out of that before I change the font again.
For anyone who's watching us live, the link to Adobe Fonts is now in the chat already, and Liz already said it's one of her new favorite features.
It is.
So it's good to keep
any graphic designer, if they don't like that feature, then they need to put their Mac back in the box and take it back to the shop. Yeah. Bearing in mind, I started with Letraset, so anyone who's old enough to know what Letraset is, that's where you had to hand rub it onto paper. So this is absolute godsend. The next one was, I'm only going to show it really quickly because I think it's been covered quite a lot, but in the properties panel, we've now got the option to actually generate text to vector. Now, I'm not going to go through this one, but I wanted to highlight it because I know that this is something that's going to become more powerful throughout all three apps. But what I would have done here is gone in and created a particular asset. Now, because of network and Wi-Fi and not showing whether it would work, I did have one prepared earlier. So if I just turn on my Gen AI boots over here, so I've got a pair of football boots that I'm just going to bring into the asset like so, and you can see it looks a bit odd at the moment, and this is going to be my next tip. So this was just a pair of football boots I wanted for this particular flyer. It was just for like a fake football event, but you can see there's obviously something going on here where you can see through the boots, which is a blend mode. So if I come over here to the transparency, and we're just going to pull this out like so. Now, if you haven't got that open, just go up to Window and come down to Transparency, and that'll open up the panel. And you can see here, a lot of people don't know this, there are blend modes in Adobe Illustrator. Most people think of blend modes in Adobe Photoshop, but they're actually in Illustrator as well. But the tip I'm going to show you is how to get them to work a little bit more like Photoshop, because if I come over here now, it's currently screen, I'll change it to normal. So I can see my boots on the document, but now if I want to see what they look like multiply, I've got to go down, click multiply, have a look, go back up, come down, let's do lighten. But in Photoshop, I can go through and look at the blend modes just by selecting them and going through, or using Shift plus, Shift minus. But I want to be able to do that in Adobe Illustrator, and you actually can. But what you need to do is actually set up a shortcut. So if we just come over here to Edit and come down to Keyboard Shortcuts, Now you can see I've got a set here, but I'm just going to go back to Illustrator default. So this is what you'll have on your computer. If I just type in here under tools, you don't need to go to menu commands, you need to just leave it under tools and type in blend. You'll see that it will bring up all of the blend modes that are available in the transparency panel. So you can see you can set a shortcut for each blend mode. Now maybe you've got 2 or 3 favorites you like using, but for this I want to be able to scroll through all of them. So if we go down to the very bottom here, we've got blend mode, next mode and previous mode. So if I select previous mode and click in the shortcut panel, I'm not going to use Shift plus and Shift minus, I'm going to use Shift 1 and Shift 2. So all I need to do is, with the box selected, I'm going to click on Shift 1. Let's go back in there. Let's make sure it's going to work. Shift 1, and then I'm going to come down here and I'm going to go Shift 2. It helps to select it. Shift 1 and Shift 2 for the blend mode. So that's next and previous. Now the other thing I'm going to do is actually create a new set. So if I just come down here and we'll call it Adobe Live Set and click OK, and I'm going to click OK there. So what I've done there is created a shortcut, but I've created a specific set of shortcuts that I like to use when I'm doing a specific job, so I can have shortcuts for different clients as well, or different projects. Now if we come back to the football boots and click on our graphic here, what you need to do is first click on the first blend mode that you want, and then when you click Shift 1 and Shift 2, we can now scroll through the blend modes without having to keep going back and changing them, so we can see what they look like, and then we know, like this one, color dodge, I'll stick to that because it's kind of giving the green color, so I don't have to keep going backwards and forwards, which is, it's time saving. It might not seem like a lot of time, but when you do these things over and over and over, as our friend Tony Harmer says, work smarter, not harder. But this is just one of those tips that Tony taught me. I didn't know about this one. He actually taught me this at Creative Pro last year, and I use it all the time now. I've set everyone's keyboards up shortcuts with this because it's just one of those things where it's so handy to have it. And like I said, if you do it in Photoshop, you'll know how easy and quick it is when they introduced it into Photoshop. So that's my shortcut for blend modes. The next one, now this is one of these things that I kind of played around with. Now I used to work for a plugin company, and there are lots of like plugins and scripts you can get for Adobe Illustrator, which makes things easy, like you can randomize images. But when you haven't got plugins and you're kind of having to do things by yourself, I was watching a demo where I was using this particular feature, and I thought, oh, actually I wonder if there's a way of taking that to a next step and a next step. So what it is I'm just going to come over here to the shapes, and I'm going to draw a rectangle tool. Now what I want to do is I want to create an effect. So I want to create something that I can put into this poster in the background, just to give it something a little bit different. So you could put half tone in, or you could go and find a pattern from somewhere else, but I was just having a play with this. So what I'm going to do is change the color to black. So in fact, here's another little tip some people don't know they can do. If you come down to view, hide artboards, you can lose all that dark color in the background if you've got the dark preference set up. So what I've got here is a block, and I'm going to come over here to Object, Path, and split into grid. Now I'm going to make 20 rows, 20 columns, and I'm just going to hit preview so we can see what's happening. So you can see now this is broken up into grids now, but I also want some gutter, so I need some distance in between. So we're going to just pop this up to 1.25, and that's the same as well. So you can now see I've broken them up into small gaps. So I'm just wondering why it's in inches, because I didn't have it in inches to start with. In fact, let me just cancel that, and I'm just going to do Command R, and I want to get this out of inches. I want to go back to pixels. So I'm just going to do that one more time. Object, Path, and split into grid. I'm going to go back and say 20, 20, put preview on, and I'm going to go 25 pixels and 25. That's still acting up. Why is that acting up? Hang on, let's just change that to 7.75. Why is it you practice something all day? So now I've got these little squares. Okay, so I've got a grid of squares, but I don't actually want squares, I want circles. But I can only do squares in this particular method. So I'm just going to see if I can adjust that a little bit more, because that gutter's wrong there. 25. Something weird is happening here. Why is that doing that? Just going to try and change it one more time. 7.75. That'll do. Okay, so I've split the grid up, and now if I come over to the selection tool, I've now got these individual little squares, but I don't want squares, I want circles. So I'm just going to select everything, and we're going to come over here. I've now got to remind myself where I found it. God, I've done this so many times today. And object.
What are you looking for?
Path. No, it's convert to shape. That's it. Because I've been jumping between Photoshop, InDesign, and Illustrator today, I keep forgetting where things are. So what I want to do is convert to a shape. So I don't want these squares to be square. I want them to be circle. And oh man, why is this not happening?
Because we're live. And
it's because we're live.
This is how it works.
Honestly, I've just sat in the other room and done this so many times. Let's just try that one more time.
It's good. You know, that's the authentic way of doing designs.
Oh, I know, but when you're doing your first live, you don't want to. I'm just going to try this one more time. So convert. Let's just undo that.
It's good that you're showing this, because other people will struggle with that too.
They would. I don't want to be struggling with it. Let's just try this one more time. So shape, convert to shape, and I should get an option, and it's not working. That's a good start, Melanie.
Could be worse. Hey, we have at least squares.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it works with squares too.
I might come back to that, because I'm definitely missing something.
Are those little separate squares?
Yeah, so what it should be doing is, I bet people are watching it screaming at me going, no, it's not there. But honestly, when you're sat in front of a camera, you start thinking, am I looking in the right place? Right.
Monica's later on coming to stream live with us. So after you, Monica will be here. And her tip is, because she's watching, is to go to Effect, Convert to Shape, and Ellipse.
Ah, Effect, that's where I'm in the wrong place. Effect, Convert to Shape. Thank you, Monica. See, I knew.
Team Adobe Community.
We're looking in the wrong place. Monica, you're amazing. Okay, so anyway, as I was saying, it's so easy to find. Is you come over to Convert to Shape, as I originally showed you, and we're going to change it to Ellipse. Now, it looks a bit odd. It's filled up. It's because it's given it some like padding around the shape. So I'm just going to change that to 0 and 0. And you can see now I've got circles instead of squares. Now, had I not taken so long to do that and done it the right way, it would have taken mere seconds. But I've laboured it with love.
But you have all the support from the chat, because they all know how you're feeling right now.
Yes, it's all good. It's all good. So what I've done now is I've created these circles. Now, if I just click OK, the weird thing about this is if I click Command Y, they're actually still squares, but we've converted them to shapes. So what I'm going to do is Command Y. I'm just now going to expand these, because I don't need them to be the square shape. So we're just going to Object, Expand Appearance, and I'll just do one more, Object, Expand. So now I've got a bunch of circles there. Now I'm going to come up to Effect. I'm going to go to Distort and Transform, and I'm going to click on Roughen. Now we need to zoom in to see this. I'll just leave that on the settings it is. And if we just zoom in, you can see they're rough, but they're not exactly how I want them to be. So if we go to the Appearance panel, click on Roughen again, I can start to play around with this and just roughen them up a little bit more. I can do smooth, or I can do corner, but let's just make sure I've got these are all different. Okay, So we'll just zoom in again, and we can see they've got a roughened shape. So they've kind of gone back to a square, but depending on how you play around with the settings, you can get a different look and a texture. But what I want to do, and this is something I just noticed Monica showed at the end of her session, so I was glad I was watching that, because she did a thing that I only found out completely by accident. And again, this is down to whenever you're in the software, just open a panel and play with all the settings and see what it does, because I never knew, all the times I've been using Illustrator, I never knew this was here. And then lo and behold, Monica actually shows part of it. So if I just click select them all, and what I'm going to do is go to Object, Transform, Transform Each. Now you can see straight away they've already changed, and that's because if you come over to the Transform panel, if you just unclick Random, what's going to happen is as you change the size, the position, the rotation, they're all going to be uniform. And I was trying to make something that was more random. I didn't want that uniformity that you can sometimes get when you create a pattern as well. So I was just having a look around and playing. I thought, oh, I wonder what this random button does, and clicked on it and realized that what it does is as you change the horizontal scale, the vertical scale, if you move it, if you rotate it, they all behave randomly, which gives you a more kind of organic feel. So I'd run this through I tried the filter gallery, and I was getting some weird results with that, but I was just trying things, seeing what they look like. But I actually ended up coming up with this kind of idea where I was just playing around, and Monica just showed it with the glitter at the end, but she used the paint sprayer. But all I wanted was just to create something for this background. So I'm just going to click OK, and I've got this pattern here. I'm going to change it to yellow, and I'm just going to make sure it's all grouped as well. So Command G to group. Now the important bit is layers. So it's where you're going to put it in the layers. And honestly, one of the best tips I can give is name your layers. The amount of times I've even looked at my old artwork and opened it up, and it's like you just grab everything you've got and throw it in one bin, and it's like that kitchen drawer of everything that's got all the old keys and batteries, and you're trying to find something. So now I'm getting to the habit, and thanks to Von Glitchka, because he always does that. His layer naming is on point. But what all I'm going to do is, I've got this group, I'm just going to click and drag it to above the background layer and bring it across like so. And then we can see now it's should be sat in the background, like that. I think we're there, yeah, in the background. And I'm going to come over to the opacity, and I'm just going to drop that to 20%, like so. And now you can see I've created a pattern that's randomized, that I've created. Now I could have put that through the pattern maker and actually made a pattern with it, but I didn't want to spend time doing that today. But if you come up with something that you really like, you could actually just go and create a pattern and add it to your swatches as well. But it's a really useful way of just coming up with different ways of creating that weird looking background. If you want to make some half tones, something like that. But
you actually just answered Jeff's question, because he absolutely wants to have this pattern now in his library, and he was wondering if he could use it then for multiple projects.
You can. The only thing you've obviously got to be aware of is when you make a pattern, you've got to make sure that you set it right, so you don't get that kind of odd repetition that because when I was playing with these, I was finding I was getting some weird repetition. But spend time experimenting and put it in, and I did it. I think I've still actually got one. Yeah, I've got one here. So if I just draw a shape, I think it's going to work. There you go. So I've been experimenting with circles and just changing the circles around and created a pattern, but you can see I hadn't actually set it properly, but I just wanted to check that it would save as a pattern. So as not to go through the whole process again, I did a similar thing where instead of using the circles, I actually kept them as squares, but I made these kind of small rectangles, did the similar thing, randomized it, and all I wanted was this sort of background pattern for this coffee poster that I could just drag in. Obviously, if you go over the size, you can create a clipping mask for it, but all I wanted to do was just bring that into the background, drop it into there, and then I had these like fine little specks in the background, and it just saves me going off and trying to find something that I think I need. Just make it yourself and have a play, and it means no one else is going to use that. That's yours. So whichever ones you create, they're really cool.
And it gives it a really nice haptic feel.
Yeah, it just gives it. Sometimes you put things in and they do nothing, but they do something. It's just because you've, and as a designer, you just keep going and going and going. Excuse me.
We actually have, so you answered all of Jeff's questions. He's super happy that you even mentioned swatches, so that's perfect. And for anyone who just joined in the chat, feel free to drop us your questions, because that's what we're here for. It's pretty much like a one-on-one session for you where we can answer your questions.
Yeah. Now this one, I'm going to give a shout out to my friend James Barnard, because I had done this a long time ago and completely forgot about it. And then he showed it again the other day, and I was like, oh yeah, of course. That's how to do that a lot easier. So thanks to James for this one. So what it is quite often if you're making graphics, so I made this really rough kind of YouTube thumbnail. And what I wanted to do was have something where I could create a button and have the text in it, but not have to keep resizing the button every time as a background. So here we can see we've got two shapes, and if I drag it out, you start to see that it sort of loses what it's trying to look like, and I have to keep changing the size, and it's just not, I'm not getting the same result every time. So what I wanted was something like this. So if I just pull this up here, if I change this and type in Dave, what's happened is the button is actually staying with the text, and no matter what I type in there, I get the same result every time. And it's not magic, it's just something that's in the appearance panel. So let's just close that off and bring the appearance panel. And honestly, if you don't use the appearance panel, use the appearance panel. Just open it and watch Monica, there's so many people who show some great tips with appearance, but Monica is the queen of the appearance panel. Honestly, it's wizardry.
We maybe should clarify. We've been mentioning Monica a couple of times.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
We are not traveling in time. We had a German stream just right before this one, but Monica will be back right after you again.
Me, yeah.
And she will show most of the things we just mentioned. So make sure to stick around.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
We're not time traveling.
No, so I just watched Monica do the German stream, and then me, and then she's doing the English stream. So this is really easy to do. He says really easy to do, having tried to do the pattern really easy. But basically what we've got here is we're just going to create some types. So we'll just move that and we'll bring this over here. So let's zoom in so we can see what we're doing. So I've got the word Dave, and we can see I've got, let's just check. In fact, let's go back to the other one. Let me just come out of there. Let's go back to the one that we're using. Then we can have a look and see what's actually happening with this. So what I've got here is I've got a fill color. I've also got the character's got a color as well. So that's the character's white, but I've got a fill of the orange background. Now to recreate this, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete what I've already done, and we're just going to lose that as well, and we'll just change the color of the character so we can see what's happening. So I'll just make that yellow for now. So what we've got is our type in yellow. What we're going to do is, let's go back onto character, we're going to create another fill color. So let's click on that one, and I'm just going to change that to red. Now at the moment it's not really doing anything, it's just changed the color of the character. So I'm going to click and drag it below the character. Now it's not doing anything at the moment, so what we need to do is come up here to effect, path, no, wrong one, object. Oh, this,
I keep mixing up those two too.
I know.
Whenever I'm live streaming, I use the help, because I'm so used to just using help, and it's always a.
It's because I've been bouncing between all of them today, and then, like I said, now you're on live. It's object. Oh, why's my brain gone blank? Here we go. Convert to shape. Oh, Monica, I'm going to need your help again. I've completely... Let me just have a think a sec.
Yes, you have a think, and I say hi again to the chat, because we have a couple more people joining, and you're joining us for this very special stream about... No, I will keep still saying this. A very special stream about improving workflows and reimagining your workflows in Photoshop and Illustrator. And we have a bunch of streams coming up, so make sure to stick around and maybe grab a glass of water, some popcorn, because we'll be sticking around for quite a while today.
Yeah. And hats off to Melanie, because it's very warm in here.
It is,
and you've got 3 hours back to back.
But I feel very comfortable, so I have drinks here, maybe popcorn, so I'm good. And I'm best company with you and Monica.
Yeah,
also. Oh.
Yeah, I remembered. So, effect, convert to shape, rounded rectangle. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to change the radius. So I want my radius to be more rounded. So that's our padding. Then our radius, I'm just going to increase that and make our pill shape like so. And then just click OK. So now what we've got is, if I go back to my character and change that to black. Oh, honestly.
I'm sorry for laughing, but there's just a very fun comment in the chat. Tim's a fan, obviously.
Yeah, Tim's a fan.
It's hard just to get... Angus, hi, good to see you.
Right. I'm just going to check what's happening here. Because this should be... Okay, that's right. Fill. White. It keeps changing everything. Okay. This is driving me mad, honestly. Sat in a room doing this over and over. Melanie's been watching me.
I've been watching. The thing is, I didn't watch you in detail. Otherwise, I would be able to help you right now and do
I
a
know,
proper job
I know.
on supporting you.
It's something's in the wrong place. That's what it is. I think this needs to come down here. There we go.
That looks better. Yeah.
Rounded rectangle was in the wrong place.
Can I have to admit something.
Yes.
I didn't even know you can move the things around.
Didn't you?
No, I didn't. But I don't use the appearance panel too often.
Honestly, it's quite daunting when you jump in the appearance panel. Once you understand what it's doing and its hierarchy, it's amazing what you can make with it. And I said, Monica can do amazing things with just the tiniest 1 point, and she can make a whole graphic from the appearance panel. But it's super powerful, and I never used to use it when I first started using Illustrator, but now I'm using Illustrator all the time. These are just things that you pick up and go, oh, why did I not know that? So we can go back into the rounded rectangle settings, so I can just increase the extra width, I can increase the height as well, and I can change the radius, so I can make it maybe like rounded corner rectangle. But once you've done this, then we can go watch
Nice.
now, and if we just zoom out, can't even spell today. It's a good job I'm not doing it in German as well. I'll be offending so many people. But yeah, that
Perfect.
is the easy way of doing text in a shape. Now, it doesn't have to be that particular shape, but that works for me on this particular example. So how are we doing for time? Okay, right, we'll move on to the next one. This next one is another one of those things that until you know it's there, you never use it, and you do something the long way round. So the long way round for this would be, I've got this space poster, and I'd like to say as well, most of the graphics I've used today are from Adobe stock as well, just for the purpose of this training. So I think there's over 1 million free resources on Adobe stock, so even if you haven't got a license, there's still a lot of graphics you can use. So I downloaded this space poster and I added some elements to it, just to add a little bit more to it. But then I realized, I want to go in and I want to change something, and what I want to change is the star, but I don't want to go through and change every single star. Now I can select all the stars one by one and go around, but then if I try to expand them, they're going to move from where they already sit. And what I want to do is just really change them all at the same time. So if we come over to the properties panel and just click there. Let's remove that text to vector. You can see if I just zoom in so we can see what we're doing. That's better, I can see it on screen. So you can see I've got multiple stars and they're all different sizes. But what I want to do is actually change the star itself. So with that star selected, you can see if I start to move one, it's only affected one. So just Command Z. Yeah, we're in Europe, it's Z. I'm going to come down to the properties panel, and I'm going to start a global edit. Now you can see straight away it's selected all of the other stars, but now if I actually change this star, it's going to change all the other stars as well, which saves me having to go through, because I want to keep it uniform. I want the artwork to stay the same. I don't want to be spending time changing all of them. So now any changes I make to the star, it's going to affect all the others as well. So I'm just going to bring that in like so, and we'll just zoom out so you can see there it's affected them. But the other thing I wanted to do was these meteor showers I've got as well. It's the same graphic, but I've used it all the way through, but I want them to be going in a different direction. So I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to start a global edit, and then what I can do now is actually just rotate one set, and I'm going to have them coming down, and they're all going to change direction as well. So although it's a really simple thing, it's actually time saving, and it's those things where when you're doing them over and over, or you've set something and you've forgotten to group it, and you've got a whole bunch of shapes on an image and you don't want to keep doing commands they can go backwards. These are the tips that when you know they exist, you know you can go in and change them. And in fact, as I was saying it, I was thinking of a tip we did earlier, was if I had something that was a shape that maybe was a square, we could go in and change it. Was that lightning?
Yes, it was. I tried to look away, but yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, you can hear it now. You can convert the shape as well, and then you can do things to the shape like we did with the effects. So it's as you're doing these things, you kind of think, oh, okay, yes, I can do that as well. And that's the important thing, is keep thinking of how you can use these tools together, because they don't have to be standalone.
Yeah.
And then write it down, and write it down again so you don't forget it.
Just create more.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
with practice,
I
you
know.
remember at some point and recall things easier.
Just sitting and making shapes for something we'll come to. I think we've got time to do it. Quite often I'll sit and just make shapes and play around with the shapes tool and see what I can create, and there'll be assets that I'll use in other projects. But there's another cool way that a lot of people don't know they can do, where they can save those as well for multiple documents. So let's just pull the properties panel back over here, close all these off so we can see what we're doing.
You're definitely getting lots of compliments on the tips, and there are things a lot of people did not know yet or use yet on a regular basis. So very, very good tips.
Good,
thank you for that.
Thank you. This is a good one, because this does annoy a lot of graphic designers. So you can see here, if I just zoom in, I've got this graphic and I've got this text, got Comedy Club, I've got my man here, and I've got this circle behind his head. So let's just select that circle and move it. Oh, as I go to move it, what I've actually done is I've selected the type, because the type is sat on the top layer like so. And you can see, if we just zoom in, we can just see the bounding box here. So what's happening is every time I go to try and click that circle, unless I can zoom right in and grab it there, quite often I'm going to keep grabbing the text, and I don't want to do that. Now there's a setting inside Illustrator, and again I'm going to thank James Barnard for this one, because he showed it the other day and I'd seen someone show it once, completely forgot about it, and he did it on his TikTok feed, and I went straight away, got my notebook, wrote it down. And because this is one of those things that drives me mad, and that I think it's a graphic designer thing, that you kind of, as you're working, you have all these things that annoy you, but you get so used to them annoying you. It's like someone said, I don't know if you buy an apple, you have a sticker on the apple, and it's not edible, despite what people say. But originally, when we used to buy apples, we used to have to take the sticker off, and it was an annoyance. When was the last time you thought about taking the sticker off? It's something that, it's annoying, but becomes so part of your daily life, you stop thinking that it's annoying. And that happens in Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign. I'm sure we could all come up with something in there that annoys you, but you kind of just put up with it and move on. And this is one of those things. And there's a really simple way to overcome it. So if we come up here to Illustrator, Settings, and Type, and up here we've got Type Object Selection by Path Only. Sounds a bit of a mouthful right now, but we'll click it and I'll show you what it means. That's what I love about some of these settings. You go in and you're reading through and you're like, I've no idea what that does. I've no idea what that does. Enable Japanese font preview and find more. That's a good one because we saw that. So I'm just going to click on Type Object Selection by Path Only. Click OK. Now when I come back here and I go to select the type, I can't. The type's fixed. I'm not moving it. Even though I click right on top of it, it's only selecting the background. And if I click the circle, it's only selecting the circle. That's because what it's done is it's made me that if I need to select the type, I have to come right to the base of the type here. I don't know if you can see that. I'll zoom in. But I have to click on the baseline here to be able to select it and then move the text, which means I can put the text where I want, I can let it go, come away, and now I can go back and select the shapes. You have to remember that you've done it because, like anything new, like when they changed the shift for the even now I still keep hitting the shift button in Photoshop, even though I've turned it off, but muscle memory means I go in and it all just does what it does.
I'm glad you mentioned it because I see myself already sitting in front of a screen and I'm like, why does it not work?
Yeah.
And I just follow your tips, you know. That's totally me, watching a live stream, changing things, and then a week later I'm like,
yeah, you're doing the same stuff again. But what you got to remember is obviously now if I go back and I'm going to, now the annoyance is now I've set it, every time I go to click the type, I'm forgetting what I've done. So it's one of those, it does fix a problem, it might create another problem for you, but for type, especially with type, it's a really good tip to just, without locking the type off, which you can do. I mean, I think you can do Command Y and there's ways of selecting things in outline mode, but I don't want outline mode. I want to work as I'm going. So that's the type lock tip. And let's come down here. Oh, this one was, again, this was another thing that came up the other day with a couple of colleagues. And we were talking about Pathfinder. And they were saying, oh, why is it when I use Pathfinder it does this? And it was like, why when I select all three shapes it won't select the colour that I want? And it's to do with the layer hierarchy. So I think it selects the colour of the topmost layer. So I've got three shapes here, just to look like a random little pencil thing. And if I wanted to go to Pathfinder, I've got them lined up. I use the align tool. I mean, a lot of it will snap anyway, but just always just check the alignment. Then you come over to Pathfinder and you click on that and it combines the shape. The black was the uppermost layer. Now I can go now and change the color of that. But then I was showing someone, oh, you know, you can do that in Photoshop as well. And they were like, no, you mean Illustrator? I said, no, you can do it in Photoshop as well. So if we come over to Photoshop and we'll just do combine shapes. There we go. So here I've got a circle, I've got a square, and I've got my triangle. And I used Smart Guides to line them up, and I used the Align tool. Now, I would spend a lot of time just making sure everything is perfectly aligned. I created the shapes all the same width, so I knew it was exactly going to work. Yeah. But you can also use Pathfinder in Photoshop, and to do that, I've written it there so you can see it. Or is it to remind me? So I should do more. Layer. And come down here to combine shapes, and you can see now you've got unite shapes, subtract front shape, unite shapes overlap, subtract shapes overlap. It's only got 4, but for things in Photoshop, if you're creating vector shapes and you want to make something completely new, I know you can like go into layers and you can merge the layers or create smart object, but if you just wanted to create a shape, just click unite shapes, and now I've got one single shape inside Photoshop, but you can still see what they're made up of, which is a bit like in the Illustrator where if you hold the option key, you can still see them. You can actually do this in InDesign as well. It's got the same feature in InDesign. So if you're in InDesign and you don't want to be jumping out into Photoshop and Illustrator, you just want to make some specific shapes for a document, it's exactly the same feature in InDesign as well. We can go in, draw your shapes out, combine them, does exactly the same thing.
It's always my tip for anyone who starts with Illustrator, especially to double click, to use the Option key, or to just to do a right click or use the Shift key to go through maybe hidden features that are super helpful.
Another one that a lot of people don't also know, let's try and find one, because I know I'm going to pick the wrong one. Here we go. There we go. If you go over to the toolbar on the left hand side, a lot of the tools have options inside them, but you don't know that unless you double click on the tool. Now, not all of them have got it, but there are sometimes you'll be working with a tool and thinking, oh, why won't that tool do what I want it to do? And it's because there's a setting you can change. And unless you double click on it, so what I would advise is go to your toolbar, double click on everything, see which tools bring up options, have a look at the options. You might be able to fine tune some of them to how you want to use it on a daily basis. Which brings me on to my last tip, which we're going to come over here, and this one is make templates. Now, this is something again you can do in Illustrator and in Photoshop and InDesign, but they kind of all work differently but give you the same result. And that is, what you want to do is create a document that you're going to use multiple times, that you don't want to keep having to change settings all the time. This one is kind of, I part knew it, and then I watched Aaron Draplin do one of his sessions, and he kind of added more to it and made me think, oh, okay, yeah, this is quite a good tip. Now, where I work in a cookware company, we have to do packaging in Illustrator and InDesign. And when we have to create it in Illustrator, more often than not, we're going back and getting all of the safety icons, the logo, all the kind of the furniture we need for the document. So I showed the team, well, what you can do is just make them symbols. So just add them to the symbols panel, export the symbols panel, or create a packaging template that has everything built in. So I'll run through this really quickly because we have got 5 minutes left. So again, a couple of little tips here you may or may not know you can do. So swatches. I've got a bunch of swatches here that I want to use that I'm going to, in this particular style, I'm going to use these colors all the time. So if I just come over to the swatches panel, you can see I've got these already selected. Now I'm going to highlight everything, copy it, and I'm going to create a brand new file. So I'm going to make it 1920 by 1080. Now you can see here my swatches have all of the colors that you normally get when you open the swatches. Yep. And if you come down here, you've got all of the graphic styles, and you'll also have, can't find them, but yeah. What I'm going to do is just paste these back in. So what I want to do is have these colors, but get rid of the other colors. So I'm going to come up here and say, select all unused colors. And what it's going to do is take every color that's in my palette that isn't in this document. Now, because I brought those shapes in, it's automatically put the colors straight into my swatch panel. But if I just click delete, select those swatches, get rid of them. Now, if I didn't have these swatches in here, so let's just select them all with click shift, delete those. If I want to add these as swatches, I just select them all, come up here and add selected colors, and it'll also automatically add them in, and I've got them as global colors as well. So that's my swatches panel. The next thing I wanted to do was open my symbols panel, and let's just make sure I've got it open. So come down to symbols, there we go. And I've got the same thing here. I want to get rid of these symbols, so I'm going to select all unused, going to hit delete, get rid of them, don't need them. It's got 3 symbols in that I've made already, so I'm just going to grab another one and add that in there. I'm going to call it crest 4, just change that to a graphic and click OK. So now I've got symbols and I've got swatches. The last thing I'm going to add is a graphic style, And we'll just dog this out of the way. So this is a graphic style. I'm not going to show you how to make this, but it's basically a shape with an offset path. So again, I'm going to come down here, select all unused. I want to get rid of all that. I'm never going to use them. I want to bring in my own. So I'm just going to drag that in like so. And now I've got that as a graphic style. Now another couple of things. So
about 3 minutes. So
yeah, okay. I might have to skip one. But another thing you can do is, if ever you open a new document, the graphic style is default. It's this one here. It's white with a thin black line. I don't want that. I want it to be a thicker black line because all the shapes I'm going to make, I want them to be nice and thick and bold. So if I click and drag it over top of the graphic style, but now hold the Option key down, what it's going to do is it's going to overwrite that as the default shape. And you can also do the same thing with the text. With type, if you, let's just select that, we go to character styles, if we double click, go into basic character formats, I want to change that to Futura, so I'm just going to come down to Futura, I'm going to change it to bold, and I'm going to change that to 18. So now that's going to be my default type as well. And I want to use this over and over again. So I'm going to delete all of this now because I don't need any of that. And this is where there's a little gotcha, because it's all to do with permissions. I'm on a Mac, so I'm going to get slightly different permission problems than maybe on a PC. But I want to save this as a template. Now, it's going to take me straight to my templates folder. And I'm going to call it Dave Template 1. And see if I get the same warning that I got earlier. Save, yeah, so can't save the illustration, you do not have enough access privileges. It's not a problem. What we're going to do is go back to save as template. I'm going to go to my desktop, bless you, and Dave Template 1. I'm going to click save it on my desktop. Now if I quickly come over to my desktop, let's just close that off there. So I've got Dave Template 1. Now I know that in applications, in Adobe Illustrator, in cool extras, I love the way that these call it that, cool extras. If I go to the blank templates, I'll add that Dave template in there. Now I've got to give it permission, so use password, it's going to add it inside. Now when I come back to Adobe Illustrator, and I want to create new from template, and in fact I'll show you this other way, new, if you come down the bottom to more settings, you can also access templates here as well. If you click on templates, blank templates, and we need to find mine there, click new, and now when the document opens, the cool thing about templates is it's called untitled, so it makes you resave it as a new name so that you don't overwrite it. Yeah. But if we go to the swatches, we've got the swatches that we wanted. We go to the graphic character styles, we can see that our character style is Futura bold. So that means now every time I create a document, I'm working on a specific project, boom, we're done. Look at that.
Cool. Just in time.
1 second.
Dave, it's been a pleasure.
It has.
The chat loved this stream. There were so many useful tips and tricks. So thank you for that.
No, my pleasure.
Last thing, the book.
Yeah, sorry.
And there we go.
I wrote a book. It's called How Do I Do That in InDesign? It's every page is a separate tip. So if ever you find yourself in InDesign thinking, how do I do that? Warning, it doesn't include any grep. Didn't do that. But each page is a different tip. So then it's chapters as well. So yeah, available all good bookshops, and it's in Polish and Spanish as well.
How to do that in InDesign. Now we're moving on to Illustrator with Monica Galse. So see you in a couple of minutes. Thank you, Dave. That's been fun.
Thank you. We did it.
Let's go now. It's time to get busy.
Hello and welcome back. This is Adobe Live and I'm Melanie and I have the absolute honor to spend 1 hour with you and Monica Galse from Vector Garden. Hi Monica.
Hi Melanie.
Good to see you again. We're going to talk about Illustrator today because all the streams you will see now or did see already or will see in the upcoming hours are about reimagining workflows in Photoshop and Illustrator. And our focus is Illustrator today because Monica is a designer and author, mainly author these days, and pretty much knows everything about Illustrator.
I don't think it's everything. I'm still picking up a lot of things that people do and that I find totally amazing.
You're the person who's definitely closest to knowing everything, or at least the person I know. And we have a lot of tips for you today. Hi to the chat. It's good to see everyone. It's packed today. Danny, good to see you. Miguel, Val is there. Salvador is there. Nicholas is there. Plenty of questions hopefully coming up. Monica, what do we have on the list for today?
Well, today is about football, which is, quite natural. Big tournament going on in Germany currently. And with football, you have a lot of things that you need to distort and that you need to, bend and stuff like that. And we're going to talk about how to do that in Illustrator. And everything is around something you need for that football visuals. So that's what we're going to do.
Perfect. So anyone who's in for dynamic, flowy shapes and love for football or soccer, you're right here. Because as you mentioned, the Euros are currently going on, so big tournaments. And should we have a look at the first most important element when it comes to football? In my opinion, at least.
So the most important thing would be the ball ride.
Oh!
The most important thing for the tournament, of course, is the flags.
But I don't, because I saw you before preparing the flags. And from a design perspective, I think that's the most interesting part and the most difficult part of design.
For the tournament part, the flags are, of course, the most important thing. And I've got this prepared here, and let's close this distracting panel and that one as well. So when we want to distort something, then of course envelopes are quite natural. So I'm going to start preparing that envelope, and to do that I'm going to take the pencil tool, which is the N, and I'm just drawing this kind of shape that is going to be the envelope, like this. And then let's also give it the shape here. And then of course I need to create a shape from these just lines. So let's go to the join tool and let's just do that. So you just need to drag over that. They don't even need to be selected. And then we are going to move that on top of that, but it doesn't even need to be moved on top of it. It just needs to be at the very top. So if your envelope shape is not at the very top, then of course it's arrange, bring to front. And then let's select all this stuff. So all the shapes you want to be in the envelope. And then let's go to object and then envelope. Where do we have you? Envelope distort, make with top object. And you might know the feeling, you never know if you get the right thing. So in here it actually worked, but let's undo that. I've got a shape prepared in here which didn't work at all. So let's take a look at this one. Doesn't look too different, but this one doesn't work. So let's select them and let's go to the envelope distort again and make with top object. And you see this doesn't work. And sometimes you think, well, why on earth does the envelope do that? So let's undo this. And there's one thing you need to know about envelopes. Deep in their mind, they are actually tables, just like the things you know from Excel. So they are tables, they are a grid in tables, and they have 4 corners. And you need to prepare your envelope in a way that these 4 corners are set. So this is going to be a corner, and that one, and then this shape and that shape. For that to work, you need to make sure that your shape has more than 4 anchor points. It needs to have at least 5 anchor points, otherwise this kind of selection will not work in Illustrator. And then we are going to Object, Create Gradient Mesh. And meshes are kind of the same thing, and I'm seeing that I selected something wrong there, so let's cancel that. And in here we have 2 anchors very close, I think. So let's select these, and then let's go in here and select these as well, and then let's do that again and create the gradient mesh, and there it looks okay. When doing this, I'm always starting with very few dividers in here, because the dividers might still be created in the wrong way, so you can still edit them, and then when you create more dividers, then they will adjust to what you have already created, like this. So this is a gradient mesh and envelopes are basically the same thing, so that's why this works. And we're going to select these 2, and then let's go to envelope, distort, and make with top objects, and then this looks like a nice scarf that you have with all your flag colors. Now what if you want these to run the other way? I'm going to undo that again. Now this shape looks like a horizontal shape. You can also rotate that, but still Illustrator will put it into it the wrong way. So what you need to do is create it in a way that it somewhat resembles your output. And then you can select them again and go to Object, Envelope, Distort, and make with the top object, and then you get them running in the other way.
I love this result. You make it look so easy.
Yeah, there's always about some functions, there's just 1 or 2 details you need to know, and when you know them, then it is easy. That's just some, some details, and you know them, and then everything just unfolds, and you think, well, yeah, that's easy. So just
You're absolutely right. That's what we're here for. That's why everyone's watching Adobe Live, and we have plenty of streams coming up with even more tips. So you're in the right place.
So let's add some shadow to that. And now I have duplicated it, and we're going to the envelope and release that, and then we can delete those colored things, and we can use this as a gradient mesh, and we can use it to add some depth to this drawing. And first I'm going to use the mesh tool to add some of these lines, so we have more mesh points, and then we can color them. So we can take the lasso tool, for instance, and select some more of them, and then we can go to the color panel and color them like darker, and some other ones that we can color lighter, like this, so we have some shadow here. And then we can move that on top, and I'm going to grab it by one of the corners and just match it. And this is all too small, so let's do that again and match that like this. Okay, and then we can use blend modes. And I have converted this file that previously was a CMYK file. I've converted it to a RGB, so that the blend modes work as expected, but still this doesn't really darken things. So what I wanted to do is increase the contrast, but it doesn't really work out. So what would be needed is to get rid of that gray in here. So with multiply this works, and in multiply the things that are already gray are still a little darker now, but
Eventually it's just a matter of having the right gradient.
it's having the correct colors in there. So in here, if you have them, they all darken, they all lighten, and they increase the contrast. So that's the order in which they are sorted. So, and I wanted to increase the contrast, but it really didn't work out. So that's
we
that.
can still see how you intended to have it. So it's we get the gist of it.
I'm going to close this one because there are more ways to bend stuff in Illustrator. So let's just not save it and let's go to the next file. In here, what I want to have is this nice swirly kind of arrangement with the flags. And of course I could draw them one by one and then apply those colors to them, but I want the easy way. So another way to distort things is using brushes. And with the brushes, what we first want to have is this swirl consisting of multiple lines. And what we can then do to get that is just draw some parallel lines that are somewhat arranged like this. So going in here like this. Now when using lines in brushes, so these are not shapes. The manual of course says, well, in a brush use a shape. And that's of course recommended because if you have live strokes in a brush, then things can go wrong. But sometimes it's just the right thing to do. But when you do so, make sure that your strokes don't have a fill. So this is no fill applied. If you draw them using the pencil tool, then a fill can come about when this option is turned on. So you double click the pencil tool and then you can turn on to fill them. And also, if you have the appearance panel, things might go wrong if you have this one turned off, like I have here. So new art has basic appearance. If that is turned off, then your new strokes or your new paths inherit what has been drawn before. So there can be overprint applied, there can be brushes in it and whatnot. But that should not be in there. You have to watch out for that, otherwise things can go wrong. So let's go to the brushes panel and make a brush out of this and see how we can get this to work. So I'm going to move this to the side and then let's take all these lines and then let's just move them in there, make an art brush like this. We do not need to color this or anything, so just say okay. That's it, delete them. And then what we need is just this wavy shape, like that. And that is not really clean, so it's smooth. It should work, but okay, like this. So let's take them here and we can take a look at another thing. You can just select some anchor points and then use the scale tool and just scale them, but I need to set the origin and then just scale this like so. And this of course also works with rotation, so we can drag that. What we can also do, we can select just one of them and scale that as well. And then what you get is that your handles are like enlarged in the same proportion. So we have this and then just apply that one. So that's already fine. But what we still need to do is apply a width profile to that, and it's pointing in the wrong way. So let's go in here in the stroke panel and just mirror that. And now we have that in the way we want.
So you pretty much just created a brush and adapted it to however you need it.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And all this kind of dynamic thing I need in there can be achieved by creating the brush in a certain way. So that's that. And now I can still say, well, I do not want this overlap here, so let's move that around a little like this. And let's delete that point here. And then let's straighten that. So that brush is not my final output, so my final output should be that. So now what I need to do is expand this so I get the lines. So we're going to Object and expand the appearance. And the nice thing is, let's go to Outline View. They are still single paths. They have not been expanded to shapes. And that's exactly what we need. There are just too many anchor points, so let's go to Object, Path, and let's just simplify that like this. And that setting works quite well, but of course you can adjust that. Or if you want even more control, just go in here. But I need to do that once more, like this. Okay. So, and now we need to ungroup that, and also we still need this one flag, and just drag it in here, make an art brush, and you're good to go. No coloring needed. So now we can select them and just apply the flags to them, like this. Go in here. I think there might be one more, so I want the Spanish flag on it. And
That looks pretty
there
cool
are
already.
still some, so let's get this one. So the next thing is, I have drawn them pretty large. That's not quite recommended, because when you draw it too large, then you cannot judge what will work in the output. So I would recommend drawing it in a size that you need for the output, because then you can judge that and see that you do not spend too many time on the details and maybe then later ruin your output because there's just too many details in it. But still, we can apply another width profile, and again we need to mirror that like this, and we get closer. To get the brush strokes now thinner, it works like this. Illustrator uses the size in which you have drawn them, but also when you go into one, you see there's a size slider up here. So that one determines the size as well. And then again, what has an influence is the stroke width. So the stroke width acts as a multiplier to that. If you set it to an even larger value than 1, then this gets multiplied, but if you set it to a smaller value, then it gets thinner.
Yeah.
So that's how that interacts with each other.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned this. Mentioned the tip with the initial shape, the element you create at the beginning. That's the core of the brush, because it happened to me so many times that things are just scaled up too much, or then I don't see the details, as you mentioned. So that's a very good tip. Thank you for that.
We will see that later on, because there's something more to it. So that's how you can go about creating these. And of course, you can use the width tool on them to refine that even more. But this is about, getting a result fast. I'm not going to save that. So
before we maybe jumping to the next example, because I know you prepared a couple of them, for anyone who's in the chat, in case you have questions for us, let me know. I'd be more than happy to forward them to Monica. As mentioned before, Monica knows pretty much about Illustrator. You say a lot. I say almost anything. You wrote books about it. You have done a ton of live streams. So in case you have questions, let us know, because Monica is the maybe only one who can answer all of them.
I'll be very happy to do that, because I love discussing Illustrator and getting to know more tasks people want to do with it. So I'm always curious as to how people use it. So the next thing we need is, of course, jerseys. So people have to wear something when doing sport, of course. And oftentimes these contain like geometric patterns. And in this case, we have a nice arrangement of thinner and thicker strokes that are arranged at the center, so like this. And again, if we know how the functionality works, we can just create that very easily. And in this case, I will be creating patterns the old way. So the old way is you have some artworks, you drag it into the swatches panel, and then you're good to go. And that's what we'll be doing. And if you have this artwork, then of course, if you just take this rectangle and drag it in there, then Illustrator will just apply that and the result will be black. So in order to get the spacing, what you need is something that is invisible, and which is this one. So what I've done here, we can take a look at the outline view, is this. So we have some larger and some smaller rectangles, and the smaller ones have a color. And the smaller ones need to be invisible. And invisible means no fill and no stroke. And also they need to be in the background. So let's just do that, select them all, and just arrange and send to back, like this. And now you can select them like this, and just drag them in the swatches panel, and that's all. And now I'm going to use them and apply it, and you see, well, that went wrong, obviously. So that rectangle has no fill and no stroke, it's in the background, so why didn't that work? And to figure that out, what you need to do is go to the layers panel and go to the appearance panel. It's important that they not only have no fill and no stroke, but there should be nothing applied, nothing special. So I'm going to select it, and you see, well, there is nothing. But when we take a look at that in the layers panel, it's selected, so I can just click here, and there we have it, and we have the meatball. So the target symbol, that circle, shows gray, and that means something is applied. Could be anything. We do not need to find out, thankfully, we just need to get rid of it. And you get rid of it by clicking on this in the appearance panel. So just get rid of it. Gone. And now I'm going to select that again, and I'm going to drag that into the into the swatches panel again, pressing Alt or Option on the Mac and just moving it over the already existing one, and there it is, like this. And now I have done that already, so these patterns are there. And if I now create another shape, so let's make this one, and apply the other one, then you see it matches exactly. That's why, of course, that's because those invisible rectangles all have the same size. The position matches, but also the way Illustrator applies those patterns. It starts at the 0 point of the file, and there it puts them all in there. So if your invisible rectangles all have the same size and everything is adjusted, then your patterns will match. But now it also depends when you handle them, that you do that in the correct way. So you see, when I move that around, that the pattern stays. So it's just as if you would move some mask. If you want to move that, that pattern around with the shapes, then you need to go into the preferences in general. You need to turn on transform pattern tiles like this. And then when this is moved, then you see the pattern goes with it. And also you can of course scale it. I'm going to double click the scale tool. And in there you can turn off transform objects and just transform the patterns and make some scaling. And I'm going to make that smaller like this. Let's check out the preview, and you see this gets smaller, but still they match. So that's what you can do afterwards. But of course, again, with pattern, it's the same as with brushes. Just make sure that if you know the final size, then it's a good idea to design in the final size. Now,
it's such a helpful tip, because the aligning towards aligning them like closer to each other, or having all the lines aligned, is not that easy. And if you do that one by one, you will for sure have some teeny tiny arrows somewhere, and that's the only way of getting that in the correct order.
That's right. So, and also if you design using strokes, then it's even more important to just work in the output size, because if the strokes are too thin, you won't see them in the output. So we have other methods to create geometric patterns. You could also start from these kind of isometric things that can be designed from the polygon. So just make it a polygon, and I'm going to apply just some color to that. And then we can rotate that like this. And then we can add some lines to it. So let's go to outline view. You see there's the center point of that polygon, and you can take the line tool and just start your lines from there, and like this and like this. And then what we can then do is use live paint on that to create shapes and add other lines to that and design on from that. Now, what we now want to do is make a mock-up of that jersey, because the team asked how it would look on people. So let's close this one, because I have created another file for that, which is that one. And
Monica, someone had a sneak peek at your other files already and is very excited about the 3D cup. Hi to everyone in the chat, by the way, who just joined. It's good to see a couple of new faces. Tony is now there. Daryl is there. Barbara is there. It's so cool to see all of you.
hi everyone, and welcome. So I have created a mock-up for this, a mock-up image in Firefly. I've just entered that I wanted a soccer player and as a mock-up, and then you see I got this nice image among some others. And what I have done is create this in roughly that size, and also it needed to match the area I wanted to have the shirt on. So it cannot be larger, because then it would be on the player's arms, which they might not want to have it tattooed, because next season they play for another team. So let's select them both and go to Object, and then let's mock up and make. For the mock-up, of course, the top image needs to be a vector image, pure vector, and the bottom needs to be a pixel image. So now there we go, and it put it down here, but we can move it around. And then at some point, Firefly or Illustrator finds that, like this. And then what we can do is scale this down. So we've got this large ellipse here, and we can use that to scale the shirt down. And at some point, it will match the player. So just move it around. And it would work even better had I not put in the background red shape. So if you make this just with the pattern, then you can put it on the player, and it would work even better, because Illustrator does no shading on this, and then it would look just perfect, and people could just go and buy the jersey. So this has now been turned into a symbol. If you just take a close look, then you see this smart cross. This always gives away that there's a symbol. And symbols can be double-clicked. So you double-click, and then at one point you get the question that you're editing a symbol. Well, that's what we want. And then you can just edit it, and once you close it, it will be reflected, and everything is fine. So let's make some change here. Make that more dynamic, and you see Illustrator applies that, and you see that change. So that's how you can generate your mock-up images in case they are not contained in that mock-up panel, which also has some that you can license on Adobe Stock. And you see there are a lot of them, but that football player is not among them. So
It's very nice. Usually when I work, at some point I always try the mock-up feature, because it shows you immediately how it would look in different applications. Yeah. It's very helpful.
Yeah, it's very helpful to judge if it would work at all, if it looks fine, and all of that stuff. So It doesn't do shading, but you can already judge it. You can judge if your long product name fits on the packaging. If it maybe is funny because of the shortening, so you can easily see that and spot that and sort it out if needed. So what we now, of course, need is a mascot. And we've got this. So I'm from Hamburg, and in Hamburg, everyone knows the guy who did the banana shots that were then, every other team was just conquered. Yeah. Just like that. So this is the banana guy who does the banana shots, and we want to make a mascot out of him. So what we could do, I have created several different mouths and several different hands, and what we could do in order to have him in different poses is we could use the puppet warp. So we can go in here and use the puppet warp tool and select all of that, but then you always risk that some features got distorted, so the hands or the mouth, and you need to fix that, and it gets very tedious and it cannot be repeated. So if you want to apply that to a different pose, then you have to repeat it, and that's not really nice. So a nicer thing with this is using brushes. And to do that, we have to tear that apart, and I have made a mistake. These are all not grouped. So I need to first get them out of here and prepare that. And as you might know, when you select in Illustrator like this, then Illustrator selects everything that is only touched by the selection rectangle. So there's a nice new feature, which is the enclosed mode. So you start dragging that rectangle, and then you just hit the E, and then only the things that are fully enclosed are selected. And I can group them, and again here, press the E, or not press, but hit it, and then group, and here again, E, and group that, and this again, like this, hit E, and then group that. And now I can drag them apart. So because in order to make brushes, of course, you need to have them horizontally or vertically, but they cannot be like slanted. That won't work very well. So
I actually love this new feature where you can select the elements. It's so helpful if you have more complex illustrations. It's really helpful to find the right bits and pieces.
And I tend to forget to group things that I have drawn, so it helps a lot. So let's make these, and shorter versions are just sufficient. So let's pick up those and make the rubber hose cartoon like this, and duplicate this a few times so we have all the arms and legs. And just like this, we need it here as well, and here as well. And remember, when you pick up something with the eyedropper, make a double click, and they need to be all turned on so that you pick up the complete style. So just like this. And then here we have the brushes panel, and I'm going to use the selection tool and just select this all and drag it in here and make an art brush like this. Okay. So now I'm going to not delete them, but I'm just going to set them to 1 point, because then we can just use them like this. Okay. So we've got one of these legs, and just apply that, which is in the wrong direction. So what we can then do is just go to Object, Path, and there's a command to revert the path direction here, reverse, like this. And you see it gets somewhat distorted. So what's that? If we make that too long, so I'm going to make a longer one, then you see there's distortion as well. And that's happening because of the scaling behavior. So let's just double click this. And we need to stretch between guides. And we need to just move these guides so that they leave out the areas that we want protected, like this. And at the other side as well, because that should be a half circle. So just like this. And we need to apply that to the strokes. And then we get that, but still that line seems to be a bit short. So let's make that slightly longer, and you see now this works better. Just like that. So, and then we can move that and just fit it here.
I'm sure this is something a lot of people have been looking for, because it makes things so much easier and so much more editable. That's really cool.
And you can use that for animation, because it's very easy to draw different cycles of the walking cycle, and you can even, you know, draw two of them and then make a blend in between to get the different states of that. And yeah, and it's just so easy and can be easily carried across multiple states of this. And you just need different brushes for those different hands, and that's it.
It feels a bit like brushes are a secret weapon for so many things.
Yeah, brushes are just awesome. So, you know, blends are awesome and envelopes are awesome. Just all about Illustrator is just awesome.
It is actually.
It needs to be just loved and embraced. And
you get a lot of compliments for the banana. So it's a really cool character you designed there.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Also lots of compliments about the tips and tricks. So very nice to have you here today, Monica. We're not done yet, because we're all waiting for the
we're not done.
For the 3D cup.
What we now need is, of course, the ball.
Oh, Monica, I'm sorry for interrupting, but there was a question before about the mock-up. The question was, do you need a pixel photo and a vector shape to create the mock-up?
For the mock-up, you need a pixel image of the football player or whatever you want to apply the mock-up to, and you need a vector image for the design. Mm-hmm. So those two, one vector, one pixel.
Perfect.
If you only have a vector image of that, then of course you can rasterize it in Illustrator. So we can take a look at that as well. So let's take a look at the map. Now, when I started at the train station yesterday, what I saw in a shop was this. So they had these balls, and I was trying to get some because I wanted to unwrap them to better show that. But I hope it is visible. So these are chocolate balls or whatever, or maybe chewing gum, and they are wrapped in tin foil with a football pattern. And you see that pattern often in clip art, and this is how it looks. So that's what can be printed. But when you apply that in Illustrator, it's like this. And of course, soccer balls are round, and they need to be sewn out of these different parts. But then when you want to use that in Illustrator, what it needs to look like is this. So that's how the pattern needs to look in order to work in Illustrator. So we have pentagons and we have hexagons, and they make the football. And in order to apply that in Illustrator, let's make the ball like this. And then let's apply a no stroke to that. And also we need to delete that part like this. And then we need to create that in 3D. So let's go to Effect, 3D and Materials. And we cannot use the 3D and Materials because they cannot make a ball. They cannot map a ball. We need the classic ones. They can map a ball just fine. So let's go to Revolve. And there we have the ball. And then we can map the art and just select that from here. So first, what you need to do to get it into there is make a symbol out of that. Symbols are awesome as well. Did we mention that?
True.
No, we didn't mention symbols.
No, we did not.
So we need to scale to fit. That's that. And you see there's the football. And then we shade the artwork, of course. and go to OK. And then when we turn on more options here, then we can do some lighting on that. And let's just mention that the classic 3D effects are awesome as well. So they can do so many things that the materials cannot do. So they are still very awesome. We want to keep it. Just
simple, yeah.
We want to keep them. So the ambient light down, so you get a more dramatic football. And let's go to OK. And yeah. So
I actually love how easy it is to apply. Like you had this map now, but also graphics to 3D elements in Illustrator, and just reorganizing them and having them somehow in a composition on a plain background makes them look so cool.
Yeah.
I love 3D elements with graphics on top of them.
Yeah, and you can do another thing. So if we go into that again, so here's the appearance panel. We can go into that again. In map art, we can also do that with invisible geometry. So we can design helper objects just for the sake of applying something to it, and then just hide the helper object and only get the map. Have that to,
Should we have a look? Do we have time?
Yeah.
A very quick one.
A very quick one. So, the 3D one, right? So because it has been asked for. So let's take a look at that 3D one.
But there was also the comment, we have to wait to the very end to see the cup, because it's the grand finale, so can't see it first.
What we can do in Firefly is have the style image. So this is just some 3D shapes. This doesn't work in 3D, so I have just stacked them so they look like something I want to have. And it's just this. And this is like here, that this is revolved, and it has some taper applied, and it has it has no offset applied, but that's what this makes. So this is what it's doing. And then I have that one, which is not fully revolved, and it has also some taper, and then I have stacked them on top of each other. So let's undo all this. So that this somewhat looks like the cup I want to have. And what's important, if you want to use this reference thing, you have to prepare the reference image in exactly the proportions that you want to generate. So this should be a square, and then I have a square. If you want to have a 3x4, then your proportions need to be 3x4. And then export that, use whatever export you want, and then we can go into Firefly and have that generated. So I have prepared that prompt. Let's just have those prompts. And that's this. I have also another reference image that just has this material. And then let's enter that here, and let's first generate that, and then let's go to, I want a photo, I want a structure reference, and upload my cup here. So that's my structure reference. And then, of course, make the strength full. And then we want to have the styles, and the style image is like this one. This is with a different prompt that I have made this one. So let's upload that, and again we can have that visual intensity and the strength and experiment with that. And then I have set up some other additional options. So this is a photo, and we can turn on all of them, and you can have a model, a 3D look, a metal look, and black and white. I'm not going to turn on all of that because I would have to scroll through that. And let's just generate this once again. And then you get something in your ideation. This can be helpful, just that you have something to look like, that you have something that you can discuss about with a colleague that does the actual 3D. And maybe it even gives you some additional ideas that you might use to go into a different direction. And that is some use case that, for me, I can also work with. So.
Absolutely. And having a 3D element as a core shape as a reference is really cool, because I used sketches, of course, or other photos, but having a 3D element makes so much sense.
Yeah, and it isn't even 3D. It just looks like so.
Yeah.
And you can of course use Project Neo for that, to have actual 3D and use that as a reference. There are a lot of tutorials currently running around for that kind of thing. So, do we have some more minutes?
Yes, we do, actually.
That's cool. So then we can make some confetti.
Yes!
Yes, confetti, because
Yes.
the golden shower.
Celebration, finally.
Yeah. So we have this confetti, and of course we need a base element for that, which I have prepared here. And I have always trouble with making metal gradients. So if you want to have a start, in the swatches panel, you can go into the gradients, and there is metals. And in there you find quite a range of metals that you can adjust and add it to your needs and adjust the colors or whatnot.
I'm always struggling with gold colors, so this is my absolute helper to get.
I'm struggling with gold and copper and silver and
It's,
all the metals.
it's there for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so useful. So what we can do is something that Dave showed. So we could make some duplicates and then use transform each and turn on the random. So I don't need to show that because all of you have seen that Dave doing that, and he did a great presentation of that. So let's take a look at the other options. What we can do is use the symbol sprayer. So I'm going to make a duplicate of this. We can drag that into the symbols panel like this, just drag it in there, and then let's just make the symbol and then use the symbol sprayer. And if you double click that, you get some options. And if you use a graphic tablet, then turning on all of these dynamics makes a lot of sense, because if you see what I'm doing here, just with the finger on my trackpad, they are all arranged in the same way. So that's not great. So I would have to use all of these other tools to rearrange them. That would be a lot of work. But with a tablet, it's much easier to use them. The nice thing about symbols in this is the gradient actually works. But what's hard about symbols is solving the density. So if I want a result like this, where the density is higher in the upper area and lower there, then symbols will be pretty hard to control. So what we can do is use brushes again. So here we have this, but it's a gradient. Gradients do not work in brushes, so we have to expand that. Let's go to Object. First, it's this expand, but it doesn't work. So first expand appearance for whatever reason. And then let's go to Object Expand. And Illustrator, well, at this, it shows me 30. That might be because that's the last thing I've used, but sometimes it shows 250. And that's not a good thing, because you have all of these objects in your file. And if you have this wall of confetti, then maybe people do not want your PDFs. So we want to be friends with the printer, and we want to make files that perform on their machines. So use as few as you can get away with.
Okay.
It makes sense if it's critical to try that out. It also makes sense if you do something like ropes. You have a sailing ship, and then you want ropes in that, and well, having them with 255 steps in your gradient, that might slow down your computer, actually.
I
So
still might have done that a couple of times.
let's leave it at 30 here, like this, and then we can make the brush. So let's go to brushes and just drag that in here, and let's make a scatter brush, and then we turn on all those randomizers. So just like this, all turned on, and then of course set them up so that we get different sizes, so that we get different spacing, just like this. And of course the scatter means how far to the left and right of the path this goes. And these should be rather small in this case, because otherwise, if you get close to 100%, then they are really far apart. And then, of course, we need rotation, like this. Rotation relative to page or path doesn't matter in this case. So let's go to OK. And then what we are doing is just draw a line and apply that, like this. And what we can now do to get this wall is make a duplicate of this, like so. And then let's take these two and object, blend, make, like this. And since this is randomized, they all look different. But of course, we want this increase. So what can we do? We make different settings. But then we cannot make the settings into the brush. We need to use a different option. So we can select one of them. And then there's this nice, often overlooked button in here, Options for Selected Object. And in there, we can say, okay, the spacing should be closer with this one, make a preview, and you see the spacing up there is pretty dense, maybe a little too dense. And then we can change other options as well, like this. And I'm going to select this one and do that as well, and just make a larger scatter, like that. And then, of course, to create some more, we select the blend as a whole and make a double click on the blend tool to get to the options, like this, and then go in here, specified steps, and just increase the number of steps. And we get this nice wall of confetti.
It's so cool. I really love how the glitter is spread out and just changing in such an easy way.
You can edit all of that. So you can even edit the base shape. You just need to drag it in there with the Alt key pressed, and then you have replaced it. In the Illustrator file, this is very, very clean.
Yeah, impressive.
In the PDF, this will be all expanded.
Makes sense, yeah.
Just keep that in mind. In the PDF, this will be a hot mess.
Okay. So you better be done before you expand it. There was a question actually from Tony. He would like to know if this would work as a graphic style, if it worked as a graphic style applied to the symbol. As a graphic style applied, you can apply graphic styles to symbols. So, but this here is a symbol set, and you can only apply a graphic style to the whole symbol set, and that might not turn out too well. Okay.
So, what you can save as a graphic style is, so when you select one of them, then this can be saved as a graphic style. Mm-hmm. So these options can be a graphic style, and these options down there can be a graphic style as well.
That's really cool. As I mentioned before, you know so many things about Illustrator, pretty much anything I can think about, so thank you for that. It's been a pleasure. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for joining. We are out for today, Monica and myself. But you have to stick around because there's more coming up. And I will read this from here because there are some crazy topics coming up. A creative warm-up. Sounds easy, right?
Yep, that's cool.
But then there's Christmas in July. Editing portraits with adjustments. Custom patterns for print with Whitney and Whitney Kerney. Illustrating art prints creative wrap-up. Sounds good, right?
Yeah, sounds good. And you can never be too early for Christmas because, I mean, some people are already preparing for Christmas in 2 years.
Absolutely. And we already have the golden glitter. So
yeah,
something to stick around for. Those streams will be with Andrew Hochradel, Whitney Kerney, Emily Poulin, Sarah Lanigan, and Tim, of course, who's in the background. So stick around, enjoy the streams, all about improvements of your workflow in Illustrator and Photoshop. Thanks so much for watching. It's been fun. Tschüss.
Tschüss.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to your creative warm-up for the morning. I'm Andrew Hockrottle.
I'm Emily Poulin.
And we are going to warm up with you right now. So open up Photoshop, Illustrator, Firefly, InDesign, whatever your favorite Adobe program is, and we are going to be kind of messing around, trying some new things for the next 30 minutes. Start the clock. We have a clock keeper that's standing over there.
Do we?
Just a little.
I can't see it. I'm scared.
It's dark. All right, so let's go ahead and hop in. I want to say hi to everybody in chat. Nice to see you. Oliver, Raphael, hello, hello, hello. Let's hop in and let's get started. Emily.
Yes.
Where are we starting? Let's take a look at Firefly over on your screen and give everybody a little, what are we doing right now for our warm-up?
We are really gonna freeform this warm-up. We are gonna put random words or even just random letters into Firefly, both at the same time. We're gonna generate some graphics and we're gonna bring them into Express and build it into something.
Yes.
And I say something because we have no idea what's gonna happen right
Yes,
now.
so if we wanna flip over to my screen, what we're gonna do is, Emily, you can do this on your screen as well.
Perfect.
Everybody open up firefly.adobe.com and then take your little phalanges and you're just gonna go,
Okay, stop. That was enough.
that was enough. All right, so we are typing in gibberish and then we're going to hit enter. So this is going to act as our prompt and our guide. Oh no, okay, hold on, we're gonna try it again.
I exceeded the character limit.
All right.
Shorter, very nice.
Okay, let's see what happens. So I am just typing in nonsense, and this is going to be, we are going to be creating social media for an event that is based on whatever this thing is. Okay, so
Wow.
I'm gonna take this as like a nutrition, this is like a nutrition conference,
Yep.
like nutrition tech. Emily, what will you be creating event branding for?
You'll never guess, but I would love to show you what happened on my screen because I also typed gibberish and I got a horse. So I'm gonna be working
Look
with
at
a
that horse, look at that horse, look at that horse.
But it's the same horse, so this is good. I think I'm gonna do like a travel campaign for this horse,
Okay.
Or maybe like a seasonal calendar.
Love that.
Those
All
are
right.
my first two.
So we're going to be doing this, and we're going to be working over in Adobe Express. Emily will be creating branding for an event based around this horse.
Yes.
I will be creating branding around the LKG Health and Tech Conference.
Okay, I would love for chat to help us figure out what my horse's name is and maybe
Yes.
what your acronym stands for.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
there's something happening
And
there.
as we work in Adobe Express, I am going to chat, just resize my window so that y'all can see.
Yeah, should I resize my
Boom.
windows
Yeah,
now?
if we can get it. Yeah, side by side.
All right.
So chat, if you enjoy this little warm-up, please let us know. It's a little chaotic. It's gonna be just 30 minutes, a little test of our creativity. So LKG is gonna be the name of our tech conference. And Emily, I'm gonna have you work on the first page right here. And what's cool is we are actually using a shared document in Adobe Express, which means that we need to collaborate in real time. And you
My
just keep
horse
going there.
is so cute.
He really is.
Oh wow. I needed
All right,
this.
so I'm gonna hop in and I'm gonna get started with some images using Adobe Firefly here in Adobe Express. We're gonna go to Media, and then we are going to actually just look for some photos, and let's do text to image here. We're gonna use Firefly technology to generate something. And I wanna do, I wanna do an apple that is, glowing with lines of code.
Oh,
And let's do technology and then futuristic.
I'm adjusting my screen here.
And I want to get like an apple, but then it's like there's like lines of codes that are like, and maybe
That
mine
makes
is like
sense.
a genetic engineering.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Yeah.
What does the letter stand for now? I have no idea.
Oh yeah.
Look kind of good.
Wait, this is so perfect. This is so perfect.
Patrick had a great one.
Okay,
What?
what is the
Look kind of good.
look kind of good? It's
Nutrition.
yeah, it's nutrition.
Whoa, yours is super cool.
I told you.
You did tell me.
So we have this nice little apple. I'm gonna use this as the base. I actually think this is really, really cool for the LKG conference. And let's go ahead and put some type in here as well. Emily, what are you doing over there?
I'm not sure. I have made a stock image at this point. I put my horse in a little container or crop, I guess, a circle crop, and I'm gonna add text, but I don't know what he should be saying. Maybe it's a greeting card. Maybe my horse is sending me cards from vacation. So I'm gonna go like, wish you were here. So which maybe means I need to get rid of this crop because I think he probably wants to show me the whole,
There has to be,
right?
yes. Oh, and something you can do that I'm actually gonna do right now is I'm going to do my LKG.
Our favorite new conference that we're all going to.
Yep, and you can use this technique as well in yours, Emily.
Okay, I'm
or if
curious.
you're following along and you're joining us for the 30-minute challenge at home, you can do this as well. Is what you're gonna do is you're just going to layer our image So I'm going to change this type, but I'm going to layer this image. So I'm going to grab the background, and then I'm going to duplicate it.
Should I be following along or I'm watching?
Yeah, you can follow along. So grab your image, and then you're
Okay.
going to duplicate it.
I duplicated it.
Okay, now we're going to align it back to the center.
Okay.
And now we're going to just remove background.
Oh, I see.
And so we're going to remove that background. And once that background is removed,
Just my horse.
then you are going to drag that horse layer
Okay.
above your text. And now you can put your text, sorry.
Oh, I see
over-
what you're
yep.
doing. Yes,
And
yes,
so
yes.
now you can put the text behind the apple like this.
Yes.
And so you can get that effect. And I think with your type, yes, exactly. That could be really fun to have like
Wait,
the
yeah,
ear.
that's a great idea. Okay.
I have good ideas, Emily.
No one said you did it.
Yeah, chat has great ideas too. Thank you so much, chat, for your ideas. And someone's asking, are these streams available later? Yes, they are. You can always watch by subscribing to our YouTube channel, which will pop up right here. Thank you,
Whoa.
Studio Manager.
I'm like right on
so you
top
can
of it.
subscribe adobe.ly/liveyt is the place to go. All right, LKG, I don't mind this. I'm going to do some different type here.
Yours is
maybe.
cool.
I mean, I try.
I don't know why I said it like I was surprised. I'm like, wow, no idea.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I know it's surprising.
Okay, I kind of want mine to be like the postcard you would get at like a gas station, you know, like on your road trip or something.
Yes.
So I'm gonna make it a little bit cheesy. Oh, this is kind of cool though. Do I have a cool horse who's doing the like Y2K graphics?
Oh, yes. I love that.
Okay.
Super
Alright.
trendy. Like he's got the little like
Trendy horse. Oh, you know what you could do? We could add. I just removed the background on that one though.
what's the like hair zazzle? Was the thing that like you put the little
Oh.
beads in your hair?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if Zazzle. Maybe it is. Here, I'm gonna do. Okay. Yes. Generative. I'm gonna give him an earring.
And so here we're just using generative fill in the most chaotic way possible. We just selected the area and then said, hey, we want an earring here. And so using Firefly, using generative fill is really fun, especially for this kind of stuff where you're kind of getting creative, getting the juices flowing for the day. We are going to be
It's the
doing
diamond.
a workflow. Yeah, we're going to be doing workflows in Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop in just a little while. But we did want to kind of warm up today with you for just about 30 minutes. And this is a great way to do it using Firefly, using Express, and kind of putting all these things together. I love how different these are looking.
Okay, I'm gonna show something that's different. So I did generative fill and I gave my horse an earring, which I'm gonna say like my horse was like living it up and got a new earring on a trip, you know.
Yeah.
So when I did that, my text went away, and the
And
reason
it's his
why.
entire personality now.
Yeah, it's his postcard now. It filled the background in again when I put the earring on, so I just need to do the remove background again, and then my text will come back. So if you were like, wait, where'd it go? That is where it went.
Oh, interesting.
I know, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move the horse up to make room for my Y2K graphic here. And I think the behind is very cool for the text, but I don't know if I necessarily want it there because now I want to show the earring. So my priorities have changed. So I'm gonna go over here.
No.
What?
I crashed my document.
No.
It was too much. Andy
that's
Andy
crazy.
Palomares
Hi, Andy.
is here. Hi, Andy.
Andy, we have a horse now. How do you feel about that?
Thanks for joining. All right,
Okay.
so LKG Con is looking good. I do want to put some like graphics through here, and I might actually want to change the blending mode here. So let's see what happens when I change the blending mode, because I just want to show more of the apple. With that selected, I am going to go to the chat. Where's my blending mode?
It is under effects, I think.
Is it text effects?
No.
No. Wait, can I not blending mode? Wait, no. I
think
have to be
there
able
is.
to. There is.
You'll find it.
Can I not blending mode type? Chat, I'm stressed.
We will be having a small crisis on this stream. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, I think you can. Let me see. It's right under.
I'm crisis.
Text effects. Oh, you're right.
Okay, I'm not mad about this. Okay, I'm not mad about this. That looks good. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put in some video over this. I'm going to make it animated. And you know what? Maybe let's have
Yeah, I
these
was
come in.
looking.
So I'm going to do some animations. There are some new animations here in Adobe Express. If you want to, you can scroll through and see. I don't want tremble. I kind of want it to slide.
Whoa.
And we now have fade and flicker. We've got typewriter, which is a new one. So I'm going to have this kind of drift in. Ooh, and let's have it drift up, I think. We do have a new interface from what you might have seen before, is that it looks a little bit different the way that things are kind of moving as you animate and as you select through your animations. So you can play around with those, find what works best for you. I'm going to drift this one, and this is going to drift, I believe, down. All right, so let's play and see what this looks like. Yeah. And then this apple right here, I am going to make this Bob. So it's going to do...
I thought you were naming it. I was like, oh, okay.
I'm making this Bob.
Bob.
So we're going to loop, and we're going to go to Bob right here. And now you can see that apple kind of doing the ooh,
Whoa,
cool little Bob effect.
That's spooky.
I am going to slow it down, and I am going to make it... It feels very tech, like it's like a...
Whoa.
Oh, that's too much. Ma'am. Calm down.
Ma'am, it's only 9 a.m.
It is too early for that.
All right, I'm going to add in a little bit of
Okay.
a scallop here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a shape.
And what I might do here is, with that apple in the background, I'm going to use generative fill, and we are just going to generate that apple out of the background. Because I don't really want to see it when it's bobbing.
Smart.
And so we're going to kind of just select the whole area where that apple would be, and then use generative fill to fill that in for me. So we're going to hit generate here, and it should just remove that apple from the background for us.
If you want to know what I've been doing with my horse.
I do.
Earring is there. We added a little scallop edge here, which I'm trying to decide if I want the horse to like come over the edge more, which I think we could. Like at the little nose, you know? So I'm currently trying to decide that. Yeah, there it is. Look how cute. Yes. Also, I still have XOXO Your Horse. So if we have a good horse name from chat, I feel like I saw a name, but it disappeared. So if anyone else has a great name for my horse, please add it in. Oh, wait.
Yes.
The hippopotamus. Okay.
Yes. Oh, please full screen? We're back at full screen?
Let's
Okay.
do full screen.
That's fine. Got it.
Okay. My horse, yeah, it was ready to be full screen anyways. Okay, so I feel like this is fun. I like this little graphic here, so maybe I'll make that move a little bit. Like, you know, wish you were here. Although I think I have a circle behind it. Let me delete that.
Someone says Barney.
Barney. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Barney.
Did you watch Barney?
I did.
Okay.
I couldn't recall a single thing about it, but I know that I have watched it.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so over here on my screen, we have the LKG con. And let's go ahead and hit play. And there we go. We've got the apple floating, and you'll see that I used generative fill in the background to change this background. So now it has this little circle.
Okay.
And so now
Whoa.
everything is layered so that, welcome to the circle, so that the apple is floating and we have this really cool effect. I do want to add like a glow behind it. So I'm going to go and add a video on top. I'm going to go to media and then go to videos and do maybe like blue glow on black background. Hey, Sam. Thanks for joining us.
Barney.
All right. So if you're just joining us, Emily, what is happening?
Well, I'm glad you asked. We are doing a 30-minute warm-up, which we are almost halfway through, where we typed absolute nonsense into Firefly, and then we brought that into a shared document in Express. So if I press over, I can see what you're working on. Whoa.
Thank you.
Surprise! And so we've just been generating social media graphics. So I'm doing a horse on vacation who has an earring now, and you are doing a,
Yes. And so this is where I started.
Yeah.
So I started by just hitting my keyboard, and this is my prompt that went into Adobe Firefly. It generated all of these things, and that is the easy way to get started in the morning, to get a little prompt. And we're creating an event branding based on whatever came out. So this is what came out for Emily. What came out for you, Emily?
A horse.
Emily.
Many horses.
Yes, Emily hit a whole bunch of buttons, and she got
This was the prompt.
a horse. Yes, the prompt was
you can't see mine, but
literally chaos.
Oh, sorry. Here,
There
let me
was.
go back.
That's the prompt.
No
And we got a
spaces,
horse. So
nothing.
that's what we're doing. So maybe a really, really fun way for you to get started in the morning and try to stay creative.
Do you want to take a little stroll down memory lane? Because I have a good anecdote.
I would love
from
to.
when, a long lifetime ago.
Please.
I think you and I just started working together. And we would have, I think it was like on Fridays or something, you'd be like, okay, we're going to spend 30 minutes in Illustrator, and you're only allowed to use a tool that you've never used before. And do you remember this?
No.
Okay, well, yeah, you used to make, like, we would do that on Fridays.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it was really hard because I was like, I don't want to use these new tools, but it was good to like learn something new and try something. So I feel like this is a similar, learning
Very similar.
experience where you're like, who knows what we're going to get?
All right. So I am actually doing video. So I got video and then put it over here, and watch what happens. I changed the blending mode to screen.
Okay.
And when I hit play, it's going to create this really cool orb-like Ooh.
Wait, how did you do that?
The future.
Okay.
The power of Adobe Express.
That was insane.
So it literally is just a video of an orb. And then I changed the blending mode
That's
to
so
a
cool.
screen so that it kind of shows through.
Wow.
And I may even layer that on top.
Okay.
So that I get a
Why not?
little bit of that. So I'm going to duplicate it. We are going to align it to the center again. And then I'm going to put it over the apple and then take the opacity down. So this is a really good hack that if you want something to look like it's in a cloud, right there, you can just take the opacity down and now it looks like there's this kind of like air of mystery. Above the event. Ooh.
That's insane. When are we gonna start?
That's funny. Key says, wish you were hee-har.
It's happening.
That's a winner.
Okay, how do we spell that? Here. He.
Hee-har.
We're all horses now.
Were you a horse girl?
No.
Okay.
Contrary to public belief.
Just no.
No.
All right, so I think, what else do we want to add to this?
Adobe Express keeps offering me other recommended fonts, and each time I like it, so I've changed it like 10 times now. But it's good. Okay, outline, yes, that's what I need.
Okay, so what I'm doing now is, what's great about Adobe Express is that it has real-time collaboration. And so if I wanted to, which I do.
Wait, should we do like a switch? Like
Yeah, let's do a swap.
Okay.
Let's do a swap. All right. So swap.
Freaky
so
Friday.
I am now working on Emily's document, and Emily is now working on my document, which is really cool because, Emily, if you want to go back to yours real quick.
Yep.
So Emily is on her page and not touching a computer. I just added that. And you can see my cursor kind of floating around the page and making changes that Emily doesn't necessarily need to see. And we are collaborating in real time. It's rendering in real time so that we can both see what's going on here. And I just wanted to add a little bit of sparkle.
Thank you. My horse appreciates that. I needed that.
Wow. Okay, so we are doing a little flip here. And chat, if you're just joining us, we are, we put in random letters into Adobe Firefly to generate a prompt for us to create event branding for. And now we are in Adobe Express creating an invite for an event. And Emily's is a travel conference for horses.
It's not a conference. It's more of like a life experience.
It's like a cultural exchange program. And then mine was a food company or a food conference, food and tech conference.
Yes,
That's
called
what it was.
LKG.
Yes. And what I'm going to do is, Studio Manager, do we have volume?
We knew the music was coming. It was going to happen.
I'm going to find us some music because and I'm going to do voiceover for both of these because if we're in Express and we're making anything, we definitely need to do voiceover. So what you can do in Adobe Express is you can go to Media and then you can go to Audio, and here you can find some good audio for your posts. So let's go ahead and let's type in, I just want like 90s. I'm going to do 90s and just see what happens. No, that's too vibey. Oh, that's way too intense. Also, headphones users, sorry if something was crazy. I want like a good...
Okay, so I've typed in technology banana to match your technology apple, so I'm trying to like add this in here using the erase tool, but it's not working as well as I want it to. So
There it is. Great. Okay, so what's our event called? Barney. Okay.
our event, Horse Barney.
Okay. All right. What do I want to do for the voice over here?
With circuits, yellow.
All right.
I want it to be more photo.
What do I want to do? Okay.
Generate.
All right. Here we go.
Wait, I like the space. Oh.
This summer, bring your horse to the great wild wilderness and join Barney at Horse Camp 2024. Perfect. Loved it. Horse Camp.
Horse Camp.
Gotta have Horse Camp. So I'm just gonna change the volume of the music here by selecting in the little playback bar right there. And now when I play this summer, bring your horse to the great wild wilderness and join Barney at Horse Camp 2024. Perfect. Love it. So you can do voiceover, you can add music, and it's all right there in Adobe Express, which is really fun. Emily, what are you doing over there?
I'm adding more fruit to this nutrition conference. So I was finding a banana. I had one banana and it wasn't working as well as I wanted it to. So now I have a second one. And I'm going to figure out how to add this in without messing up what you've already done.
Yes, and Voodoo Val says something. This is something I would have pinned to my MySpace page. Yes, 100%. Yes. And so you have just removed the background, right?
I did text to image, so
Cool.
I generated a technology banana is what I was trying to generate.
Okay.
So yeah, I was gonna place it maybe as like a static image down here, or should I try and add it to your animation?
Try to add it. Why not?
Okay. Let me get to the layers.
I'm gonna add in one more as well, and let's add in.
Here, do you want to add it when you're doing your animation then? Are you
What?
gonna add another fruit?
Oh yes, I'm gonna
Okay.
add lettuce.
Interesting.
Right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like what? It feels healthy.
Okay, then I'm gonna come back to my horse and help my horse.
All right. I just need like a good.
There you go. What? A good what?
I want just like a head of lettuce.
I feel like Express should have a good head
There
of
we
lettuce
go.
there for you.
There we go. There it is. Space lettuce.
Oh my gosh.
Technology. Someone says flip the banana. Oh yeah, we can have a cartwheel in 100%.
Oh, I was like, wait. There's bananas in the chat.
Okay,
Thanks,
do I need
Val.
the lettuce? Okay.
Wow, that is giant.
Okay.
Just in
so
the middle,
let's
just like
do-
spinning around. I like it.
I think so. I'm gonna have it like. Okay, so banana. We're gonna do the animation, and we're gonna do. So you can do different animations for in, out, and like during. So we're gonna have it tumble on in,
Whoa.
and then we're gonna have it spin, and then we're gonna have it tumble on out. All right, so
That
let's.
banana has a lot of tricks.
Let's see what happens. Chat. Here we go. I'm gonna get rid of this lettuce. I don't know why it's here. All right, let's see. Woo!
That is crazy. Wait, where's the lettuce?
Oh, I got rid of it.
Goodbye, lettuce.
It was too much. Boo. All right.
Wow.
So what I do want to do with the banana is I'm actually going to tone it. So I'm going to go to effects.
Interesting.
And then we're going to do like a duotone. It's
Okay.
like a cool. So now it looks like techie. It's like a
Because I had tech banana, but it wasn't happening the way I
tech
needed
banana.
it. Yeah.
All right. So we do need some music for this, of course. Why would we not? So let's go to media. Let's go to audio, and let's do, I don't know, just tech. Ah. Let's see. All right. The high tech of today loop.
You know, our favorite one.
Oh, corporate commercial technology.
Done.
That's it. Okay. Voiceover. Here we go. Record voiceover. All right, here we go. At LKGCon, you can look kind of good. Have a banana. Eat an apple. And if you're vegan, have a carrot. See you in 2024. Loved it.
That was it.
Great. Nailed it. One take wonder. All right, so let me take down the music a little bit, and then we will watch our final creation for the LKGCon. At LKGCon, you can look kind of good. Have a banana. Eat an apple. And if you're vegan, have a carrot. See you in 2024. Perfect. Wow. What joy we brought to people who want to look kind of good.
Just kind of good.
Just kind of good. All right, so let's do a quick recap of the two pieces that we created. Emily, where did you start with yours?
I'm so glad you asked. I started here in a world of nonsense, and I got 4 horses, which I need to do something with the thirds, but I brought all 4. I brought 1 horse into Express, and I added this fun scallop and some elements, and we have a voiceover. Should I just play it? Is it time?
You don't have volume. I can play it though.
You'll play it. And then I was going to animate these sunglasses coming like.
Okay, you
at
do
the
that.
end.
I'll show where I
Okay.
started. So I started over on Adobe Firefly, typed in a bunch of gibberish, and this is what it came out with. To me, it looked like it was a health tech conference. And so then this is the final creation that we made in Adobe Express for the LKGCon. At LKGCon, you can look kind of good. Have a banana. Eat an apple. And if you're vegan, have a carrot. See you in 2024. Magic. So
so
we created that in
crazy.
Adobe Express, and Emily over here has also created an event for her horse, Barney, and let's see what Barney has to say to us. This summer, bring your horse to the great wild wilderness and join Barney at HorseCamp 2024. Obsessed. So thanks for joining us for the creative warm-up. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Emily and I. Emily, what are we working on next?
We are going to be doing some fun campaigns. If you're thinking it's too hot during summer, well, Christmas in July is going to be up next. So.
Yes, Christmas in July is coming up next, and then we have a bunch of awesome content coming to you today and tomorrow, live from San Francisco. Stick around. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Bye, everybody. Don't leave. We are going to be creating some assets for Father's Day. So we're gonna do 1920s graphic design poster, and let's definitely do some gold diamond shapes. Oh, this is 100% what we want. And then we'll paste it over here in Illustrator. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select all of these, and then I'm going to go to edit. I'm gonna go to edit colors and recolor artwork. From there, we're going to click on the little color theme picker tool, and then click here and check that out. We've got an awesome color palette, and I'm gonna select these colors and then come to libraries, and we're going to do a new library and then just call it Father's Day. I'm going to just make some compound paths. So I'm just gonna take these two shapes and hit Command or Control 8. And right there, it's going to give me this nice little border. I'm going to use the ellipse tool here to kind of just build out these shapes. So if I scale this down, it's the same size stroke. I want it to get smaller as I go.
Right.
Command K is going to take me to my hotkeys, and I can come down here, and then I'm going to go to General and Scale Strokes and Effects. Now as I get smaller, you'll see that it's actually taking that stroke down a little bit. So we're going to use the pen tool here to just add an anchor point on either side. Grab this center piece right here and delete. Boom. This is a really easy hack. Is we are going to hit M to grab the square tool or the rectangle tool. We are going to pull out a rectangle. And right now it's a stroke. With that selected, all you have to do is hit Shift X, and it is going to flip the stroke in the fill. And then we will use the pen tool to just hover over here and remove one of those sides. Now we got a nice little corner, and boom, Father's Day. It feels like strong and like Battle Dad.
That's like Battle Dad.
I can save this and take it directly into Adobe Express. I'm going to go start from your content and then click on 20s right here, and we're gonna open. So I'm gonna go ahead and unlock this. Just like Illustrator, it's pulled in all of those individual shapes. Can you look up some common phrases of the 1920s, right? It's like, you got a lot of moxie. So let's go ahead and add our text here. So I'm just gonna actually search here and do like deco and see if anything comes up. Look at all these options we have. Ooh, I like that, right?
That's it. Yeah.
So I'm gonna select this, and we are going to go to fill. Check it out, additional colors, Father's Day.
There they are.
Automatically pulled it in from the library that we had created. And we are going to search in elements, icons, and do like, I'm gonna do whiskey and see what happens. So there we go.
Nice.
We have this icon here, and we're gonna change the fill to maybe that same kind of look. Old
did
sport,
it.
you got a lot of moxie. All right, boom. So we're gonna click on add. I mean, we're going like grungy, like 90s.
Yeah.
It has to be like flippant and be like, whatever, dad, right?
Yeah.
So this was very much the 90s vibe, is kind of just like random stuff thrown together here. So I'm gonna use the touch type tool here. If you haven't used it, super helpful. We are just going to select each of these letters
and then we're able to like rotate or change the size of them. Look I literally am doing this with one hand because I got bored. Sorry, I'm just channeling my 90s.
Sass.
Whatever. So we're gonna go to media. We're going to go to grunge texture. There we go. Let's see if we can get like somebody like, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Remove that background.
Yeah, what's great is I'm gonna do this and then we're gonna remove the backgrounds. Okay, and then like blow this up and then we're gonna like multiply it, right? And then I'm gonna do some pen scribbles. I definitely need to do like the scribble stars. Okay, great. Love it. It's so good. All right, let's bring in our text. Okay, so we're gonna go here and we're just gonna click right there. And now we got pink. I am going to share this with you. We are going to do a publishing link. Scan this with your phone right now and you will be able to work on these in Adobe Express. It will open it automatically in Adobe Express for you. So thanks so much for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Adobe Live. I'm Andrew Hockrattle.
I'm Emily Poulin.
So if you want to hang out today and learn more about Illustrator and branding, make sure that you join us for the rest of this stream because Emily, what are we doing?
Right now, we're going to be building a brand for Christmas in July.
Christmas in July.
Wait, is that why you're... Oh, okay, makes sense now.
It's me, July. So this is... Here I am. Hello, Christmas. We are going to be building some branding for Christmas in July, and specifically for an actual client that you have, Emily.
Yeah.
Tell us about the client.
Our good friends in Riverside own a coffee shop, Arcade Coffee Roasters, and they are running a campaign. Maybe this is a spoiler, so don't broadcast this. Don't tell anyone. This is a secret Christmas stream. But they're going to be running a Christmas in July campaign, and so we're going to be working with a reference photo that they sent us, putting it in Firefly, generating the image, and then building it out in Express so we can just build a whole campaign.
Yes. So let's go ahead and hop in. What is your favorite? Do you have a favorite holiday story at all?
It might be you wearing this wreath now.
Is it me? Is it me?
Yeah,
with the
you
wreath?
are now my favorite holiday tradition. That looked like it really hurt.
It was pretty pokey.
Yeah, but it was worth it.
It was worth it. It was worth to spread cheer to
Holiday
the people
cheer.
around the world. Holiday
Yeah.
cheer is my favorite kind of cheer.
We do cinnamon rolls every year at Christmas time. And that's probably my favorite tradition. Yeah.
My family puts out oatmeal for the reindeer.
Do they like
we
that?
mix like oatmeal and glitter, and then you like spread it on the grass so they can see it from the moon. Like the moon reflects it, and then you can, and then they come down, and then they have a little snack.
The moon's involved. I didn't expect that.
The moon's involved, yeah. Wait,
Chat
what
said.
in the Xmas is going on here? We are creating some branding for Christmas in July for an event. So let's go ahead and hop in and show where you got started.
Okay, so I was going to let everyone know because you're going to see this drawing and you're going to say, I'm confused, what's happening? So this is a reference that I got from my client of the poster layout that they were thinking. These are like palm trees with like Christmas lights, and it is a coffee shop, so here's like a little like coffee bag. I think this is like a drink or something like that. But this would be really hard to get like a specific palm tree for. With lights, like this is a very specific ask, but I thought, you know who can handle this? Firefly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot just this part of it, and I'm going to use this as a structure reference in Firefly to generate what we need. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to put 2 palm trees with Christmas lights, and I'm going to click generate, and then it can do whatever it wants, but I'm going to upload a reference image, which is going to be this one that we just took. So open. Yes, we can use this. It's okay. Because it's going to give me this like strange shot, and I want it to be more direct with that.
Yes.
So let's click generate.
So using structure reference is basically telling Firefly, here's kind of what I want it to look like.
Right.
And using something like, you can use an illustration that you did in Illustrator and Photoshop. You can sketch it out by hand. You can take a picture of a napkin, all that stuff, and it should match pretty well. So the reason that it's not right now is it was a loose. So the strength is where you can kind of change it. And do you want to do Firefly 2 or 3?
Sometimes I switch back and forth to get different results.
Just to see what happens?
Yeah, because it can do whatever it wants. So sometimes I do change it up.
All right, that's fair.
Do you have a preference of one or the other?
3 is much better.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, let's prove it.
3 is much better than 2.
3 it
And
is.
so what's interesting here is it's actually picking up, you can see that it's like matching.
Look at this. It's
the
actually
sketch
the sketch right
with
here.
the Christmas lights.
It's super interesting. Okay. So we're going to go back to 3. 2 palm trees with Christmas lights intertwined. Let's do like beach maybe to get more of the palm tree.
Yep. And then we also could change some of the settings down at the bottom to do like wide shot and change some of those. So if you scroll down, down here we can choose the camera angle at the very bottom and then do like wide angle.
Okay, lighting. Let's do like, I guess harsh light because I want this to be very clear.
Yeah.
Color and tone doesn't matter. Reference, that's fine. Strength. All right, I'm feeling good
Yes.
about this.
Okay,
Let's
I'm
go.
feeling good about it.
Generate.
Let's see what happens. Come on, chat. Hold on. Do it. Do it.
Please.
Please. Por favor.
Okay.
Interesting,
It's still
it's doing
getting
the
the
lights.
outline. That's super interesting. Okay.
So let's do 2 palm trees
okay.
and then comma.
Comma.
Yep. And
Christmas
then
lights.
let's do, yes. Let's do 2 Christmas trees intertwining. So a lot of times the syntax matters. And so right now it's intertwining the Christmas lights. And so we'll do 2 palm trees, or maybe like crossing.
Okay.
2 palm trees crossing
What did we say?
on the beach.
I actually think I want it on white. So on
Okay. On white with
white with Christmas lights.
Yeah. So the syntax, it reads it just like a sentence. So it's going to go kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. And so I think that the palm trees crossing is going to change it so the palm trees are now the focus.
Let's see.
Let's see what happens here. There we go.
Okay, it's
Much
getting
better.
there.
Much better.
Okay. I'm wondering if the intertwining, because I generated this previously, which is how I know that I could get this where I needed to be.
Yep.
But I'm trying to think of what I did in order to get the reference correct. So let me show you some of these previous ones that I've done that it worked really well for.
Yes, we can totally choose these 2.
Yeah, Firefly, Palm Tree, etc. So this one was on a beach version. It got really well done. This one also had the fun squiggle, but didn't have the Christmas lights, which is fine. This one did. Very fun. I'm wondering maybe we take off the Christmas lights and we just do like 2 palm trees, and maybe that will help.
Well, maybe let's do this. Let's go to style reference.
Okay.
And then
Oh,
upload one
reference
of those.
that? That's a great idea.
So let's use that as a style reference. So if you have something that is similar in style, or you found something in Firefly that like is not quite what you want, but sort
Right.
of what you want, you can use it as a style reference.
Okay.
And let's see if that it picks up that style reference.
I wonder if I need to turn down the structure reference too, because I think what's really getting hung up is the leaves, because they're so squiggly, because it's really nailing that. So I think it's kind of cool in some
Yeah,
ways.
so maybe
to,
structure reference needs to be middle strength.
yeah, I'm thinking. So let's see. Maybe it'll do it here, but it is
Yes.
interesting. Okay, yeah, it's definitely hitting those squiggles really hard still. So I'm gonna
Yep.
pull this down one.
Okay.
Click generate again. Or maybe we turn off the structure reference altogether and see if just by using words it'll come out like what we're looking for.
Oh, that's true. Maybe
Yeah.
we can.
Okay. This is getting somewhere right here, I think for sure.
Yeah.
It's looking a little. This one's interesting. I'm not sure what angle we're looking at. We're looking at
Yeah,
the shadow.
there's a lot happening
and also, it's crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna turn off the structure reference then. So I'm just gonna click X here. 2 palm trees crossing on white. Yeah, I think that'll be great. Generate.
And so from here, we'd use this as kind of a base, and then we're going to be creating some social media graphics, maybe a little
Lots
bit
of
of animation.
graphics.
Lots of graphics. Every graphic. All the pixels.
Okay.
Okay.
We're almost there. What is it? It's like zoomed out. Or can you say that?
Wide angle, maybe? With space for text. That's usually what I
Really? Okay, interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
And it will it should
Zoom
pull it
out.
out so there's more area. Let's see what happens. It's a mystery.
We've really been putting Firefly through it. Okay, these are fun.
Yeah.
It's definitely a different angle, but I could see these working very well for like social graphics, so like supporting graphics.
Yep.
So I'm gonna save these. I like both of these. This one's the closest probably.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And you can do generate similar if you
Yeah,
wanted
I'm
to.
gonna try it.
And it might be the wide angle down at the bottom.
You
Maybe,
know what? You could be right.
in your prompt, you can actually take it off right there. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, nice. Ah, whoa.
Oh. Oh. Okay. All right.
Okay. I'm gonna try one last one.
All right.
Front angle or like straight on.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Come on. Generate.
We love Firefly.
And so we're using
Oh, see?
Express. Wait.
Okay.
Those are cute.
Okay, great. Hold on.
Those are really
Crossing on
cute.
white, straight on with Christmas lights.
So we'll be using Firefly. We'll be using Photoshop.
We might be using Photoshop. I think I'm
Illustrator?
gonna do it in Express mostly.
Express. All right.
I mean, chat, if you want to see something different, if you want to see the workflow, we will mix it up. So
Yes,
you let
chat,
us know.
let us
but-
know what you want to see, and also let us know where you're watching from. We are
Yeah.
live from San Francisco. Where are y'all watching from?
The time just threw me off. I realized it's 9:40, but I was like, wait, does that mean the stream's almost over? But
It's
I realized
over.
we just started.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. Bye.
It's been real.
Yeah, so we are on half hours today. Usually we are changing over on the top of the hour, but today we are on the half hour of the day. So make sure you stick around. If you want to, there's a lot of stuff coming up today. Can we toss up our schedule slide and give you a little preview? We're working right now with Christmas in July with Emily Poulin, and then we have our friend Idara coming in to edit portraits with you. So if you want to learn more about portrait editing, stick around for that. And then we have two very special guests later today. Whitney and Sarah are joining us to do some custom patterns as well as some art prints. And then at the end of the day, Emily and I are back for another creative wrap up. And that's going to be the same stream that we just did where we kind of type stuff into Firefly, see what happens, and then create an event based on that. And hello, Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us, Leah. All right, Emily.
Okay.
Where have we gotten?
Yes. So I've generated some
Wait,
some
these are
pumpkins
so
that I really like.
cute.
Yeah, so everything's going great. So we're gonna jump over to Express. Oh my gosh, wait, a horse. How'd
I have
that
an
get
idea.
here?
Oh, look at that horse.
This was from our last stream. If you just missed the creative warm up, it was like all of 10 minutes ago. Definitely go back. It was very fun. What was your idea?
Okay, so let's go ahead and add a page.
Okay, I'm gonna do 11 by 17 because that was the deliverable for this.
Okay. So I
a page.
think
Tell me.
that we can use generative fill to add the Christmas
That's
lights.
what I was gonna do.
Yay! Great
That's
minds think
crazy.
alike. So as she
Okay.
does that, chat, I'm gonna give you a little treat. I have my water that I forgot to open before the stream, so y'all
ASMR?
Yeah, y'all get this. Here you go. This is for you, chat. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome to the stream.
All you do.
Yes. All right. So you're resizing that over in Adobe Express.
Yes.
Looking good. And I think that those are so cute. The little like miniature
I know.
vibe.
There's something I like about that it is a less real. Like it's not hyper real. I feel it works for the scale.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna brush over right here. I think I just want the Christmas lights like per the reference from the client.
Yeah.
Strings of sorry, I really did a long S there. Strings
Strings.
of Christmas lights. Christmas, yes. Okay. Generate. I love the generative rainbow. It is the best feature. If that could be across all Adobe platforms, I would just be so inspired.
The fact that it's not in Photoshop makes me
No.
sad every time I see it.
It tells you that magic is happening. Oh, interesting. It didn't
No
put
Christmas
any
lights.
Christmas lights. Okay, let's do Christmas bulbs light or Christmas.
Maybe we can just do bulb
Maybe
lights?
yeah. Let's do like is bulb light? Yeah, bulb lights.
Yes. And Leah said that gave me chills and made me thirsty.
Oops, I didn't do
It's too late.
generative fill. I didn't brush where I wanted it to go. Okay. Holiday.
Yeah.
Light bulbs.
I like that. Light bulbs might be good.
Almost like maybe like vintage light.
Yeah, like the little.
It really makes
I
you
know
get
what you're talking
specific about what it is that you want to see. I like the wait. Oh, just one.
Just one.
Just one.
Just
okay,
one.
We're getting there though.
We're getting closer.
Strings of light bulbs.
Yes.
Do I need to redraw each time? Like
I don't think so, actually.
I do it, but I don't think you need to. It's
I
one of
don't
those
think you need
things.
to.
Yeah. I feel like until you work in front of someone else, you're like, wait, should I be doing it this
Yeah,
way?
you're like, did I do this wrong? Have I been working wrong?
Is my life a lie? Could you tell me? Okay, it just wants to give us
Just
one.
one bulb.
It's a candle. Perfect.
Oh, holy night.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So that's not what I was really hoping for. So I'm gonna Command Z these because it's not working. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just go under stock and I'm gonna look for string of Christmas lights.
Yes. And I also am over here trying to see if I can generate something that is similar to what Emily is doing. So I'm doing crossing palm trees wrapped in.
Are you just generating? Oh,
Christmas
okay, I see.
lights. White background. Let's see. Adobe Express does have live collaboration. So as Emily is working, I can actually hop in and help out and work as well. So that's why I'm trying to see if I can. Okay, maybe up hair. This is a tough one, Emily.
Yeah, it really did take me a little bit, but I got some really awesome generations. So I'm trying to remember what it was that I had done because past me made it happen.
Yes, but we got some good ones and we are tossing them into Express, which is really cool.
I think what's awesome though is that no matter what happens, there's always like another answer for the workflow. You're like, okay, this didn't work out, but what is it that I can do? And I can pivot and keep going. So look, we're already getting close to what it was that we had.
Yes.
Which is great. So even if you hit a slight road bump, there's no way, or there's always a way around it, you know? Okay.
Yes, love a good collab stream.
We love a collab stream. Okay, so I'm just using the same stock right here, and I'm just kind of adding it into the little middle part. Awesome. Okay, cool. So I'm liking how this is looking. Those are in the right area, and then I'm going to turn this all into one image, but I'm going to remove the background first, which I love in Express. It just works so well every time. Look at that.
Done.
Amazing. Okay. I'm going to like, can I merge these?
Yes, you can group them.
Group. Yeah. Okay. Because what I want to do is I want to give them, make them black and white. But I don't know if I can do that as a group, actually. Adjustments.
Yes. And then you can take the saturation all the way down.
So I might need to do that individually for these ones. Or actually, I can just do grayscale.
Yes.
Yay! Amazing. Okay. Whoa, not the crop. Okay, adjustments, and then I want to do a little bit darker, so I'm gonna up that contrast. Okay, cool. Yay! This is looking great. Look, we're done. Just kidding. Okay.
Done.
So, this is cool. And then I'm gonna also add in, I think, a latte because we were looking for that.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go to, yeah, just here, latte. Maybe just media. Design assets. Ooh, I want to do an iced latte. How's your generation coming on over there? You're just
Good. I got
on
distracted. Sorry, I got distracted because I wanted to put snow on this.
Ooh, okay.
Snow on a black background. And you did just replace the image.
Oh no, I had.
Oh no, you just put it over. Okay.
Oh, okay. Did I?
So we had iced latte. Did you, or did you replace it?
Let's see. I think I just put it over it.
Okay, so I'm trying to find snow. There's some snow. And I'm going to put this in the background so that it doesn't really mess with what Emily's doing.
Okay.
And I can
I'm
pull
a fan
this
of that.
all the way through.
We're in space. Is
So
it a
we
video?
Have a nice little...
Why is it black?
Boy, is it a video? Look. Yay.
Is it? It's not playing on mine, I think, because I'm doing stuff.
Oh, yeah, no, it only play on mine because
Whoa.
I'm playing.
That's crazy.
So let's go ahead and let's change the blending mode here to screen, which is going to get rid of all of the dark area.
Okay.
And then maybe the background of like the document. Arcade has like a little like bluish, right? They every now and then they use like a little bit of blue.
They can. I was thinking green.
Oh, what
Oh,
kind of
actually,
green?
no. Wait, I like the blue.
Okay.
It's still going to work with what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
you do that.
Yeah. So I just wanted to have a little bit there so that when that snow falls, you can see the contrast in the background. If I zoom in here, you can really see that screen is making it so that the black goes away and then turns into that blue. We also could have used an adjustment and done a duotone, but I didn't want to do that.
Which I did a duotone on this one to give it, I did a grayscale duotone. Or, sorry, it's not duotone, but it's above duotone. I just did a grayscale to turn it black and white.
Cool. All right, where are we going with this,
Yes.
Emily?
So I am dropping these on. I want to add some color into this, and I'm going to make these like Christmassy colors. So I'm going to do more colors, and I'm just going to grab like a stock red, and then I'm going to multiply these because I think that would be really nice as like a little holiday. You know, add some color into it, and since the image is black and white, this gives it some fun color.
A little bit of pop.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to multiply. Woohoo! I think that looks fun, right?
Yay!
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to size some of these around and maybe just give a little bit of a variation to it to establish this graphic. Do you want to generate like maybe like a hot latte on the right?
Yes. I could probably get that from Adobe stock.
Yes.
So let's do latte. Do we want it in like a to-go cup? Do we want it in like a mug?
Let's do a mug because if it was to go, it would have to be like their branded one. And I did not build a library with their assets in it yet.
Okay. I'm trying to find one that like is similar vibes to that one.
Ooh.
Okay. That's probably too much, but let's use it.
I'm ready.
Is this too much?
Yes.
Okay. Like what kind of latte do we want?
Maybe I do like a cappuccino or just like a small, I'm thinking like a small white coffee cup on like a little,
Okay.
or it could be black too. That's also like in their brand colors.
All right. Let's find a...
Maybe just do like hot coffee. It could be black coffee. It doesn't have to be like a fancy.
Yeah. Let's just do coffee mug. Because I want
Okay,
something that has the same
what if-
angle, because yours
right.
is a little more like
No, that's a good
front
point.
on.
Okay.
All right.
And then maybe this one. Whoa.
Sorry. So we are working live on the same document, so you can see Emily making her
I'm moving
adjustments.
this out of my way.
Please do. You can see Emily making her adjustments as I make mine. And I'm going to just do the effects and then go to that grayscale that she has used over there as well. And then probably
Fun.
add a little bit more contrast.
Okay, I love this. What if we add, I'm gonna drag it around. What does it do if we do it at the same time?
I'm adjusting contrast and stuff, and you're moving it.
That's
crazy. It is
crazy.
live collaboration that we can both be working on things. So as you can see, like I am literally changing all of the settings here of the brightness, and you'll see
I'm
it
just
change
moving around.
on Emily's screen as she's moving things. It is live collaborating to the fullest.
Okay, I want to add like 1 or 2 more up here because I feel like it's like, I mean, it is really concentrated here. Oh, I need to be on media. Bulb. I guess, for some reason, bulb light feels like it's going to pull up something different than light bulb.
It's true.
Which sounds crazy. Yeah, perfect. Okay. I'm going to remove this. Which, one thing that's really cool too is that we could also, why is it not giving me the background? There it is. Just loop the clients in on this too, and then they can just watch it happen live and also add their own sizings and other needs like that. Okay. This isn't quite the right light bulb that I need, but I'm wondering if I can just like...
You can make it work.
Oops. I need to make this brush tiny maybe. Okay, so I think the next thing I'm gonna do is start building out like type.
Okay.
Are there any Christmas typefaces that come to mind for you?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Too many to count?
Yeah, so let's go to fonts.adobe.com, and this
Ooh,
is just
a nice little browse.
great resource to do a nice little browse. And let's see what happens here. So we have trending on fonts.adobe.com. You can see there are a bunch of trending.
that.
I don't know what this is, but I think we need
But
to
I think
use
we need
it.
that.
This one is great.
That looks insane.
And then also this one. So Toomba and
Favorite.
Suds with a Z.
That's with a Z.
Look at how fun this is.
Ooh,
Wait, I want to
hand
use this.
gloves.
I want to use this in all the things.
Why is hand gloves like such a test word?
Hand gloves.
Is it because it showcases like, I don't know, the special letters or something?
I think it has like the right letters that you'd want to see.
It's like the new version of like the quick fox jumps over the something.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, there are a bunch of those.
I'm just saying
There's-
phrases. I'm like, am I crazy?
Yeah, there's one of those with like it's witches. It's like the like 7 frozen
Yeah,
witches,
yeah.
something like that.
And you're like, I was just here for a typeface.
Chat, please let us know more sentences that have every letter of the alphabet in it.
Type your craziest
Type your craziest
sentence.
sentence. Oh, this is an outline font. I don't love that.
Oh, that might be too much.
Oh, it's really cool though. I'm syncing it. Either way, I'm adding it to mine because I know I'm gonna use
For
it.
this or something else, we want it.
Yeah, for me, it's this. I think that this one could work. Toomba variable could work
Toomba.
for what we're working on.
I like the name a lot.
And what's
so-
cool is it should be available in Adobe Express. So let's see what happens here if I try to add it in Adobe Express.
Andrew's just shopping for fonts online right now. Whoa,
Fonts.
font. He did it.
All right, sorry, I'll move that. I'll move it.
No, you're good.
Oh no.
What happened?
Oh no. Okay,
are you
everyone's
doing?
all right. So I'm just gonna type over here Toomba. And
Is
it's
that
right here.
Oh, to you. I didn't see that.
To you, Toomba. Cool. So do we want to just say like Christmas in July?
Yes. I think let's do it at the bottom portion, and then at the top we're gonna run like some promotional copy.
Okay.
Did I say promotion twice? In my head, I was saying it twice.
Maybe.
Did I?
I don't remember. It's all a blur.
Like I'm not actually in here.
All right, I'm just gonna placeholder this in, and then you can kind of do what you want with it.
Wait, that font is so fun.
It is. Wait, that is too.
My giant present. Oh, is that Rosalie? No, Juniper. Something.
Yeah. So let's do maybe July in that.
I like that. Oh, oh yeah. These are very non-arcade fonts, but that's very okay.
Yeah.
This
It's
will
Adobe
be-
Live, baby.
Yeah. Have you ever want to see your brand but not?
Have you?
It's gonna be different.
But worse.
No, but it's different. It's fun. Okay.
It's not bad. It's just different.
It's just different. I'm adding some presents. I think that they need that. I feel like I get a little bit lost because, like, if you're working with a client, sometimes you have very limited, you know, resources or assets of like, they're like, we have these 10 photos you can use. But when I get an Express, I'm like, if there's anything I could add, I might just keep going.
Everything. The circle lights all over look magical. I agree.
It's fun, right? Oh, is that what chat said?
Yes.
Thanks, Jack.
Oh, Andrew gave me honest and open feedback. Yeah, kind of. But also
I
as
was just
chat.
reading. Okay, I think these are fun, and I'm gonna layer this. I like that you can use the tabs in here and just move things around still. Okay, now it's too even. What's one more thing that's like not a present, but Christmas in July? A beach chair?
Yes. Yes.
I said
Or
yes.
like a beach ball.
Ooh, beach ball. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Unless there's a really fun beach chair. Wait. This.
Oh, the beach chair is good.
But the scale might be really weird.
No,
Let's
it's fine.
see. No, it works. They're like, do they sell furniture?
Only the largest coffees for us.
What?
Oh, just like the scale of the coffee being gigantic.
It pulled out the white, interestingly enough.
So you can restore that actually by going in and then going to remove background. That.
Okay.
And then click on like not the middle part. Oh wait, click on it. Okay, how do you do this? Erase.
And just do the outside. Yeah, that might be better. Let's see if it pulls the white. It might.
Okay, and then you can restore. There is a way to restore.
Perfect.
So then,
Adobe Live.
right at the top left, you can click restore.
Hold on. Kind of just like using this as a little mask right here. Ah.
And thank you. Yes, Jack is saying the erase tool. Yes, that was the answer. Got it.
It's staying.
It's staying.
No one will notice.
It stays.
Okay, restore. Oh, amazing. Like, it has the line. It knew.
Oh, that's really interesting to say like, hey, the object is here, right? And you're like, yes, it is.
You're like, you got it.
And then maybe.
I didn't even realize it had stolen this. I like that the color is purple, not red, for like normal masking.
Oh, I'm not mad about it either.
I kind of feel relaxed.
Yeah.
I feel like the red makes, what I'm going to do? I'm going to overdo
and then overdo it and then restore it. Bring it back.
Wait, that's so helpful. Thanks, Adobe Live.
Thanks, Adobe Live.
And Andrew.
You're welcome. Here to help.
I would like to move that the generative stuff should all be the fun bubble, and that all masks should be purple.
All mask purple, and then we want fun rainbow bubbles when we're doing generative stuff.
I want bubbles all the time.
We have demands.
And they are
that need to be
these.
met.
They're mostly about colors. Okay, cool. This is looking, oh no, I had erased. Done. Now I won't erase it anymore. Okay, cool. Let me scale this down. The tiniest chair. Maybe the president is in the chair, or the latte's in the chair.
Yeah, latte chair. I agree, latte chair.
I'm going to send this to Arcade afterward, and I will give you their feedback.
I also am going to go ahead and just clean this up a little bit.
Yeah, please.
Don't mind me. I'm just going to
What's
group.
happening?
I'm going to group all the little orbs together so that we don't have all those layers over there.
That's a really good point. That's another thing about collaborating is, like I can leave my layers however I want, but if I'm inviting someone else into this mess, I should make it a little more accommodating.
And like you can have me come in and help you. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to erase just this little bit of it, and then I'm going to use my new restore tool to make it look like he's sitting. Oh, it might not work. All right, that's fine. I'll just be sitting in the chair. It's just fun anyway. Oh, I'm still in the erase tool. It's just fun anyways. Okay, so let's do this, and then bring these little guys over. I think the present comes to the front, and maybe he's on this side.
Yes, and I'm going to...
Oh, you made it. You read my mind.
Yeah, I got
Did you make it black and white? You did.
Yes. Ooh, that's a fun idea for a stream. What if we did a stream where we weren't allowed to talk?
It's just surprise.
And it was just us creating on a collaborative document in separate rooms. All right. It's really.
Any takers? Anyone want to watch that?
Yeah, anybody want to watch that? Anybody want to tune in for a completely silent stream where you just stare at each other and create stuff?
Okay, this is looking good. Christmas in July. Okay, I feel like this typeface needs to have more color to it, so I may make it.
Do it.
This green color that I've been using.
I dare you.
Dare done. Okay, and then maybe add an outline to it.
An outline?
I know. I know like adding stroke to a font is like, oh, why was it that? Not always the best idea, but lately I feel like it's very...
Is it back? Is it back in?
I don't know if it's just trendy or helpful for like web design and stuff like that, but sometimes...
Chat, let us know. Is it back in?
Is it happening?
For you to put a stroke on text.
But
I feel like it was a no-no for a while.
It was a big no. But it's not for the sake of contrast. It's kind of just for like the sake of like fun. I feel like it's like a sticker situation.
Is design fun again?
Do we like our jobs again? Is working fun?
It looks like it says Christmas injury.
Maybe he's injured. That's why
Come
he's
on
sitting in
by
the chair.
for Christmas injury.
Okay, I think I like this typeface. What was this one? Tubo?
Yes.
Tumba.
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 There's two. What's the difference? I'm scared.
Oh. There is a lighter version.
Sorry,
so yeah.
I did not mean to do it like that. 400. Okay, this outline is too crazy.
Tumba.
No, I need the like...
Is it Tumba crazy?
Maybe. Okay, let's do black. Okay. Can I lock this layer?
Oh yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
I'm here to run admin.
Can someone lock this layer, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and lock a lot of these layers.
Should we do it? No, I think it should stay on its own little... Okay, and then I'm gonna steal one of these. Oh, you locked them. I'll just make a new circle. I guess I can do that.
What?
What good is a collaboration if you can't even collaborate?
Okay.
Were you hiding your face from me?
No, I was massaging my temple from the headache that I was
The
having.
stress? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. Whoa, too far. How do you feel about Christmas and July themes?
Love it. I love
Really?
Christmas any time of the year. Give me Christmas right now.
I'm scared.
I want Christmas. Okay, here's my
Lay it out for us. Tell us.
what day? Okay, 4th of July.
What day is it?
Great 4th of July. Love 4th of July.
Anytime after that? Fair game?
July 5th,
Christmas.
Halloween. What do you want from me?
I wasn't aware I was on a stream with this guy.
Yeah, hold on, yeah. Camera B. Okay. Here's power rankings.
I'm no longer on the stream anymore.
Holiday power rankings. 4th of July is very low on the list, but for where we are. Halloween, number 1 on the list, then Christmas, then everything else, and then we've got like maybe some like Easter stuff in there. Maybe St. Patrick's Day. But 4th of July, July 5th, I want Halloween. I want Halloween to go all the way through January 5th. I want Halloween until we go to Valentine's Day. That's the switch that I want. I want Halloween to overlap with Christmas. I want it to overlap with Thanksgiving. And then we have, and then I think maybe like August, we start to do Christmas and Halloween at the same time. So we've got 4th of July, then we got Halloween, then we got Christmas and Halloween for 3 months, and then we go into Valentine's Day. Thanks so much for joining my TED Talk. Come back another time.
Do you want to make this a Halloween in July situation now?
Yes. Yep. Well, what's cool? Okay, so let's do Christmas in July.
You duplicate.
Yeah, and I'm going
and
to
you do
duplicate it.
Halloween.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. Okay. So change yours back to Christmas, and then I am going to duplicate this. And again, because this is live collaboration, because this is a live collaboration, all I need to do is I need to go and I can go to resize right here. And then if I wanted to, I actually want this to be for social media. So I'm going to do this as a Instagram story, and then I'm going to duplicate and resize. And now I have my own size for
Your
social
holiday
media,
nonsense.
for my holiday
Holiday
nonsense.
beliefs.
For your beliefs. Yes, my holiday nonsense, and Emily has hers for what she is working
For the
on.
real world calendar.
Yes. So okay. So now we have fully transitioned into being in separate projects, which is fine. It's going to be a great time. And Andrew's managing the layers and the calendar. That's right.
Someone gave him too much creative freedom here.
Yes. And Penny said I got here just in time for a holiday hot take. Yes. That is
holiday
exactly
rant.
what it is, yes. And if we're going to stay a split screen, I am going to resize. Sorry, Studio Manager. Do you want us to resize these to fit, Studio Manager?
What would make you happy, Studio Manager?
Yeah, is this helpful to you?
What's your favorite holiday, Studio
Does
Manager?
this make your life worse? Yes. Okay. All right, we'll keep it full screen.
We got a yes.
Yes. All
Why
right.
does this one not want to copy? I just want to copy you.
All right, so what you can do is you can actually, oh, I have great colors that are already saved in here for fall.
What?
I know, I just had like,
Was this a plan the whole time?
oopsies.
No one told me.
I have secret plans. When Emily and I stream together, I always have ulterior motives. That's mostly me doing Halloween content.
That's actually so true.
I think it
Everything
is.
does come back to that.
I think it's happened a few times. All right, so we're adding in maybe some more information to this poster.
Yeah, I'm gonna be making sorry, I couldn't think of the right word here. Imaginary text, as if this is what my client had given me. So I'm gonna say on Monday, oat lattes are free. I guess it should be oat milk lattes.
Ooh.
I'll see what they say. Why would you use lorem ipsum when you can make up your own, promotions? What's a good typeface I want? I like this really round. I feel like it's kind of.
Oh yeah.
I
What
feel
is
like
this? Century Gothic? Yes.
I feel like I don't use Century enough. What are your opinions on Century?
I think Century
At the time and
is
place?
fine.
Oh.
I think it's boring and forgettable.
Okay, well, what's a boring and forgettable sans serif? Because I really want the other one for Toomba to shine. Active, I think, yeah, I like active. There's no better feeling than you typing in what you think is a typeface name and then it
And it's
actually
there.
appearing. You're like, oh, thank
Yes.
God.
Hello, Fairy. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us here on the stream. Emily, what are we doing right now today?
It's evolved. So I'm glad you're joining and we're recapping because people would have thought they were joining a Christmas in July, but now they're joining a holiday in July because
Yes.
I am doing a Christmas in July poster, which we started generating in in Firefly. Then we brought it into Express. I'm building this poster, which we've been collaborating on. And then I'm going to tab over in the same document, and you are in space building Halloween in July.
It's snow.
Okay, debatable. Did I miss anything, or was that like an accurate recap?
That was it. I think that was it.
Okay, we'll
Yes.
do cold brew and draft lattes, $5.
Yes. And Robert, yes, is saying that the Photoshop challenge, if you're just joining us and looking for the Photoshop challenge, it's not happening today. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
But it is on the channel. If you want to go to the channel, you can watch the video with Howard doing your challenge for the day. Just keep this tab open, hang out with us, but you can also go look at the video. It is uploaded to the channel as an upload. So you should be able to watch that and follow along with our friend Howard. All right, Emily, take it away. What are we doing? Talk us through your process.
I am going to find a condensed typeface right now. So I'm just going to type in condensed. And I think that's going to come up with something that is already condensed. Like this one, IBM Sans condensed. I was just running out of room. So I'm coming up with little promos to put up here. So if we want to keep building this out. So this is like the print poster that's going to be up in, not in office, in the coffee shop.
Yep.
To let everyone know. And then we can make some social media graphics. So I'm writing these in to make those. Okay, what should be another promo? What would be delicious? I have oat milk lattes are free on Monday, so be there.
Yes, do that.
Cold brew latte or cold brew and draft lattes are $5. Original prices are back. What are two other ones? Like maybe BOGO
Oh, yeah, we love a good BOGO.
after. Sorry, I shouldn't distract you. I can see what's going on his screen.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
That's gonna require all of your.
I'm here for you.
Your focus.
Love a good BOGO. And then maybe we do...
BOGO after. Wait, 4 p.m. is when they close. 2 p.m. to 4 p.m.
And then maybe we do, like, bring a gift, get a drink.
Okay.
They do, like, a toy drive.
And all of the. Oh, I was gonna say all the gifts go to you.
And all the gifts go to me.
To the design team.
Yes.
Okay. Gift for drink exchange.
Ooh,
Whoa.
I like a drink exchange. That's fun.
Yeah. A new idea for them. Okay, cool. I'm gonna center this by clicking and highlighting all of these to make sure. Whoa. And then I might group these because I've been called unorganized on this stream already. So
Okay.
Command G to group those, and then I'm gonna make sure that these are aligned by using my little align here. So I shift clicked this one, now that it's group, and this group, and I'm gonna align center, which is grayed out because they already are. But let me show you. So if it's off center, then I want to align, then center's there because, yeah. It is kind of a funny little feature that you can't do it if it already is.
Yes.
But you gotta double check. Okay.
Ooh, this type is looking really good.
It's looking really good. So you locked certain layers in here that I'm going to unlock
Just a couple.
just because I want to recenter it because I think we got off center. Why is it not letting me unlock it?
Oh, so up bottom
'cause you did it?
top left?
Oh, I got it.
Yes.
Oh, it's over there. I think I just clicked it on there. Interesting.
Yes, you got it.
Amazing. Okay, but the background is locked, which is perfect. Okay, so I'm just gonna drag and highlight these. It just looked a little off center. I don't know if it actually is. Does that look right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard because they're both like.
It
Yeah. Right. Okay, and maybe we need a color block up here. It feels a little. Okay, wait. Let me lock this again. Come back. Locked. Okay, I'm gonna add. Maybe I'm gonna turn all this type white, which I may have put myself in a situation considering that I grouped them all. Let's see.
I do think you can change the fill on all of them at the same time. Yes.
So I just want to click into the group and then highlight them.
Yes.
Yay! Amazing. Why did my screen zoom in? That was weird.
All right. Yes, looking good. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what happened here.
Oh.
Well, here, why don't we
Control.
jump to yours?
Hold on. Command minus. Maybe that's what happened.
No.
What happened?
Someone help. Here, why don't you
Refresh the page. Yeah.
Yeah, look at
okay,
yours
so
and
let's
I'll
hop,
refresh.
over, let's hop over to my screen. So mine's
It's still my screen.
There's a lot's been happening over here.
It's the Halloween. I'm gonna blame Halloween.
Yes. So I decided to do a Halloween in July. And I have been playing around with different elements, and I do want to add in some different kind of text, and then I probably want to do some animation here.
Classic.
Yes. So I'm going to start moving around maybe some of these, and I'm going to make these some spooky colors.
Oh my god, spooky coffee.
So scary copy. So we're gonna go to adjustments here, and actually, sorry, we're gonna go to effects here, and then instead of grayscale, we're gonna do this, and I'm gonna kind of make them this nice little orange color.
Ooh, I love that.
Right?
Yeah.
Kind of fun. And
I'm
so
mad that I like it so much.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that for all of these different variations. Is just use whatever that is right there, so that I have the same kind of scary elements flying around, and maybe we'll animate these in a minute. Did we get back?
I'm back.
All right, Emily's back.
It just took a refresh.
All right, what you got?
So I just added a color bar here because I wanted to add just like a little bit more contrast and balance because I felt like the title at the bottom was really heavy. So I did that. So here, oh, but it's under this layer. That's why it's goofing. Come here. So I just added a color bar and I turned all these white and moving those up a little bit. And then I might move this back down under the...
Oh, okay. So you're kind of adding some contrast to get the type really on there.
Yeah, I just thought, I mean, but the snow
Like
is a little
video
much.
on a printed poster.
Yeah.
I just realized that
But
as we talked about
it should... Will it print?
A video?
Well, yeah, but like, would it use like the still frame from it? I'm guessing the answer is no. But the
Yes.
reaction I'm getting.
It actually probably would. It probably would
I
use the
think it
still frame from the
would.
video, yes.
I
It
wonder.
would.
I might export a PDF and we'll just have to see what happens.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna add to mine.
Ooh, actually, that's a really good test to try PDF
Just a
and see.
unique concept, you know? Did we ever get feedback if we like the stroke around the type? I'm gonna keep it.
yeah.
I
Do we like
it,
do we
but
like the
what
stroke
did-
around the letters, chat?
what did chat say?
Are we here for bubbly letters, or is it too much?
Do we hate this?
Hey, chat, just checking in. Do you hate us?
So, you guys still there?
just want to.
Are we still friends?
Are we friends? Do you guys leave? Please don't leave.
Please don't. Actually, chat, how are you doing? Are you enjoying Christmas in July? Is it bringing some coolness to wherever you are?
Yeah, hopefully you are. I'm about to have some coolness. I'm going to Alaska. Right?
Tell us more.
I am having Christmas in July.
Wait, you are?
Yay,
It's
Christmas in
happening. You've done it.
July. Christmas.
I wanted this to have a gradient, but gradient still is not really with us here, huh?
What you can do here. Wait, here we go. Right. You want a gradient like? Wait, what kind of gradient?
Like a radial gradient.
Okay, so I would search stock for a gradient.
That's a great idea. I was gonna
And
go with
then-
like a retro. You know how you could do like almost like a.
Wait,
at the
that's
end
more
of-
fun. That's more
You know what I'm
fun.
saying? Like at the end of like a comic where it's like that's all, folks, and it looks like the little.
Yeah, that's more fun. Do that.
Okay.
Do that.
Or is it really distracting?
How are you doing that?
So I just did different circles at different opacities, and I was gonna keep pasting them and dragging them out.
Yes, that's the correct
Is
answer.
that an interesting workflow,
Yes.
or is that
An
appropriate?
interesting work? Are you bored? Yes, that's a
Do
great
you
workflow.
hate this? Okay, me just double checking my entire workflow. Oh, I lost my other little circle. Come back in my layers. You were right to give me a little bit of feedback on these layers being just bonkers. Come here.
And I'm working on finding some Christmas lights to go over my design that I want them to be kind of twinkling.
You know what it is? Is this layer of the movie layer was really messing up my layers.
Yes, doing
Okay.
video layers, like you need to wait until the end to do them, and I did not do that.
So we started with that.
Yeah, we did it wrong immediately.
I think I might search actually what you said for the gradient, radial gradient, or maybe it's like a starburst or something.
Yes.
Let me see.
So stock.
Now you're adding fire. What's happening over there?
Wait, I should. Emily, that's a
Christmas
great idea.
in July.
What a fantastic idea.
Wow, thank you.
So yes, using stock is often really helpful to find stuff that
Magic bubble.
yes, you could kind of interpret. So here, like you could use a blending mode. You could
Oh,
rotate
what
it. You could change.
That's not what I thought it was.
Okay, go back to that one.
Okay.
Okay, change it to multiply.
Yeah, but I don't like that it's like not complete.
Well, yeah, but it would be if you like turned it and then scaled it up, right? Oh, but then it had to be the whole thing.
Yeah.
All right, that's.
I
wrong.
know, it
That's
was
not right.
cool.
Yeah.
That's not right. It didn't show. I just assumed that the preview was getting cut off. I was, oh, what the? No, that couldn't work. No. I feel like this can work if I scale it up. That's kind of what you were saying. how
Well,
to
you know,
scale it.
you know what would work here.
What would work here?
Okay. All right, chat.
What workflow?
Time for a quiz. Here are the elements that we have. Let's piece it together. We have a gradient that is light to dark.
So we need to.
It has highlights and shadows, and we want those to be a different color, so we can use a duotone.
I was like, can we invert it?
Yep, and then you can maybe change the blending mode, so you can do custom duotone if you want, and this is going to make it so that the highlights or lowlights are going to change.
I'm gonna sample it from our background, but I just need to be able to see our background. Whee.
Ooh. And then the highlight would be the center, so we'd want that to be a little bit darker.
I wanted it lighter, but
Okay, so
yeah.
you'd want to do the custom.
Sorry, let me get rid of these guys first, because
Bye.
goodbye. See, that's perfect. Yeah, that's exactly
Oh,
what
that's
I
great.
wanted.
That's great. We did it.
But what were you gonna do? Do you want to show something else?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, great. See, it's like a little light effect behind the palm trees to kind of just give it a little bit more of that focus.
Yes.
This is fun. Okay, I
This is
need
great.
to
We got
pull
about
it to
10
the
minutes
back.
left
Oh my gosh, that flew by.
between our two.
Between holidays and July.
Yes, and if you want to stick around, we do have more content coming up.
So
Right
much.
after this, we have our friend Idara coming up to show you how to edit portraits using adjustments in Photoshop. We'll be in Photoshop, a little bit of Lightroom maybe, hanging out with our friend Megan Billy. It's going to be a great time. And then we have very special guests coming on at 11:30 and 12:30 today. We have Whitney and Sarah joining us to do some design for prints. We'll be doing some art prints as well as some pattern prints. And then at the end of the day, we're back, Emily and I, to do a creative wrap-up, to have some fun, get a little bit weird and wonky with you. And that's when you can open up Firefly, you can open up Photoshop, and create something along with us. All right, Emily, we're putting on the finishing touches now.
I know. I'm having a really good time here.
Okay, what elements are, how are you gonna wrap this up and get ready for print?
That's a great question. So I'm adding, I need to scale this correctly. I'm adding some of this little bokeh because I want to see, what an old word to say, bokeh.
Bokeh.
Maybe that's still relevant. I don't know. But I'm adding just some of those like circle motifs. I think I want to just pull it in at like a really low opacity to bring this in. And just bring a little bit more continuity to the piece and some more visual interest. It might be way too much, but
I think it works.
Really?
Yeah.
You're brave. Okay.
I like a good polka dot moment, though.
That's very fair. And then maybe I'm gonna add like a little color bar. So I'm just gonna fine tune any little last minute things that I feel like are really just, I don't know, either distracting or not working for us. And then I probably prep this as a PDF. And then maybe a different, let me duplicate it as well. Maybe make a social size for this, which might not be as crazy. Actually, let me just do same size.
So are you going to duplicate?
I did, but yeah, what were you saying?
Okay, so you're going to you can go to resize,
Yes.
top left, and then you can
Wait,
type it
this is
in,
not
and
my
then you can
duplicate.
have duplicate and resize. So you can go to resize, and then maybe you want to do it for a different.
Oh, not 2080, 1080 by 1920.
Guys, I have a question for you. Fairy, we are here for questions. Would you rather print in vector files such as PDS, SVG, and so on, or raster files like PNG and JPEG? Well, the answer that I have, Emily,
Interesting.
what's your answer?
I would prefer PDF because I trust it a little bit more. I don't really use SVG often.
Yes, PDF is an industry standard. It does depend on what you were printing.
Right.
So if you were trying to screen print something, you would need an SVG. If you're just trying to print it, PDF's usually fine. A PNG can be printed, JPEG can be printed, but I would go with a PDF if I was going for print.
That's
that
a
would
great
be the thing.
question.
Yep.
Yeah. But if you were printing like an image, well, still, yeah, depending on the image and the size. All right, so I'm just redoing this a little bit for social, which maybe like move these around probably because social is like pretty small. But that would be my initial. I'm gonna scale this all up at one time. How's your graphic going? You want to tell us? Oh my God, a lot has happened.
A lot has happened. Now I'm about
I
to add
wasn't
music.
ready.
I'm about to add music to mine and
Show
yours.
us.
So we have
Oh, boy.
Halloween in July, and I'm gonna add in some music. And again, you can add music just in Adobe Express, and I'm gonna do scary and see what comes
Scary,
up.
spooky music.
Oh, my volume is off. There we go.
Your privileges were taken away.
Wizard Cinematic.
Yes, that seems right.
Let's do that one. All right, so I added my music, and I'm just going to hit play here, and it's got some video. There you go. Welcome to Halloween in July.
Do you live where somewhere is really warm? This feels right.
It's so much.
No, it's definitely enough.
It's great, yeah. And so Emily has been working over here in Resized.
Yes.
And this is your other document.
Yes.
Do we want to add some music to this?
Yes. And there's a horse.
Sorry, hold on. There we
Wait,
go.
should the horse be in the poster?
They're just poking out the side like, hey, what's up?
Wait, I have
Yeah,
another
go ahead.
horse.
Yeah, add him in. I'll
Okay.
find you some music. What kind of music do we want here?
I want like a green sleeves, maybe some bell music.
Okay.
Some holiday bells.
So I'm going to do Christmas, which I'm going to spell wrong.
I think it's just because if you don't capitalize it, it flags it.
All right, let's see. That's it. That's the first one.
I don't have music or headphones, so I can't
That's fine.
confirm, but I trust.
Oh, wait, you do. Here. plug this in.
Oh.
Actually, put those headphones on.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I don't. All right, sure.
Yeah, you're good. And you should be able to hear. No, you just do
Just
that.
those?
Yeah,
Okay.
just that. No, you're good. You don't need that. Just those. There you go. Here we are. All right, chat. Are you ready?
I'm scared.
Let's.
Is it gonna be loud?
No, it won't be loud. All right, let's see in all its glory Emily's Christmas in July.
Oh, this music's perfect. You've done it. Wait, should he like appear?
We need more movement here.
Yeah, he
definitely
needs
need
to
more
come.
movement. So what I'm gonna do is, you do. Okay, we're gonna do some animation here. The little
But what
color
if it was
bubbles.
more?
I'm gonna have them do a little flicker because I think that'd be fun, right?
Sorry, I was focused on my horse. What?
I'm gonna do
Oh, yeah, I like
a little
that.
flicker of the lights, and then maybe we have the horse comes in. Maybe we have this spin. Let's have this.
Remember when this was for print? No more.
No more.
For print, no more. Only on digital.
Yes.
Print is dead. Well, sorry. I'm making statements.
Whoa, Emily. All right, we do want to export actually. Yeah. Okay. Do you have your animation? All right. Here we go. This is what the animation is gonna look like
Play it.
for the final. Here we go, chat. I love it. It's magical.
Do you think I can get a live reaction from my client?
Yeah, it's great. All right, so Emily, how would we export this? If we're going to export this, we're going to send it to print. Let's do that first.
Yes.
What would we do?
I would usually go download and then I would. I would say this way.
Yes.
I would add crop marks and I would show bleed even though it didn't really set it
Ooh, let's do that. Okay, so let's create that PDF.
up. Okay. Downloads individual PDFs. Yes. And it says, the audio won't be included. Darn.
Oh.
Download. Okay. Selected page. That is what I would do.
All right, so we're downloading, and it actually is downloading all of the pages of the things that we've worked on.
Did it? I think I clicked.
Oh, unless you checked it off.
I think I clicked just this page, but we'll see.
Okay. Someone says the horse needs reindeer antlers. I so agree.
How much time do we have left? We have 8 minutes.
We got like 3 minutes.
We have 3
Okay,
minutes.
if you can talk your way through the PDF and show what it looks like with bleeds and crops, I'll add the reindeer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, here we go.
I don't know where this is going to download to, but I'm excited. Probably just my downloads. Let's take a tour of my hard drive while we're at it. Okay, I'm still waiting. I'm 90%. So what, do you want me to tell you what a bleed and crop mark is?
Yes.
So a bleed is going to be, let's see. Perfect. Okay, I have it up right now. So it's going to preview for me in Acrobat. And so you can see this white little line. So it looks like I didn't bring all of this bleed over. So the bleed is the extra mark. So when this goes, or the extra space. So when this goes to print, it can be cut down correctly. So where these little hairlines are right here are going to show where to cut that off. So all that is just excess. So best practice is to bring color to the full bleed. So that way when it does get trimmed, it's still, there's no white space on it. But that is the trim and bleed. Standard print is 0.125. So 1/4 inch all around.
Magic.
There you go.
All right, and so with the last few minutes, we do want to show you with the antlers what we
Please.
created.
It's perfect.
It's perfect.
One
She's
more
gorgeous.
play. This
Look
is
at
the
that.
happiest stream of my life.
Magic. Wait, here, I need to play. Here we go. Look at that.
The music
Aw.
is just
Happy Christmas in July, everybody.
stay cool and stick around and watch the rest of Adobe Live.
What's coming up next, Emily?
I actually don't know. Let's bring up the slide.
Oh, here, I'll play the music behind your voiceover. Okay, go for it.
Perfect. There will be editing, portraits, and adjustments with Idara and Megan. And then next at 11:30 is going to be custom patterns with Whitney and me again. So that'll be the next hour or so. So definitely stick around through your lunch.
Yes, come hang out. And if you want to join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. for Adobe Office Hours, it's a very special show. It is Chat's Choice. We have no
Ooh.
plan. We don't know what we're doing.
I love that.
We are going live with you, Chat, and you get to decide on what we do, what you want to know. So let us know in the chat and set a reminder tomorrow, 1 p.m. Our moderator will drop a link to that for you to set a reminder. And we will see you all in just a few minutes. Stick around right here on Adobe Live. Bye, everybody.
We're going to be creating a brand for a made-up company called Faster. I've created a bit of a mood board. I'm going to use the inspiration to pull out some colors. If you struggle with colors, you can click on the recolor button and then head to generative recolor. And we could put in summer in Italy. So it gives you some different options. Next up, I did some sketches earlier. I'll take an existing font, which is what we're going to do today, and then make some adjustments to it. I actually think that the one that I'm drawn to the most is this one. I'm just gonna head over to this page and paste it on. Yeah, I'm gonna make some adjustments. And what I'm gonna do is use the pencil tool. Make sure that I've got the letter selected, and I'm just gonna like add bits on. So I'm just gonna select it all, and then I'm gonna use the shape builder tool just to make sure that everything is like added together. I'm just gonna bring the gray in so we can see how that looks. So I'm just gonna get the F and bring it down here so that we can work on a little submark. So I'm gonna head to effects and I am gonna go to distort and transform and zigzag. I think somewhere around here is nice. Yeah, that's nice. So what I need to do is go object, expand appearance so that it'll now retain that shape. So I'm just gonna sort of have a look at how this looks in different colorways. So like thinking about how this could like look, you know, on an image. If I just select one that's got the cream F here and then go to mockup beta, click make, it's going to bring up this window and it's immediately mocked it up for me. Job done. So this one, for example, I licensed. Click on it and start moving it around and it bends around the box, which that just blows my mind, frankly. So these are some illustrations that I did earlier in Adobe Fresco. So what I'm going to start to do is just create some patterns with these illustrations. So I've just arranged them all in this gray square and I'm just going to select everything and then I'm going to go to object pattern make. You can adjust things here as to how you want the pattern to show up. So like I've got it that it shows 5 by 5 copies and then it dims the copies. So it gives you this preview. So I'm just going to click done and that's going to save it to my swatches. Just create a rectangle here. Then I'm going to go to my swatches and it should be there. And so then you can see the pattern. If you are creating a library in Illustrator that you intend to bring over into Adobe Express, one thing that is going to help you out is if you organize your library. So I'm going to make myself folders. So I'm going to have the logo, the colors, and I'm just going to start like adding everything in. And what we're going to do now is head into Adobe Express, head to your stuff, and you'll see that there's brands and libraries. You'll see up here, there's a button that says use as brand. So I'm going to click on that and you'll see, because I was organized in my brand kit, it's kept that structure. So I've got my logos all organized, my colors, my illustrations, and my patterns. I can click up here. I can invite people, I can add them to it so that they can access it and then they can use this brand kit from within their account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a story. Head to background color and you'll see that it's already got my brand there for me. Maybe I'll go for the gray, go to media, and I'm going to find a stock image that I could use from here. Go to your stuff, brands and libraries, and click on that. Just going to get my logo. We'll bring in some of these illustrated elements. So what I'm going to do is just add some animation so that I just like made it swipe in, but I might make it like breathe once it's in. So you'll see it's like previewing. So everything's really easily organized. They can always come back to it. They're not going to like lose their files.
So until next time, Liz and my friends, hopefully we'll see you very soon. I look forward to it, yeah?
Thanks.
See you soon.
Bye.
Ciao.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Megan Billy, and I'm here today with Idara.
Hi.
What are we going to be talking about?
So I'm really excited. Y'all know I love to come on here and talk about photo editing, so we're going to do that again today.
We're going to do all the photo editing.
All the photo editing.
So we're going to be in Lightroom and Photoshop?
Yes,
Yeah?
Lightroom
Okay.
and Photoshop. So I always start in Lightroom. That's just like my go-to as far as my workflow, but we're going to spend the majority of our time in Photoshop and kind of working on a number of different ways to make adjustments to your photos and also talking about new tools in Photoshop as well.
Very exciting. Just want to say hi to everyone in the chat before we get started. Hello, Robert. Hello, Ferry. Hello, Oliver. I think we saw Keys in here earlier, maybe. Saying hi to all of our favorite people in the chat. Cool. Okay, so give us a little background of these photos. Yes. What are we editing before we get started?
So I wanted to kind of get some photos that I thought would be beneficial to edit, especially with the new adjustment brush tool that's in Photoshop that we'll be highlighting today. And so these are just photos I've taken on recent shoots. Some of y'all, especially if, I know there's some people that have been on multiple of my streams in the chat, so y'all have probably seen either, I don't think necessarily the same photos, but photos from the same shoot in this set. So if you have, we're just going to be editing a little bit differently today and highlighting new tools. So we have these photos, which were from a recent test shoot that I did. Everyone knows, a lot of people know Dang. Dang is the famous model who I've shot a couple of times, and I've showed these photos from the shoot. And this was just this is a photo of my friend Milton, test shot. So we're just gonna use these photos to kind of edit from start to finish and highlighting and talking about that adjustment brush tool in Photoshop.
Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to learn more about this adjustment brush tool. Let's get into it.
Yes. Okay, cool. So I always, again, I start in Lightroom just to kind of get my photos like prepped. So I just kind of start with just like the basics. So working on my exposure, contrast, kind of getting the photo to a place of my liking just for me to start.
Do you have like a preset that you use that is like your preset, or do you always just go from scratch?
I always go from scratch for the most part.
Love that.
I do have like, I use, actually, that's a lie. So sometimes I use like, there's presets in here that I have like added.
Yeah, your favorites.
My favorites, and then I have somewhere up in here, I think at the top, so I have my user presets, and then I do oftentimes use the adaptive presets if they fit. But a good amount of the times I'm just starting from like from scratch, just because
more
I'm like,
control.
More control. And sometimes I'm just like, oh, let me just see where I want to go with it. But if I feel like I'm stuck, then I'll start with the preset, so that way I can get started, get an idea, get a solid start, and then go from there.
Cool.
So I always come over to I didn't do this in the first place, but sometimes I come over to my color profiles. You'll see this, they'll match whatever camera that you are shooting with. So like they'll be like, these are Adobe color profiles, but there's the camera matching ones, which I shoot Canon. So these are going to be Canon's color profiles, which just sometimes I just like the toning that it does to the photo. I just kind of see which one basically fits. But I believe if you shoot like Nikon, Sony, or even what's another, Fujifilm, I believe they all have their own like color profiles that should pop up here in Lightroom. So I feel like a lot of people don't talk about this this tool in general. I just feel like it's like a nice place to like start to get a nice tone of your photos, and then you can kind of edit them from there. So that's where I usually start. I'm gonna kind of that and I have no science to like when I'm editing this. I just kind of like go based off of like feeling. I'm like I feel that, I don't like that, and go back and forth in that regard.
That's always what I do too.
Like,
what am I feeling today?
What do I want to do? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and right click, edit in, and send this photo over to Photoshop.
Fairy's saying that they're watching this while editing their photos.
Ooh,
perfect timing.
Perfect. Hopefully, Fairy, you learned something in this stream that like will be beneficial with you editing your own photos.
Yeah.
So when I'm in Photoshop, first thing I always do is duplicate my layer. You want to make sure that you have a new layer there to work with in case you have to go back and make any changes and need to start all over. You didn't work on the only original photo, like the original layer of that photo. So you want to duplicate your background. And what I want to show you guys, and we're going to talk about this tool all throughout the stream today, but I want to talk to you guys about the new adjustment brush tool. So if you come over to, and I already have it selected, but if you come over to where you have your brush tool here, you click on it, you'll see all the tools, and you'll see a new tool that was just added to Photoshop. It was in beta before, but now it's in Adobe Photoshop 2024. It's the adjustment brush tool. So now this is a tool that can be utilized to kind of brush and make, you know, different masks essentially to edit your photo. So I'll show you an example of what I used to do previously and how this tool can essentially maybe kind of streamline your workflow a bit more. It's not necessarily doing anything that you couldn't do before. It just kind of removes a bit of steps that you had from previously. So that's where the tool is located, but I'm going to come back to that in a moment and show y'all an example of, let's say, if I wanted to edit, let's say, what do I want to do? And this is actually not the best example. Okay, let's do this. Let's start with this photo, actually. We'll go back to the other photo. I want to show you guys something, and I think this might be the better photo. This is a photo I took from Adobe Stock, so shout out to Adobe Stock for that. But if I wanted to come in here, and let's say I want to do selective color, and I wanted to edit the yellows in my photos. Maybe I wanted to change the color of her hair. I could start editing and like adding some magenta, some cyan, all these things right here. And you're seeing that it's editing the entire photo as a whole, right?
Yep.
So this is the before, and this would be the after. Previously, if I just wanted it to be her hair, I would invert the layer mask, come over to my brush tool. I believe the white is the right one, correct? Yes. Leave it on white, right down here, and then I would come in and paint where I wanted.
Which could take a really long time.
It could take a while.
Yeah.
You know, especially because she has, I'm making a very like lazy kind of mask here. But that can take a while, especially depending on what you're masking, the detail, and the timing. And so then you can see here I can make some additional like adjustments and make her hair look however I want it to look, and da-da-da-da. So that's the before, and that's the after. Hopefully you guys can see. I'm trying to make sure it's dramatic enough on the stream for you guys to see. Let's just make it really red. There you go. So before, after. So now you have the adjustment brush tool. And this is going to remove some of those steps that you were just previously doing, right? So you come over here to your brush tool area, click down, adjustment brush tool. You'll see your conceptual taskbar pop up, and I'm gonna bring this up here too because hopefully you guys can see that. So there you go. So that way, what we're gonna do, you'll see here that you have a number of different adjustments. So you can click on whatever adjustment that you wanna focus on. Here we're doing selective color. So I'm gonna actually turn this layer off because I don't want it on. I'm gonna click here and go to selective color. And then with my brush, I can come in here and make a selection and kind of paint over her hair. Again, I'm making a very lazy one. You can see I'm getting her face. And then it's gonna go ahead and pull up this here. I'm gonna say adjustment, brush tool, so you guys know which one is which. So this is the one we did with selective color. This is the one I did when I made the mask myself, and this is the one I'm doing with the adjustment brush tool. So it's gonna bring up your properties box here, and then you can obviously make the adjustments as you see fit. So you can see that I'm changing some aspects of her hair, adding some magenta. So that's the before and that's the after. Now, if you make a messy adjustment, you can of course just switch over from the white to the black. I'm gonna make my brush size a little bit smaller. Not that small though. I'm gonna come in here, and then you can just kind of remove where you don't want the mask. Like in case you got, like in this case, I did a messy mask and I got all over her face. So I can do that. Kind of clean that up, Got a little bit of her clothing, the background. Did you feel like you were in the way?
Just swaying side to side, getting out of your way.
I was screaming. That's funny. I just see you in the corner of my eyes.
Just want to make sure everyone can see everything.
Yes. So I'm just kind of cleaning this up.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so you can go back and forth, just like you could previously do, like add, subtract, or whatever the case might you want to do. You can do that up here too. So if you didn't want to switch, you can click the add button here, click the subtract button here, and you'll see that it changes your brush from that white to black option. So black you're removing, white you're adding. So there you go. So there's an example of what that looks like for her hair. Let's say we wanted to now change the background, right? So I can come here and click on add a new adjustment. And let's say I want it to do brightness and contrast. So you'll see here that it's going to add the brightness and contrast. It's going to automatically, oh, did it do it? Hold on. There we go. Oh, hold on. I think I have to press apply to object. There we go. And then click on her face. All right, cool. So I clicked apply to object. If you had an object in your photo or a subject, you click on apply to object, click on your subject in this case, and you'll see that it'll automatically like make a drastic edit there, change, just to kind of show you that the edit is working, the option is working, but that's a little bit too dramatic for me. And I mentioned I also didn't want this to be on my subject. I wanted it to be on the background, right? So I can, and I'm gonna put this over here so you guys don't see that. There's on your little 3 dots here, let me pull up this taskbar a little bit higher as well so you guys can see it. You click here, you're gonna see invert mask, and that's gonna invert to the backdrop. So now I can make the edits to the actual backdrop. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do that. And you can see it again, we're missing some portions of her hair. Let's say I wanted to make it like a brown. This is the one thing that about shooting with natural hair, there's so many like flyaways. Okay, and then I'm gonna come in here and just paint in.
Just fix it.
Yeah. There's no like, we're not making, it's gonna make her hair, it's gonna add the adjustment to like the edges of her hair, which in this case is fine. Just so I can show you guys.
Kind of blends it all together too, which looks good. Fairy is asking, so what's the difference between using the adjustment brush and then just using masking? Is it, I think it's maybe a little bit more control, but what's your take?
I would say it's a little bit more control.
Yeah.
And I think it's 2 things for me. It's a little bit more control, and then 2, it's just like a quicker way to do it overall. Like before I had to make 2 separate, like in the example where if I wanted to edit something, like do selective color or edit one specific portion, I would have to make the adjustment layer mask, then go ahead and then invert it, and then I'm painting whatever I wanted to paint. Whereas this is, you kind of cut out all of those steps. You just go to the brush, select what you want to add the adjustment to, and then you can add the adjustment layer to that specific portion. So I think they're both doing the same thing. It's just, for my preference, the adjustment brush tool gives me a little bit more control and just cuts out a bit of those steps that I was doing previously.
It just makes it like a little bit faster to do this, but you're still doing the same thing, more control.
Yep, same thing. And that's what I love about a lot of, like really honestly, all of the Adobe Cloud applications. But in this case, Photoshop, I just love that there's so many different ways to do the same thing. Like if you like to use this tool, great. If you don't, and you kind of,
prefer
are
masking.
used and prefer masking, do that. It's just a different way to do the same thing essentially. So here you'll see brightness and contrast. So there we go. We just went ahead and changed the color of the background.
Yeah.
So we gave her a little bit of like this purplish red hair, changed the background there.
Yeah, and it worked pretty well on like a complex texture. So
exactly, especially like all of the texture in her hair and things of that nature, and then and just kind of editing all of that.
So essentially, like her face didn't get edited, the body didn't get edited, just the hair in the background.
Just the hair in the background, and so it was kind of easy to separate. And this is also for me as a photographer that edits in both Lightroom and Photoshop. I've always made this clear. I've said this on this platform as well, that I prefer Photoshop when it comes to separation and editing separate aspects of your photo, because if I wanted to edit, let's say we took this photo into Lightroom, I wanted to edit, let's say the background and the subject's skin tone have similar like undertones and colors. So as I'm editing the kind of the yellowish color that's in the background, I'm also going to be editing her skin because she has those kind of tones in her skin, those colors in her skin as well. And so that's why for me in Lightroom, I use Lightroom for if there's like an isolated color. So for in this example, there's the blues. Like there's nothing else in this photo that is blue. So if I wanted to come in here and adjust the hue, saturation, and luminance or whatever of the blue, I could easily do that and it not impact the rest of this photo, right? But if I have this photo where she is wearing this like brown color and then her skin is also like this yellowish tint, And let me see if it'll make the adjustment in here. So there you go.
Yeah,
So
pretty drastic.
pretty drastic there. So I was like, was there any yellow? Nope. But orange. If I wanted to increase the saturation of just the orange in her jumpsuit, I'm obviously increasing the saturation in her skin, and I don't want to do that. So there's no way like right now in Lightroom to kind of create that separation. I could do that in Photoshop though, and creating separate masking layers and using that brush to do that. But yeah, so that's one example of it. So we're gonna go back to editing my photos and kind of talking through the steps that I like to cover. And I just really, what I also like is I just love how it just connects with the adjustment layers that you can get access to them down here. They're just now embedded into this brush as well. So I'm gonna come back here, adjustment brush. Let's say I want it to, I feel like the background I don't like this like gray color in the background. So I'm gonna go ahead and you can see it applied the brightness and contrast to that. I'm gonna invert the mask to get my background. I think it missed a little bit of her ear, but I'm gonna go in there and fix that anyway. So I wanted to make it like more, like less of that gray, just like a little bit brighter. And I'm gonna come in. Yeah, white. Yes, that's the color. And then I'm gonna come in here and just
clean it up.
Clean it up, yeah. And then you can see my opacity and my flow is up at 100. Just so I can make sure it's accurate and kind of takes care of all that. I am getting a little bit on her hand, which, depending on how much you pay attention to detail, someone might not notice, but...
I feel like if it's your photo, you're going to notice.
You're going to notice, yeah. I'm like, you won't notice. Yes, you will. So I'm going to kind of clean up this background here.
Yeah, you're getting really in there.
Yeah, it's a little too difficult. Now, if I wanted to do this, one thing I could say, like I could have done this part in Lightroom. So let's say if I go to Lightroom, go back to the original photo, and I can create a mask just for my background.
Yeah.
And then I could have done the similar kind of adjustments there from that point. So there's multiple ways to do everything. Just depends on which application you're using. Especially sometimes like I may have done a little bit of like my basics editing in Lightroom, and then I've already kind of sent the photo into Photoshop. At a certain point, I'm not gonna be doing that back and forth. I'm just gonna keep it where it is and know that I can do the same thing in this other application.
Yeah, no, I love what you're saying about there's like so many different ways to do the same thing, and it's just finding what way works for you.
Yep.
In your workflow.
Literally, that is all it is, because some people might be like, oh, there could be someone that says, oh, no, don't do it that way. Like, you should do it this way. And I could say, yeah, I know you can do it that way, but I don't like that way. So it's just all really dependent on what you choose, what you prefer. I just love that we have multiple ways to do things. So then that way, some things aren't as daunting. Like, for example, I feel like using this brush tool is a bit like easier if I let's say I'm newer in editing. I feel like it might be easier for me to kind of grasp the concept of an adjustment brush opposed to the whole concept of masking.
I agree. Yeah, definitely as someone who's more juniored in Photoshop, I think it is more approachable.
Yep.
Especially because with all the options just like right there in the drop-down menu too, that makes it so nice to know what it can do, right?
Exactly.
Too.
And that's another great point. I love how like when for example, when I did the brightness and contrast, all I had to do was kind of add a new adjustment, click on brightness and contrast, and it automatically showed me what it could do. Like, it was dramatic, of course, but at least I can automatically see it and then kind of pull back where I needed to pull back. Right. Let's see.
Was this photo shoot for anything particular? Or just...
No. So I felt like I wasn't shooting. I say this a lot as a photographer. It's really important to shoot work for yourself.
Yeah.
I felt like I got into the habit of any time I was shooting, it was for like client work. And that kind of gets exhausting because there's like nothing that's fueling like that inspiration for you.
Yeah.
And so I just like reached out to, like, this is just a recent friend that I made. And I was like, hey, like, do you want to do a shoot? And she was like, oh my gosh, yeah. So that was all it was. It was just like a shoot just to get some new work.
Yeah. And then say more about like why you would do it just for yourself. Like, do you put these in your portfolio?
Yes.
Is it for practice?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I would put that into my portfolio, and that's why it's important to do like your own kind of test shoots, because you can create your own work, put it in your portfolio, and having a strong portfolio is important in general, just as a creative.
Yep.
So doing that, it's really good to kind of like your style is going to change over time too.
Yeah.
So I feel like a lot of the work that I had in my portfolio, and I'm in the process of editing it now and like planning some other shoots so I can kind of get it updated. I just felt like it was just like older. Like I feel like a lot of my work in my portfolio was things I shot like a year ago, 2 years ago, or like client work. But sometimes like I just felt like I was missing out on the opportunity of just shooting for myself.
Yeah.
And seeing where am I at creatively? Like have I've been inspired by something recently that can kind of like impact a new shoot, or, you know, just kind of see where I'm at and kind of go from there.
Have you been inspired by anything?
That's
lately?
a good question. I feel like I have these moments where I feel like I hit, you know, when people say like if you're a writer, you have writer's block.
Oh, for sure. Photography block.
I feel like I have a photography block, and I haven't been like inspired. Let me not say not inspired. I think that like I get inspiration from like all like places I visit. So like, you know, I recently went to Chicago last week, and so I was like really loving the feel and look of the city, and I wish I had made time to shoot in Chicago because I feel like there were really nice places and spots I found.
Yeah.
I also like in general, I'm inspired by color, and so trying to find new ways to like add color into my work, because a lot of my work is very colorful in general, but I hadn't done a lot of like in studio color work, so with color backdrops, you know, colored outfits, etc., which is kind of like where this work came from, was just trying to play around with color.
I was gonna say I like the color blocking in this work. Like you can definitely see that there's color inspiration here.
Exactly, and I feel like color is just has a huge impact on like, I don't know, just how a photo can feel. And so for me, I think it's really important to like, I don't know, just like if I'm feeling it, let me see what I can do and how I can bring it to life. So I was just like, sometimes I'll just be like, oh, walking around, I'm like, oh, I like those two colors together, and I like maybe I walked past a mirror and I was like, oh, I really like that purple and orange combo, and then now I'm like thinking about a way that I can implement it in the shoot. So it just kind of depends in that regard. So now I kind of went ahead and I made another adjustment layer. I'm gonna go ahead and try to like edit the complexion of her skin a little bit.
Okay.
Felt like she was a little bit, I think a little bit orange. I'm not gonna make an adjustment brush for this because I don't need to. It's this specific color is nowhere else in the photo. I'm just impacting the color of her skin because there's no other yellows, browns, reds. So I'm just gonna focus on this one layer right now. And again, there's really no, I guess, like secret to this, or like, not secret, no method I have. I just go based off of like how I feel like it looks. I know a lot of people ask me like, how do you know, like, of course, understanding skin tones, complexions, undertones, etc. All of those things are really, really important, especially to make sure that someone doesn't look too yellow, too red, too orange. But a lot of times, like, once you kind of understand it, you just kind of go off of like how things look, and you know.
How did you learn about like that skin tone and undertones and stuff?
So I feel like for me as a photographer, it was kind of like something I was learning from the moment I started. I felt like my need as a photographer, like the problem that I felt like I was fixing was that a lot of photographers at the time did not understand how to shoot people of different complexions and you know, races, colors, etc. So in college, I found that like a lot of my friends that were taking grad photos, a lot of the photographers were, you know, they couldn't shoot like Black, brown people well without making us look like really red, really orange. Yeah. So I came in like, okay, how can I like do that? Like, how can I like, I think that was my mission from the beginning. So I sought out resources to be able to learn how to do that. And I think also being like doing makeup is also another great way to understand undertones, because like I do makeup on myself, right? So if I'm looking for a foundation, there could be a foundation that's too like, I have more of like a golden undertone. And so I feel like there are foundations that can make me look too red, or make me feel like, you know, maybe they're more so neutral. So like I kind of played off the idea of like that as well.
Ooh,
so like, you know, if you wear makeup, sometimes you're looking for a foundation. You're like, oh, like I have a more like, I don't know, like warm undertone, and the foundation I'm wearing makes me look red, you know, or the foundation has an undertone of a different, you know, undertone than what you have.
Yeah.
So that was also something that kind of took that concept and applied it to photography, was like, if somebody looks like, I feel like she has like a little bit like warm but also neutral undertone, like she looks good in both either way, but I don't want to make her look too red. I don't want to make her too yellow. So you're kind of like figuring out that balance. Another way to figure out like what your undertones are, like they say if you look good in like gold jewelry, like I feel like I look bomb in gold jewelry, that you fall on the warmer side. If you look good in silver jewelry, you fall more on the cooler side. If you look good in either, then you're neutral, because neutrals can be kind of like, you know, good and warm colors and cool tone colors. So
we're getting a whole color analysis.
It's
here.
a whole thing, girl. It's a whole
People pay good money for color analysis. We're giving
really
it to you here on Adobe Live.
Adobe Live for free.
Okay, what are we doing next?
Okay, so I was just making some adjustments to her skin. Just to, so like here, like I don't want to be doing that, or like even like here, so you can see that there's like this greenish undertone that's kind of a little nasty.
But I do think everything you're talking about is super important, because I personally think that if you don't understand the color, then that's when it starts to look like over edited, and you don't want that as a professional photographer. So.
Exactly. You don't want that at all. So we kind of, let me zoom in so you guys can see the before and after. So that's the before, and that's the after. So I just kind of like
brightened it up.
Just brightened down a little bit, because I just felt like it was a little much. I'm gonna come back here. Let's go to my blue, see what we can do with her jumpsuit. Again, I don't have to make the separate adjustment layers, just because
the colors.
Yeah, the color's just there, and I'm just working on the colors. Now, if I was working on like brightness, contrast in certain areas, I could do that as well. So let's do this. Again, this is just going based off like what I like, don't like. I want to keep it blue. I want it like I tend to fall into the sky blue kind of color. That's a little too much, actually. All right, we'll stay right there. There we go. Before. After, before, after. Yeah, okay, I like the way it looks.
It looks more like jeany.
Yeah, I was like, it's a jean. You know, I like the color of like, not the color of jeans, these are blue, but like.
I know what you mean. There's like a texture. It's like it did a texture
exactly.
thing.
Okay.
When you edited it.
Okay. I was like, I hope y'all see that, because I feel it. Let's come back here. I'll add a new adjustment for the brush. Let's go ahead and go to our levels.
Okay, we're back to the adjustment brush.
We're back to the adjustment brush. And let's see if I want to do anything here to her. Did it make the selection? Oh, I went back forth. Okay. Let me try this again. So we're going to apply to here. Yes. Do we have a question?
Oh, well, first of all, Valder said he loves my hair, so thank you. Good to see you, friend. Miss talking to you. And then Tomas, he is saying, what's going on, Idara? Does your workflow always include working in both Lightroom and Photoshop?
Hi, Tomas. I know him. I sent him the stream.
Adara's got a fan club today.
I have friends in the chat. What's up? What's going on, family? How you doing? So what was the question again?
Got too excited. Are you always working across Lightroom and Photoshop in your workflows?
Yep. I would say all the time, except for, well, actually that's a lie. Not all the time. I feel like sometimes if I'm shooting like more simple work, like grad photos or simpler portraits, I will just focus in Lightroom and just kind of do it, because sometimes my workflow for those are like a bit simpler. I might have a preset that's already ready and like kind of go from there. If I'm editing something I feel like I want to spend a bit more time, then I do Lightroom and Photoshop. So I feel like my Lightroom and Photoshop workflow takes a lot longer per image. My Lightroom workflow on its own is a bit quicker.
Yeah. I would say the same. Like Lightroom is definitely more for those like quick edits, but sometimes you just gotta pop over.
Exactly, and especially sometimes like there are things that like maybe I'm editing a grad photo shoot and like I realize I hate the way the sky looks. Like there's just nothing there, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go into Photoshop, add the sky replacement tool, do all of that, kind of see if it adds anything to the image, and then send it back to Lightroom. So like sometimes I'll have to do things like that, but I feel like in general, like if I'm, especially if I'm doing things in bulk, like when you're editing, like I don't do weddings anymore. Gosh, God save me from that part, because I was when I was doing weddings. I'm so sorry. Y'all that are wedding photographers, y'all are a different type of breed. I have so much respect for wedding photographers because it is not easy. But like if you're editing like weddings, or if you're editing like, you know, maybe say like family engagement photos, you're editing more so in bulk, Lightroom.
Yeah, I love the like copy paste, copy paste.
I could not imagine editing a wedding in Photoshop. Like,
oh my gosh, can you imagine every single one? You're
like setting it individually, doing the. Oh my gosh.
I will say for engagement photos, I love the gen remove feature.
Yes.
Like get rid of the people in the background.
Yes.
It's so
nice. So simple and
instead of having to do like the clone tool and everything.
Exactly. Which I think for that reason, like. I those are the cases where like if you're editing a photo and you need to send it into the Photoshop, you can do. I also like now that like Lightroom has kind of gotten hip to the game with some of the generative AI features as well. And that's being like a recent feature that's in Lightroom too. So I think it just makes it feel like there's more options now, but it just depends on your workflow. What are you editing? And you know, that's just kind of what works for me and your preference.
Fairy's saying 90% Photoshop, 10% Lightroom.
Ooh, okay. I feel that.
Split. Yeah.
I feel that. This is a little line here. I wonder to see if I can just fill it up.
Oh, I love this. It's so easy.
I'm like, just take care of it. I don't even put prompts anymore. I'm just like, let's see what it gets.
It knows what to do.
If it knows, it knows. If it don't, it knew. See? It got rid of it.
That's so good, yeah.
So that is our before and our after, just with some of those adjustment brushes. So let's go in here. I wanted to do another photo that I've edited in the past, but wanted to show like...
These are so cool.
Gosh, I just love this photo so much.
He said he's a famous model.
No, he's not. So... So I've edited
he's your famous model?
Yeah, he's my famous model. I've edited some of his photos on the stream before. So like if anyone has been on a stream, I know I did it on another stream where I was in studio and somebody was like, oh, that's Dang, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, how do you know him? Then I remembered I had edited a photo of him on another stream. I was like, oh yes, that is him. Let me see. So let's see if there's any. I think last time I had edited a photo from this specific shoot.
Yeah.
That made its way onto my Instagram. I told myself I was going to post it, and I did, y'all. I did. So let me see. I'm going to start with my camera profile, see what I like here.
So what exactly is this camera profile doing? Is it just like taking what's naturally done by the camera and like enhancing it, or what is the purpose of this?
So in your camera, like whatever camera you're shooting, you can add a color profile that will add like, and this could be the incorrect way to think of it. I think of it as another form of a preset.
Got it. In the camera.
In the camera. Yes, that's how I think of it.
I think it's a good
so
way.
like in your camera, you'll have like the option to change the color profile.
Yeah.
To kind of while you're shooting, it'll show up in that specific color profile, right? Now, if you don't like it, like, I mean, I shoot raw, right? So like everything comes out raw anyway. But if I wanted to come back, so let's say I put my color profile in Camera Faithful on my actual Canon, then I can kind of match it here and it'll be true to what I was seeing on my camera when I shot. But because I'm shooting raw, it's gonna import raw anyway.
Yep. Okay. Good explanation.
So that's the way that I think of it. Like I just think of it as another form of a preset. Like you can tell here as I'm going over each one, like it does something different to my photo. So I kind of fall into like where do I want to be.
I love there's almost like a halo around him.
Yeah, I don't
super cool.
You mean this right here?
Yeah, but when you change the coloring, the lighting and stuff, it like amplifies it.
I don't know if that was. I think that was a mistake.
Well, I like it.
I'm glad you like it because I think that was a mistake, and I don't remember. I think it was a shadow that was coming from where the light, wherever I put the light, or I didn't put the light. My friend Milton shot it because you can see here that like. There's like this is where the light is hitting.
Yeah, I see.
Kind of it is like the shadows here. Love that. I see sometimes happy mistakes.
Yeah. Okay, what are we doing?
So we're just kind of making some basic adjustments.
To the overall photo.
To the overall photo, yes. So we're gonna come down here. Again, if I wanted to do anything with the reds, you can see here, it also kind of makes some adjustments in the skin. You can see like the reds that popped up here. You know, we don't want any of that. Even though I like that deep tone red color. So I'm gonna go into Photoshop. Duplicate my background layer. Always do that, you guys, okay? I can't say that enough because there ain't nothing worse than not duplicating and then ruining the whole photo and having to start all over. So I want to see if that's enough information for
to
Tanea
get the red background and expand it.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to do.
Let's
Okay,
see.
fingers crossed.
Let's see. It may not be. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
That looks really good.
We did something there.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah. Wow, that looks so good.
Woohoo! See, before, after. See, ain't nobody got time to be clone stamping and doing all of that. Ain't nobody got the
It's
time.
like perfect too with the lighting. And it got the lighting really well.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Okay. What am I gonna do next? Now, let's go back to the adjustment brush tool. Kind of get an idea of what else we can do. If I wanted to, let's see, another way that I could do it, apply to object, click on him. Uh-oh, hold on, what did I do? Let me come up here. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do, hold on. Okay, let's click on here. And I'm on the generated layer. I was like, why am I on that layer? Okay, let's go to, I want to do, actually before I do that, I want to change the color of his suit. Let's go to hue and saturation. So then you can see here, and this is underneath here, that's why it's not impacting there. As I'm changing the hue and saturation, it's changing everything. So I don't want that, right? So we're gonna try to, and I'm gonna merge these two together just because that's just my preference. Go to our adjustment brush tool, click on hue and saturation. Let's see, should have opened up. Did I do something wrong?
What are you doing?
Okay, cool.
There we go.
There we go. So I made the selection on him. So it's changing the hue and saturation of his skin tone. I'm gonna come in here and mask out
his
skin. Yeah. So I'm gonna make my brush a little bit bigger. Right there, and just kind of take this out. That's one thing about hue and saturation. Yes, I'm subtracting. So you can see up here, you have the add and the plus, and you can also tell it's changing.
Just makes it so easy.
It makes it so much easier because, like, especially when you're doing hue and saturation, like hue and saturation, it don't care what color. Yeah. It's okay if you're doing the master. If you're on the reds, yellows, yes, of course, it'll target those colors. But sometimes I start with the master just to kind of, you know, start there. And it really don't care what colors are in your photo. It's going to impact everything. So sometimes you don't want that to be the case. So I like how I could just easily come in here and subtract. And I think it was kind of easier for me to subtract his skin than to have spent time brushing over his whole outfit. I feel like that would have taken a bit more time. Get his little toe action. I'm not going to zoom in on his feet, but I am going to come in here and just do that real quickly. All right, I'm going to go back out. So now we can see.
There we go. Nothing's changing, but oh my gosh, that looks cool.
And I'm also gonna. I wanted to change it to this color so I can really come in here and get the areas that I missed.
Because he does kind of have that red undertone. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm gonna come in here, clean all this up. Tell you, when you edit Photoshop, you need to have patience.
I was just gonna say, we could sit here all day. Do you find this kind of like mesmerizing?
I do.
I find it
like,
so mesmerizing.
It's the way that I'm like forgetting that I'm on stream. I'm just like,
It's like when you're drawing or like coloring, and
it's
you're
so
just
much
like
fun.
It's just mesmerizing.
And this is also why I love shooting in color too, because it just feels like I'm coloring. Like
for sure.
Like when I'm editing different colors and things like that. You know, I'm not gonna spend all this time on his feet and all this stuff. You know, you guys get the picture.
We get the point.
We get the point. I is this bothering me?
It's like you say that and then you're like, perfection.
Okay. Yeah, I know, right?
But I love the gold of this, like,
this
suit.
color, right?
Yeah,
And then I can like
this.
kind of play around with it. I can go to my yellows, stay on the same exact layer, and see if it's gonna do anything. Saturation, no, nothing with the yellows. Is the greens? Okay, no. What colors are in there?
So funny. He looks good in every color.
I'm
Every
telling you.
color you change it.
Let's see.
It looks fly every color.
I'm telling you, right?
I like that contrast with the background.
Yes. And that's another thing when it comes to like shooting with colors. Understanding color theory is another like big aspect, right? So when it comes to colors, like when you're shooting with like certain colors just by science work well with others. So for example, if you someone said don't forget to save. Thank you. Thank you, Fairy. Because one thing about me, I'm going to forget to save. And I'm going to be editing. And,
oh my gosh.
You know, I can just be, Let me go ahead and save this one too. Because one thing about me, I will forget to save. And I've done it. There was recently, I was like editing this photo and I was like really deep into the photo. And I think I wasn't saving as I was going.
Gosh, did it crash?
So it didn't crash. Like usually, sometimes this is a bad. I'm getting into the habit now of just saving as I go. Right. Yeah. Previously, I would just save at the end. Like I would literally click the X button and click save.
Oh my gosh, that's bad habit.
That is a very bad habit. Do not be like me, because I got so used to doing that, and then the day came where I went to close it and I clicked don't save,
and you're like,
and
there
it was
goes
gone.
6 hours of work. So great.
I don't even think I continued editing after that point. I think I just closed my computer and called it a day.
Okay, so color theory though.
Yes,
we were talking about.
Yes, color theory. So there are colors that work better together, just scientifically, right? Like for example, like when you look at if you look into it, you look at the color wheel, and there is complementary colors. There's complementary. There's two other ones I can't quite remember, but complementary, I believe, are like colors that are opposite.
Diagonal, right?
Yes, across from each other on the color wheel. I think there's one called triadic, which is like kind of like a triangle.
Like the three look good together?
Yes, the three. And then there's colors within the same hue that look good together. So those are like how you can understand. And when you're planning shoots, I have been a really, really big advocate of like color, because sometimes when you're not, you have to be, as a photographer, you have to be intentional with things, right? So before I would just kind of shoot or whatever and be like, the subject would come with whatever they're dressed in, and I would just shoot them wherever we're at and just be like, it is what it is. But then I found like, if they're wearing yellow, maybe I'm like, oh, like a green backdrop looks really, really nicely, or like, oh, there's this bush, these trees, like maybe putting them in a yellow outfit over there, or maybe putting them in a different hue of green. It brings a different feeling to the image.
It does. I think that is what sets apart like professional photographers, when they understand the full scope of it, not just the photo.
Exactly. Because sometimes like we can just be like, oh, like it's not that big, like, it's not that big of a deal, but like it is, like it just sets apart, the pros from people who are in different places of their careers are probably not focusing on all of those details.
But you can always learn, and that's why you come to Adobe Live.
Yes, you can always learn
to learn from the pros.
Yes, and also what I learned too is like there were things that earlier in my career I felt like I was doing, and I wasn't intentionally doing, right? For example, like I always knew I liked certain colors together, and I didn't understand like what it was. I was just like, I just know that, like, especially like for me, getting dressed growing up, like my mom was always really big on like these colors look good together. Don't wear this with this, like So I always knew like there were certain colors like, oh, I have this pink top. I like it with these green pants. I don't like it with I don't know, like. I don't know.
Yeah, something else.
Another color. Like, I was gonna say purple. I was like, that could kind of work.
Yeah, it could.
But I didn't understand, like, color theory shows up in different ways. It can show up in how you dress. It can show up in your photography. It can show up in a number of different ways.
Background,
Exactly. So it's just a way to elevate your work a bit more. So you can even see here, I did hue and saturation. I did two different layers. One was the hue and saturation on the background that I just quickly did right now. And I'll tell you guys what I did because I didn't really explain it. I came to add a new adjustment, and then I went to hue and saturation. I clicked apply to object, which it applied it to him. Then I clicked on, let me bring this taskbar up. Clicked on these three dots. I inverted the mask, so the mask is just on the backdrop. So you can see that here. It did get some of his head, I think.
Is there an adjustment brush that will just detect the background, or do you always have to invert it?
That is a great question. I don't think with this new adjustment brush that you can detect the background. I think you can, because even mine says, I think in the beta it was saying apply to subject, like select subject. If this one is saying applied to object, which is it's detecting the subject as the object.
Yeah.
But I tried earlier to like apply to object, and click on like the background and it wasn't detecting
Okay, but
anything.
inverting is easy.
Yeah, no. Inverting is easy.
Yeah, inverting is easy.
But if I was editing this in Lightroom,
you could, yeah.
You could. So like if I came here, bam, background, made a mask of the background, and just there you go. Like a literally clean, beautiful mask, and then I could just do whatever I wanted to change the color. And then you have the hues here.
Yeah. Great how they like partner together. Like
I like that compliment.
I do too.
like that a lot. Wow. But you can see here, and then I can come in here and add. Oh wow! Now I'm switching back and forth, you guys. I'm sorry, but what were you gonna say? You said you love how.
No, I love how you can switch back and forth between, Lightroom and Photoshop, and they work so well together.
They really do. Now I'm like, I like this blue on blue situation. This is nice.
I'm trying to teach my fiance about like matching like colors. Some colors go good with each other.
Yep.
But like you can't wear like jean on jean. Well, you could. It's
you
kind of
could.
Cute. But yeah, this is so funny.
I'm like, oh gosh, this is really nice. I don't know. I'm a, and this is now a very ugly mask, but let me zoom back up. But that's kind of nice.
That's cool,
right?
yeah.
The blue on blue situation. So I just like how I could quickly do that. Now there's obviously like there's some things that need to be cleaned up, but that was really kind of nice and deep. And then I can bring down the exposure a little bit, add a little contrast. And you see like in literally all of 2 seconds, we went from this to this.
Literally changed the whole picture.
What?
Like, did you change your suit color, right?
The suit color I didn't change, so that's the same. But I just wanted to match the background to the suit color more.
So cool.
And I accidentally do that. That was not even planned. I was just showing you how you can change the background color too.
Lots of happy accidents.
Yep, happy
here.
accidents.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes left.
Yes.
What else do you want to show the people?
Ooh, I don't know. What else do y'all want to see?
Should we do another?
Let's do another photo.
Yeah.
We were spending quite some time on that one.
I know. We had to.
There was just so much to know. Let's do this one.
Yeah, this one is different because it's not on that plain color background. So it'll be interesting to see what we can play with.
Yes. So I'm going to come in here and start with my adjustments. Just making things a bit, making sure it's exposed properly. The other thing I like to do is I'm a big fan of cropping. If y'all can crop.
Take out her little feet, take out all the...
If you want to crop, you can. Like sometimes I think cropping is just really nice just for playing around with different perspectives in your photos. Like I don't like how her toe is like going like that. And so I wouldn't send that to her. I would just make sure the feet weren't in it. I think when I edited this photo, I think this photo is actually on my website. And I'm afraid to open up my browser because I don't know what's there. I feel like this could be a lot of projects open. But if you go to my website, I think one of the photos of her.
I think Jack dropped your website in the chat. So if you want to see, go on to Idara's website.
Yes, please. Thank you. All right, so let's just crop it like there. Yeah, I like that crop. Now this was, I will say that I don't think that, okay, her eyes is kind of focused. Like it's a little bit out of focus, but that's fine. Not everything has to be perfect. Let's just do there. Edit in Photoshop. Bam. Duplicate my background layer. Always do that. So let's see. What do I want to do now? What do I want to start with? Let's go to... let's do... I don't want to do... Let's do brightness and contrast. It's kind of... Add a little bit of brightness so I felt she was like a little bit too dark.
To her.
Yeah, just bam, like that. Then I'm gonna come in here again. Let's go add new adjustment. Let's do the background this time. Let's do the same thing, brightness and contrast. Oh, my computer's,
There we go.
All right, let's go to invert. See what we can get here. Lovely. I'm gonna take the add button. Just kind of come in here.
Clean it up.
Yeah. Am I on the right mask or did I?
This is another case of the like natural hair that can get a little tedious.
It's tiring. I love natural hair. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm a natural underneath these braids. I got myself a very, very beautiful, loving afro that when it gets frizzy. it gets frizzy. Okay, we're not gonna focus too much on all those details.
Don't get lost in it.
I'm gonna
Don't get
run
lost in
myself
it.
mad. I'm gonna do some overall toning. Let's see here.
She definitely has that like yellow undertone.
Yeah.
Same as the background.
Yeah, exactly. So you can
Interesting.
see-
All of your models keep having like similar tones.
It's funny because it's not
to their
intentional.
background.
It's just like
It's like what you like. It looks good. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. And this is an example. I wish I had another shoot, photos from another shoot, which actually I do. So there was this case here. Now we're in my files, y'all. Sorry. But there was a shoot here where we shot a model, and I felt like, I think I wanted to shoot her on a specific color, but they didn't have it in the studio, so we shot her on this green, and I just felt like it didn't look nice with her skin. It wasn't nice. She did really well. Does more with like if there were like. I feel like she would look really nice on this like beige background.
I could
just
see
with
that.
her skin tone. So like you'll find that in certain examples too. When like you're shooting, you may put a model in front of a specific background and be like, it just isn't.
It's not working.
Yeah. And a lot of the times it's because of the way they look, their undertones, and just like the color of the background. It's just not meshing well together. So those are things to really pay attention to.
I would definitely not look good on that green background.
Nope. I look good with deep greens.
Like,
you know,
like a sage.
Yes, sage. An emerald green, that's my favorite color.
I love
One thing about an emerald green, ooh, I'm gonna eat the girls up in an emerald green. So like it just I can't believe I really said that.
It's live. We're live.
I know, we're really live.
Okay, we have 4 minutes left. What are we gonna do to her in the 4 minutes?
Let's see. Let's just kind of add a little. Sometimes like to come in here and add like color to my blacks.
Oh,
so you guys can see there.
Yeah.
And then I'll just come back and pull down the opacity because I'm like, I don't. That's a little too much.
Too much.
And then let's just look at what we did so far. Before, after.
It's subtle, but it's effective.
Subtle.
Yeah.
Subtle, effective. Sometimes you don't have to do too much. Like we had the examples where we did like
a
lot.
Yeah.
You know, like if I look at this before and after, like we did a lot here just with focusing on the color. Going back to this photo, before and after, still subtle, not too much, but like changing that background to match the vibe and feel of the photo overall. Because I just felt like that gray was just ugly. And then this example that we utilized just to understand the tools in general, I felt like this was a good photo, especially because I wanted to like have an example with like hair and things like that, and I realized all the models I shoot, for the most part, have black hair. She has like a brown, kind of like brown, but there wasn't anyone that I shoot that has any colored hair.
She had some blonde highlights.
Yes, she had blonde highlights. That's why I went and picked this photo off of stock, because in my personal catalog, all the girlies got black hair. I did not realize why or how.
Okay, give us like a 30-second recap of what the adjustment brush does for us.
Yes.
For those of that are just joining.
Of course. So the adjustment brush is just going to help you kind of tailor your editing a bit more when it comes to your adjustment layers and masking, right? So somebody asked a question earlier, like what's the difference between the adjustment brush and just regular masking that you can do in Photoshop that you've always been able to do? Not really any difference. It's just one is more, in my opinion, a bit more concise for you to use, precise essentially, and then also like it allows you to kind of take out some of those steps. So previously when we were doing the masking and the examples I showed you guys, like I could do, create the adjustment layer, invert it, paint in what I want to actually mask. Those are extra steps that I don't need to do now with the with this adjustment brush tool being included. So it just kind of, in my opinion, removes some steps for you, allows you to be a little bit more accurate and precise in your masking. And yeah, I really love how easy, quick, and it might also, for me, in my opinion, it's not as daunting as trying to understand the entire concept of masking in Photoshop. It's really a great introduction to masking. And so if you're a photographer that wants to get into Photoshop a bit more and have a bit more control over your photos, I think that it'll give you that control, but also won't freak you out.
Yeah, like a great starting spot.
Exactly, a great starting spot into the whole world of masking.
Well, thank you so much. That was I learned a lot and I really loved it. So thanks for joining us. Everyone, please stick around. We have a great lineup for the rest of the day. We'll be creating some custom patterns. We'll be designing art prints. And then we have another creative wrap-up with Andrew and Emily. So stick around and we'll see you all soon. Thank you. Bye.
We're going to be designing Galentine's Day invites. We have Illustrator pulled up. So this is the overall vibes we're going for. To get us started, I just want to kind of create like a very top level brand identity, I guess, for this event. I'm just going to pull colors directly from the mood board. So we're going to grab the eyedropper tool. I hit the letter I on my keyboard. Okay, great. So we have our color palette. Cool. Let's make a general font pairing. Something that's really helpful is using this filters feature right here. I know that I want a serif font, so I'm going to click serif. And now you can see all of my serif fonts. I want to add some sort of little typewriter font. And then finally to add more of like a feminine touch, like a really girly script font. I've already named a library called Galentine's, and this is where I'm going to store all of these colors. I'm just going to select each square swatch, go down here to the plus sign and hit fill color. And now it's added that green to my library. So we're just doing this one by one. So I want to illustrate just like some line drawings of flowers. I'm just bringing this into Illustrator. So I'm going to lock this first layer. I'm going to draw on the second layer. All I'm doing is I have the pencil tool. I'm just tracing the outlines of these petals. Aren't they so cute?
Yeah,
I really like how they turned out. We're going to add these illustrations to our library so that we can easily access them in Express. If we just click and drag, that'll pop in here. Pull over Express. Just go here in the get started. So I'm going to go to media and I'm just going to search for paper texture. Rotate it. Go right over here to set as page background. We're going to go to your stuff. I'm going to go to brands and libraries. Now we can add our fonts here. We're going to add text. And then what's really nice is now that we've set our brand fonts, they're going to be the first three up here every time you go to choose a font. Roses before roses. We're going to just add a rectangle over top of it and use the good old multiply. This is what I'm.
Yes.
Over here is where you're going to see your layers. So I want this tinted color to just go right over top of the background. I want this to be white. You're invited. Putting in our info. White roses bouquet. We're going to remove the background. Let's see. And let's do that. Remove the background. We're going to go to effects and we're just going to hit grayscale. I'm going to make this opacity go down a little bit because then I'm going to come in here with the erase tool and I'm just going to go over the stem here. So I'm going to go over to elements. Let's grab a circle. Let's put it all the way to the back. Let's multiply it again and bring down the opacity. Okay, so because I'm texting this to all my friends and not printing it, that means I can animate it. So we're gonna click on this font, we're gonna hit animation, and we're gonna have like a in animation, a drift in. We're gonna do the same with our little rose bouquet. So I'm grouping it all together. Let's have that selected, go back to animation, do in, fade in. So if you just click this little notch down here that says show layer timing, we can actually change when this comes in. Okay, yeah, great, love that. I want to add some flying butterflies. I'm gonna go into media, I'm gonna go to videos, and I'm going to put butterflies on white background. Change the blend to multiply. So I'm going to slow it down to 50% of this. And we're going to wait to have those come in until the Galentine's info comes in too. Isn't that cute?
Oh my goodness, it's so perfect.
Now what I would do is download it, save it as an MP4. I can then just bring it into iMessage and text it to all my friends.
Thank you so much, everyone, and see you next time.
Bye.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Emily Poulin and I am joined by Whitney Kerney of WK Creative. And we are going to be, I'm not, you are going to be working on some candle packaging, illustration, and branding.
Yes, I'm so excited. Hey everyone, I'm Whitney with WK Creative. I am the girl behind all of the pretty, feminine, girly things that you see on WK Creative. And yeah, I'm excited. Let's get into it.
Yeah, show us what you have.
Okay, so we did this branding for this beautiful brand. Okay, obviously that's my document. Disregard that.
Secret information.
So we did this branding for this beautiful lifestyle brand that celebrates the Asian community and just, celebrating the culture and the tradition behind them. So we're going to design a candle box with all of these pretty elements and colors.
Wow.
And show you how it looks, once you put it in a mock-up, so that way you can kind of show your client what it would look like IRL.
I love that. Chat is really excited that you're here. Everyone's saying hi and linking your website. That's amazing. Definitely go check it out.
How fun. Okay, cool. Okay, so
where to begin? iPad? Illustrator?
iPad.
What are you
Let's
feeling?
start with iPad.
Okay, we're going to start with iPad. So tell us a little bit more about this brand. What's the name of it? I saw it, but I didn't actually read the full thing.
Yeah, it's Larawin.
Okay.
They are a lifestyle brand that celebrates like the artistry, the artisans. They'll sell like different artisans, like whether it be like hand woven like purses and things like that. Yeah, just really celebrating like the different cultures and the products that are within like the Asian community.
Sure.
Yeah, so we are going, like I said, we're going to design some elements inside fresco. So just to kind of make it easy, I already kind of roughly sketched these out.
Fun.
But I love to use a fresco to add like texture, whether it be like a charcoal pencil or an ink pencil.
Yeah.
And then I've already, added in the colors. So let's find, let's find the bank here.
Oh, you have it built out.
Yeah,
Love that.
there we go. Okay, so we're gonna use these pretty colors.
Oh,
Can
beautiful.
you see it? Okay,
yes,
perfect.
Yes, everything's right there.
So yeah, and then I've already picked my little natural inker.
Do you have favorite brushes?
I do.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I guess that's a given,
Quick
but
rundown.
just tell me that. Yes,
Quick
tell me their
rundown.
names.
So Kyle, like the Photoshop brushes by Kyle. I don't know if
Yes.
it's like Kyle something.
I have those ones too.
Oh my god, the best.
Thanks, Kyle, wherever you are.
Yes,
You're
wherever
the best.
you are, you are the best. The real MVP.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
I think that was like a Photoshop brush pack at some point. That was like on a Photoshop.
Yeah, he just released some new ones, like a 2024
really?
like spring collection.
Oh,
yeah.
I am out of date. I need to go find out.
I'm so out of date. I was like, wow, I still have 2019.
The latest by Kyle.
All right, so yeah, we're just gonna dive in. We're just gonna go ahead and color.
Yeah,
Let me
show
make
us.
sure this is a good point
Ooh,
size.
I love that green.
Yeah, it's so pretty.
Yeah, chat is saying, Salvador is saying that they also really like the color palette.
Oh, yay.
Yes.
All right.
Whoa, we're turning here.
Yeah. So we're really, so with the colors, they're really inspired by, obviously, like the different Asian cultures, whether it be like Japanese or Philippines or, anything like in Asia is like really inspired by just like their rich culture. Like the textures, like whether it be like interior design or, or the leaves or the flowers or things like that.
Yeah. Wade just dropped a link, and the full name is Kyle T. Webster.
Oh, awesome.
So
okay, cool.
Kyle's
I was like, I
getting
knew
all
it
the
was
credit.
something.
Yeah. But I'm gonna have to go click this link after.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Download
Yeah.
the rest.
It looks like he like released a few because I was on there yesterday just kind of browsing, and I was like, oh wait,
Yeah.
I'm so behind.
I feel like though, even if you get like a new brush pack, you're always like, but where's that one that I used to really like?
I know. But yeah, so.
I love this. Okay, so do you normally start in black and white and then add your color in separately, or?
So normally I like kind of freestyle, but I'm very OCD, so it'll probably be here. I'll be here all day.
Oh,
so
of course,
I was like,
right.
let me just go ahead and just rough sketch this real quick, and then I could just go in and. But sometimes I do trace elements and then just kind of like make it my own, obviously.
Yeah.
Because again, like sometimes I'm very OCD. But yeah, so just kind of like add texture. I really like this like charcoal-y, like natural inker one.
Sure. Yeah, that looks nice.
Yeah, just kind of like wispy. Trying to make it look like as organic as possible. Yeah.
And so are you going to fill these with color, or you're going to leave them
I'm
as
just
like
going to leave them
outline?
outlined.
Okay,
yeah.
I like that.
And we'll see, I'll show you how it how the real thing looks in Illustrator.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm actually not too familiar with fresco, but
Oh
I feel
my
like
God,
every
love
time I
it.
watch someone use it, I'm like, yeah, I really need to open it.
No, it's like, I love it.
What helped you like transition over to fresco, or were you like an early adopter?
I used to use Adobe Draw.
Oh, okay,
I don't know if
that
anyone
makes sense.
remembers that
Yeah, no,
OG.
definitely.
But yeah, I really, really like, yeah, and I also really like, I mean, I know there's like other great apps out there, but I just love Adobe Fresco.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like the different brushes, and it's just, I love like the workflow, like it can stream like directly to Illustrator.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I love it.
You always learn something new.
Yes. And then with like these elements, we really wanted to kind of bring in the like the flowers from Asia.
Okay.
I'm not gonna even try to remember like
say,
the
what's the
name,
name of this flower? Do you know?
because I think this one's the Hong Kong flower.
Oh, cool.
But I'm not 100% sure, so please don't
Yeah.
come for me. I don't quite remember, but yeah, you can kind of get the idea. Just add some little doodle-doots
fun.
there, you
Yeah,
know.
exactly. That's the real
Little
name too.
Yeah, like the little frills, you know.
Cute. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super fun.
I just started playing this game where you like find flowers and you grow flowers, and I feel like I'm learning so many new flower names.
Oh, fun.
Sadly, none of them are part of this right now.
Like real flowers, like in a garden?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
It's silly, but it's fun.
My partner really wants an herb garden. I have to make that happen
Ooh.
for him. He
Okay.
really wants
Are you guys LA based, or where are you guys based out
We
of?
are Florida.
Okay, I feel
Florida
like
babies.
Herbs would do well there.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of moisture in the air.
Like it's like definitely like a farm community.
Okay. Oh, fun.
I'm like, let's see. Let's do this like little chartreuse color.
Ooh.
I'm like obsessed with like a chartreuse.
I always thought
Like with-
chartreuse was like a pink color. I don't know why.
It does kind of sound like it would be like a
I have
shade
no
of
idea.
pink. Yeah.
Right, yeah, no, it's lime green.
Yeah, it's like a fancier way of saying lime
Yeah.
green.
No, it's wonderful. But in my mind, I still have to remind myself, I'm like, it's green.
It's
not
something
pink.
about like a scribble that really does
Yes.
it for me.
Uh-huh.
It's something so chic about a nice little scribble.
Yeah. The power of lines.
Yes. And then, of course, like orchids are very infamous in the Asian community.
Okay, chat has a question from you.
Yeah.
Do you usually research the brand that you'll be working for? Or do they usually have a brief given for you? And then if they don't, like, how do you research that?
So normally, like when brands are coming to me, they're on like the beginning stages. So
Okay.
they kind of don't know. They have like a brief rundown of like who they are and who they serve and things like that. But they really come to me to kind of iron out those details. So I do kind of like a mini brand strategy that kind of mixes in with like a design strategy.
Great.
So we really kind of lay out that foundation. So like kind of like their values and things like that. So I'm kind of creating that brief for them.
Sure.
But like I do a lot of research when it comes to like who they want to serve and things like that. Like for Larowin, obviously, they obviously want to highlight the artisans within like Asia, and so obviously bringing in like the different elements that you see within Asia, like the tropical leaves and like the different flowers, whether it be like a Hong Kong flower or a Japan flower, like bringing in those elements so it really showcases like what the brand is about.
Yeah.
But essentially, I create that brief for them.
Okay, so they come to you with parts and you build it out, flesh it
But
out.
I
Okay,
will
okay.
say some clients, they come with their homework. They have like a whole like deck, and it makes it so much easier.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, is that helpful, or is that like, do you ever
No,
read it and
it's
you're like,
so helpful
this doesn't
because
align?
I'd very take a collaborative approach with my clients because
Sure.
I want to like kind of hear like I want them to feel a part of the process.
course,
yeah.
yeah,
So when they have the deck ready, I'm like, all right, let's get into it. Let's
love
talk
that.
about it. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
it. But yeah, so ta-da! This is really cute.
Looks
Yes.
great.
Super cute.
Amazing. Okay, so you're gonna bring that over to Illustrator now?
Yeah, so I already have it in Illustrator.
Magic.
But normally a good little trick is I will go up to here and then like open a copy Illustrator for iPad or Illustrator for desktop,
cool.
and I'll
Okay.
just go doo-doo and it'll go to
And so it'll
Illustrator.
just populate in
Literally,
Illustrator?
it'll just populate. Yeah,
I'm convinced.
Like-
Okay. So I'm gonna get my screen and download.
But sometimes I have to remember to do that because I'm like an airdrop girly.
Oh yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
but that is a lifesaver. I love it.
No, I'm gonna get Fresco
Yes.
this very moment.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna design a candle box.
Exciting.
So normally when you are designing a candle box, you obviously want to design in a die line.
Yeah, yeah.
But for mock-up purposes, I'm using the same size for the mock-up, so that's why they look like squares. But to kind of give you an idea, this would be like how the die line would normally kind of set up. Would be like this is like the front of the box, and then
Hold on, I think we'll need to jump over to
and I
your
was like, I think it's
screen
the
here.
iPad.
But yes, a die line is very helpful.
Yeah.
And actually not even helpful, it's necessary. If
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Perfect.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so yeah, usually you want to do like a die line, but for this purposes, we're just going to do like the mock-up sizes, so that way it can look beautiful on the mock-up. So this would normally be like the front of the box, like how the die line was set up. It almost kind of looks like this a little bit.
Right.
So this would be like the front, this would be the top, and then this would be the side, this is the back, and then this is the other side. So yeah, and then so we're just going to kind of dive right in. So I already kind of like created those elements here.
Okay.
But I'm going to...
And are those like PNG right now? Or
Yeah, these are
vector?
just PNG
Okay.
at the moment. Yeah. Just for this streaming purposes here.
Of course,
Actually,
yeah.
another quick trick is just to...
Show us your tricks. That's what
Yeah.
we're here for.
Here we go.
We're making a rectangle.
And then we're going to use this pretty green color.
Ooh, gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's a really nice shade of green.
I know.
I've seen a lot of green in my day.
Give me a jungle green, and I'm happy.
I love it.
And we're just going to kind of add it onto it. Because it's
Yeah.
going to be just a green candle box. And then this is actually just 16.
Okay, so that's the lid, right? Because that's smaller.
Yeah.
And you know these measurements off the top of your head.
Yeah.
Impressive. We're not dragging out the shape. We're just making it
Yeah.
to the shape.
When you do your homework ahead of time.
Yeah, that's the TV magic.
All right. So we're going to kind of make it look like this, but I'm going to actually kind of bring them in. But I'm just going to use PNG files.
Let's do it.
Let's see.
Ooh, we're
here.
file placing. Very nice.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here.
You're so organized. Are you normally this organized, or is this
I
just
am.
for
I think it's my
this show?
ADHD
Okay.
and my OCD combined. I have to be organized. Otherwise, I feel overstimulated.
That's-
And I
yeah.
feel like I'm losing my mind.
Let's keep the mind in place.
Yes. So you can see, like, all of these elements are so beautiful. So we created
Yeah.
all of these in Adobe Fresco.
So cool with the color variations.
Yeah.
That's great.
So for these, obviously, when you do finalize files, you want to provide them with the vector as well as the PNG. So when I do vectorize these from Fresco, I'll obviously like do an image trace.
Okay.
And kind of make it have a little bit of texture on the vector. But
Sure.
yeah, so just for if they do want to use it for print. But these are pretty large files, so for PNG, so honestly, they'll probably be fine on this candle box. But let's find the right color here. Let's do this one. I'm going to try to like mimic it where it looks like this.
Okay.
And then you just kind of drag it in.
I do like the dragging of place where
Yeah.
you to like, I don't know, there's something satisfying about it just dragging out.
It's something about it. I might have to like adjust the size. But yeah, so cute. Let's see. Let's bring this beautiful. I think this is the Hong Kong flower, but don't quote me on that. I think this is that the right color? No, this is the right color. Let's see.
A lot of fun pink in there.
I know. It's so bright and vibrant. It's just so happy.
I love that you're choosing a dark background with the light colors.
Yeah.
It really pops.
I love that look.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
it's like instant luxury. Like if you inversed it would still look great.
Yeah, and that was the goal with this
yeah, very
branding is to
luxurious.
have like a playful but very elevated.
Yes, you're nailing it.
Yeah, let's go to the tropical leaves here.
Oh, and the leaves are separate. Wow, this is so organized.
Yay!
I'm
Yeah,
taking
I
notes.
try because oof. Normally it does not look this organized when I design. Usually it's just like files like everywhere.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so I just wanted to make it look clean so you can kind of see my process here. I think it might be this one. I think. Let's see. Yeah. No, that's the wrong color. But
it's just a little bit brighter, huh?
I know this is like the chartreuse. It's kind of hard to tell on the. I think
Yeah,
that's
just
just
the
it.
thumbnail.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, perfect.
Wow, a nice link update. That was beautiful.
It's the the little replace effect for me.
Replace link. No, it really is different.
It's so satisfying. I'm just like, ding.
Yeah,
I wish it made noise.
It should.
Adobe.
Can we request?
Yes,
like
please.
a complete noise, like a dink.
I love a good noise, like a little like boink or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Cute. Okay, that's what else are we adding? Okay, yeah, another Hong Kong flower. So we're just gonna duplicate that.
Okay, or we're gonna replace again.
Yeah, we're gonna replace again
Wow.
because it's just so satisfying
It really
not
is.
to. Let's see.
I feel like that's a feature some people don't really utilize.
Yeah.
And I think it's just so.
No,
it
that's
is
the
so
one
powerful.
I do. That's the one I absolutely have to because it's just so fun. It's
Well, and
just,
it keeps the size the same.
Yeah,
the
it's just
placement. It's very
I
functional.
love it. Okay, yeah, I think that's the right color.
Yeah, that looks right.
Perfect. I might have to bump the size down a little bit. Cute. It's looking cute so far.
It's
you
looking
guys.
great. Do you want to zoom in just like a hair?
Yeah,
maybe?
I probably should, huh?
There you go. Now we can see
Sorry,
it even
guys.
better. Now I just want to see more of it. So this is perfect.
Okay, let's see this. Oh, we need
We're
to
going
get
for
to
the folded leaf.
Let's do this here. Let's find the right green this time. Let's see about this one. Cute. Okay.
That's nice.
I'll zoom in, guys, in a minute. Let me just
get the placement.
Let's see. I think I might want this to be up behind. And are you guys like a shortcut kind of people? Because I'm definitely the long way. Yeah. Are y'all shortcut girlies and men? Because I am not.
Oh, you're the long division
I'm the
version.
long division. Yeah, it's hard to remember like all of them. I do like there are some that I know, like obviously like the grouping and like the clipping mask, like the things that you use a lot.
Mask.
Oh, I think it's like Command 7. I think.
I just right click and make clipping mask.
Oh yeah,
interesting.
clipping. I do love a right click too.
Yeah, there's some options always hiding there.
I think.
Penny says Adobe must have left out sound effects, knowing that we were creative enough to make them in when we do our own designs. That's very fair.
That is so funny.
Then we can customize it.
Okay, cool. Okay, this is looking pretty close to the thing. I might bump this up just slightly.
Fairy says both. They are both long division version and shortcut version. That's fair.
Yeah. I think this might be a little pushed off to the side a little bit. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now let's put a logo on here.
Let's do it.
Let's see.
File place that logo.
Let's actually...
Oh, no, a different workflow.
Yeah, let's actually just go ahead and open up this.
Okay.
All right, let's use this white
very nice. We got the brand build.
Yeah. You see, like, it's a little disorganized over here. This is the real thing.
It's not too bad. I've seen far worse.
All right.
I've made far worse, let me be honest.
So what are y'all thinking? How should we place this? I mean, I obviously know what I wanted to do.
I was going to say, I feel like you have a plan.
Yeah. Okay.
I could see it. I mean, chat, definitely give us your opinion.
Yeah.
I could see it going in the middle, or I could see it going up the side.
Yeah.
What's your vision here?
I want to do a little 90 degrees little situation.
Yeah, okay,
here.
okay, nice.
Yeah, let's do...
Yeah, that looks
bump
right.
this up. Maybe.
Definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you liking this, you guys?
I'm loving it.
It's so cute.
Penny is clapping in the chat.
Yay. Okay, this is really cute. I just got to be my own cheerleader here.
I'll cheer you on. Don't worry. I got you.
All right. So I'm thinking just like the logo on the top, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. For the top of the box?
Yeah, or not the top. I mean,
and for the front. Okay,
yeah, the front.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe. Should we maybe add some more text? Maybe. I kind of like how clean it is.
I was going to say, but people might need to know. But you'll add it somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think
the
like
scent.
the side would be cute.
Let's do
like
it.
Maybe it's like 100% soy wax candle or something.
Your candle, your box.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, you'll figure it how you want it.
Yeah, let's see.
100%.
Soy wax candle. And then maybe we can bump that down.
Or we can really yell it. 100%.
All right, and then let's use this really cute accent font here.
Ooh.
To put like hand poured or something. Well, not.
All caps.
I feel like caps is so aggressive.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and in like a script font, it looks bonkers.
Yeah. Cute.
That looks great.
Yeah, let's make sure like that is actually.
What's the scent of this candle? I'm dying to know.
I don't know.
Oh,
should
okay.
we use like? Should we do some like inspiration, like what this candle should?
Yeah, Chad, do you have any ideas of what this candle should smell like?
Think like Asian inspired.
Okay.
Is lemongrass kind of like?
I don't know. I mean, that does sound delicious. I'd love to smell that.
Cute. Something like that, maybe.
That looks great. Yeah, definitely.
Should this like bump down a little bit? I don't know. It don't have to be perfect for this. We'll just.
It's just a mock-up.
Yeah, we'll just get the idea.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be like the side of the box.
Okay, gorgeous.
Let's go ahead and clip all of these guys.
Okay, so we're gonna use the same size as the box. You're gonna center it up. I love it.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and. Yeah.
Oh, so you just walk me through what you just did.
Okay, so let's undo that.
I've never clipped masks like that before.
Yeah. Okay.
Show me.
So of course you're going to let's move this over.
So you laid your
Let me move all this
the
over.
shape.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, you just select all of that needs to be in that clipping mask.
Okay.
And then you're gonna press Command 7.
You were right. It is Command 7.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I needed to like make a sound though, because it's something about it.
You let me know when you're gonna do it, and I'll make
I
the
love
sound.
that Apple has like the clicking noise when you're like the keyboard clicks. I love it. So satisfying. But yeah, okay, so that's looking cute so far.
Okay, Robert
All right.
is suggesting tulips, orchids, sunflowers, gerberas, roses, calla lilies.
Yeah.
Those are all Hong Kong flowers.
Yeah, we have definitely an orchid in there. Let me kind of show you what that looks like.
Penny is saying jasmine and amber. That sounds delicious.
Like, this is a really pretty orchid. So pretty.
Gorgeous. I didn't know that orchids had a like strong scent to them. Like, I feel like I've never.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go sniff an orchid.
Maybe the name of the candle could be Orchid Bloom or something.
I love that. Yes, let's do it.
Okay.
We'll need an orchid on the.
We'll add that to the candle label.
Okay. Oh, to the label. So we're
Yes.
doing it like a primary and a secondary.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so we're just going to maybe do some like text, maybe like the ingredients or something.
Laura is saying so cute.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Laura.
Yay. All right, let's use like this paragraph font. And obviously this is large. So we are going to bump that down, maybe like 12 points or something. Obviously that's really small.
We're doing farsighted, we're doing nearsighted. We're doing a vision test.
You just don't know until you get it in there.
Yeah, right.
But I do know, just for like print purposes, they do say kind of like don't go below like 6 points or something like that.
True.
Yeah.
I do break that rule.
It's definitely trial and error. I always
True.
tell my clients like packaging is a process.
That's very fair.
Yeah, so just be patient.
And depending on like the industry, the regulations are always interesting.
All right, so maybe we could like use this as like, I don't like these like little, we're just gonna bump that up.
Oh yeah, the paragraph breaks.
Yeah, I'm like, why do you do that?
I know, Lorem Ipsum has
What
its
is wrong with
own,
you?
its own moment. So this much text and no more, no less.
Okay, cute. And then I may actually bump that size up a little bit because a little small.
It is a little small.
Yeah, let's just do like 40 and see what that looks like. Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Totally reasonable.
Pretend this says like, I don't know, maybe like the story of Larawan or something like that.
Okay, I love that. Brand story.
Yeah, maybe this would be like the brand story.
Maybe you could add a title up there that says like brand story or something. That could be nice.
Yeah, like our story.
Yeah,
maybe we can have it like off-centered a little bit.
Cute.
Actually,
I love
I'm just
that.
going to use this. I'm just going to copy this. Like our story or something.
Fairy is asking, do you ever work on visual branding until the morning, like through the night, no sleep? Are you pulling all-nighters over there?
Oh my gosh. I am definitely an 8-hour sleep kind of girl.
Okay, so no. Yeah.
No. Yeah. I'm not a nighttime worker. I'm more of
Me
an
either.
early morning girly. Like I'll get up literally at 4:35 a.m.
Oh my
ready
gosh.
to go. Yeah.
4:30?
I drive my partner crazy because he's a nighttime. He's a nighttime guy.
Well, you'll cover the whole clock that way. It's good.
I'm thinking we should add like a cute flower right
I'd say
here.
yes.
Maybe like an orchid.
Yes, let's do it.
Do we like this color or should we do like a brighter? Or should we do a chartreuse? No, I think we should do a pink.
Yeah, let's do pink because I feel like chartreuse is really having its moment.
Yeah. Maybe I'll
Love that.
Bump this down a little bit.
Shorten the story a little bit.
Something like that, maybe. It's gonna be good enough. It's my OCD kicking in.
Show me the clipping mask again. Wow.
Isn't it so satisfying?
Yeah. See, I normally clip just like
this is
individual items or something, or
Yeah,
like.
this is really, really, really cute. Maybe I can like.
Yes. Very fun.
Yeah, I might bump this down a little bit too.
Oh, someone's sending a link to the flower advisory.
Oh,
that's great help, Robert.
Fun,
Thank you.
Fun. And then we can just probably like repeat this on the other side.
Love that. That's helpful for in store too.
Yeah.
Like depending, you never know like what side will be shown, so that's really helpful.
Fun.
Love that. Okay,
Cute.
so front, side, back, side.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay. And that's the lid.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we could just do like a flower or something here.
Let's do it.
Let's see. Maybe we could do.
Or do they have like a secondary logo mark? I feel like that could be cute too.
I don't have it. I should have. See, I knew I forgot something. I should have.
Not all
because
brands
we do
have
have.
one.
Because I thought instantly. I thought of like her little circle brand mark.
Okay.
And it had like her little tagline.
Oh, that could be fun.
Actually, yeah. Maybe we can add her little tagline.
I love that.
on
Let's do
here.
it.
And then maybe we could have. You know what? We're just gonna quickly do it.
Why not?
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do.
Also, if you have a vision and I'm getting you off course, feel free
Oh
to ignore
no!
me.
It's like coming as I'm like working.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's do. I really like this bright pink color. So let's go scroll down to this one. Let's try to use. Let's do this one. This one's really cute. Is that the right color? It'll be good enough. Cute. Okay, close enough.
Okay, I really feel like you would like libraries. I think this would really...
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll show you later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right now I use libraries
bigger.
just for like colors.
Okay.
So yeah, please give me all your tips and tricks.
Super helpful just because I think it shows it a little bit bigger than that icon.
Yeah.
And so you could see probably what color.
Okay,
a
so
little
I'm going to
easier.
draw a circle real quick.
Okay.
Make it like where it's like stroke. And then I am going to add some text to it. So type on the path. And then we're just going to do like her little tag. So celebrate, connect, create.
Love that.
And then maybe we'll just like kind of space that out a little bit maybe. And then we'll make it bigger.
Nice.
And then, yeah, we'll make that white. And then bump up the size. And then we can do some like letter spacing.
Do it.
When you like are using like the text, do you have to have it like at like an even or an odd number?
Yeah.
It has to be like 70 or like 75.
Yeah, let's not be crazy.
If it's like 72, it drives my OCD crazy.
I can do whole numbers and whole numbers only. Like if you like drag it and it's at like a decimal, help me. I can't handle that.
I love this. Okay, so we're just going to quickly do this. Obviously, we can make this a lot cuter, but...
No, it works.
Oh, wait, let me add the period.
Those are very even words. Period. Create period.
I love when people do that. I'm like, I'm not cool enough to do that, but I love when people are like, period. Okay, this is good enough.
That was great.
Okay, I'm just going to group it real quick. And then, good rule of thumb, this is going to be upside down. So, like when you're printing, so we're going to do, yeah. And you can't really tell it's upside down, but you can tell the flower is upside down. Because when they print, because it's like...
Yep. So if you're looking at the flower box from the front, you're envisioning the tag.
Yeah, so
the tuck is in the back.
Yeah, so pretending when you are doing it on like your die line, this is going to be upside down.
Yeah.
Because like when they open it up, yeah. So that's cute.
That looks awesome.
Yeah. All right, so we want to design the candle label real quick.
Let's do it.
And then we'll put everything inside a little mock-up.
Okay.
All right, so what are we thinking for the color? Maybe just keep it the same.
Did we decide if it's orchid? Maybe we do like orchid inspired.
Ooh.
Did we decide on the name Orchid Bloom or something like
Orchid
that?
Bloom. So maybe this pink color. Sorry guys, my nose is like running. It's my allergies.
Do you need a tissue?
Oh, I might need a tissue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's one right here. Please hold.
Perfect. Not my nose running. Okay. Brief intermission. Excuse.
We're back. Sorry about that.
Something is in retrograde.
Yeah. We're not sure about the constellations, but we are still here. Okay, Whitney, will you tell us where we left off?
Yes.
And
Okay.
where we're going?
Yeah. Okay. So we just got finished designing our beautiful candle box. So what we're gonna do is gonna hop on over to Photoshop and put it inside a candle box mock-up.
Woohoo!
So let me whip open my mock-ups here. Let's do this one. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. I should have had this open for you.
No, it's okay. Photoshop's going to have its moment.
Yeah. All right, cool. Okay, so, first, let's go ahead and save these guys.
Very important.
We ain't going to go far. And let's just go ahead and create a new folder. Organization is key here.
We'll get the crash course in
PNG is
that.
fine. I'll just use PNG.
Okay, so you're saving out your artboards, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Saving all the artboards. You can do PNG or JPEG, whatever your preference is. Don't really matter here. Okay, so let's see here. Let's do the top of the box. Okay, cool. And let's go ahead and place this in.
Penny in chat said the design was too perfect. Something had to go wrong.
I'm glad y'all think it's perfect because it's me like, oh, I think that needs to go up a little bit more.
And such is the design life.
All right, cute.
Love
and then we're
it.
gonna place it.
And so you're using smart objects right here, right?
Yes.
On your layers to add it in.
Yeah.
Or smart
Okay,
layers,
perfect.
yeah.
Cute. Okay, this is cute. I'm liking it. I'm like, should we actually like bump this up maybe?
I could see it going a little bit bigger, yeah.
Oh, wait. Okay.
No shift or hold shift.
Yeah.
It's one of the two. It
I
always
know,
goes back
it's
and
like-
forth.
I mean, I know you can like toggle it, but oof. Okay. Let's see if that works. I feel like I didn't work anything at all. Like I feel
Maybe
like
go big, go big.
Go big. Okay, let's see. Oh my god.
Go crazy.
All right.
There you go. Yeah, that'll definitely be.
Okay. It's like sometimes you just don't know. Like that's what I was saying. Like packaging is a process because sometimes you're not gonna see. It's hard to translate it sometimes to print from digital
flat
to print.
to 3D.
Okay, I think I like that. Okay. It's like a little difference, but you could tell. I mean, I can tell. All right, so let's do like the left side of the box here. And maybe we have enough time. Maybe we can do a label, but
Yeah, let's see. Let's get the
Yeah.
box so we have like the full
Yeah.
like structure reference, and then we'll jump over to that.
okay, cute. Okay, I must have not centered a thing,
Uh-huh.
but that's okay. We're just gonna
Scale it up.
yeah. And then
There you go.
gonna
No one will
center.
know.
Yeah, no one knows. Okay.
Except all of chat, but I mean.
I'm not sure if that's centered, but it looks centered. So
Yeah,
we're
no,
just
that's
going
perfect.
Oh, let me see. Oh, it's the wrong one. It's the right side.
I was like, wait, they have a mock-up for the other side? Oh, does this mock-up have different angles?
Yeah, actually, I think this one is just this one angle, I think. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm like, unless I don't know something.
Well, it just seems interesting that they would have a
Yeah.
mock-up side for a side you can't see.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Mock-ups are so fun. Look,
Love.
so fun.
Okay.
It's not me getting so excited. Okay, where is the front? Oh, that's technically, this is the front.
Okay.
But it came out as the left. You see the little text?
Oh,
let's-
interesting.
This is the front for the mock-up.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was
Yeah.
like, I don't know either.
We're just going to pretend this is the front.
Okay. Hey, it's your mock-up. You can do
Yeah.
what you want.
Okay, perfect. It's so
Gorgeous.
cute and so vibrant.
Oh my gosh, it's so fun.
Okay, let's get rid of that.
Yeah, what's the box doing over there?
Gonna do.
Is that the
let's
label or
see.
something on the mock-up?
I'm trying to see. Like, which one is it? Let's see. Dun-dun.
It almost seems like it's an overlay or
I
something.
know. I'm like, where? Oh, here it is.
There you go.
Is that it? No, that's the
Uh,
overlay. Let's.
Try the on and off.
Oh,
Try
wait,
the
it
eyeball.
might be the design. There we go.
There you go.
Ta-da!
Gorgeous.
And then let me Of course, it's like my OCD. Like I'm like, let me like do like a cream background or something for the mock-up.
Love.
Because I don't like this gray.
Yeah. Oh, much better. That looks amazing.
It's so cute.
Oh, that looks great.
Oh my gosh. It's so pretty.
Okay, we have to do the label
Yeah,
now.
okay, yeah. Okay, let's hop
Let's
on
do
over
it.
to Illustrator. We'll just do this real quick.
Yeah, we have about 15 minutes left. So
Okay,
I feel like you could,
what are we thinking? What are we thinking?
I think Orchid Bloom's great.
I kind of like it. Maybe like down here or something. And then we'll just pretend that it's a 12-ounce candle or something.
Okay, perfect. A standard ounce pour. I don't know.
Yeah, we're just gonna use a subheading. Sometimes I like to use kind of like the
Crumb?
Yeah, monogram or the monotext kind of style for like the ounces, but we're just gonna use this.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like mono space.
Yeah, that's it.
I was like monochrome,
That is
mono.
it. That is it.
Lots of monos.
And I don't know but I'll also include. Sometimes I like to include the grams, but I don't know the grams of the 12 ounces.
Yes.
So,
I don't either.
Yeah,
We're designers, not math wizards.
This is gonna be very clean because we're running out of time. But let's
that
bring
looks
some.
awesome.
Yeah, let's bring some elements in. Maybe like an orchid flower.
Definitely. We have to know what the orchid looks like and smells like.
Let's see. One of the darker colors here.
Chat is saying this color palette will stand out on shelves. It's very different.
Yes.
I agree.
Perfect.
Ooh, yes.
Let's flip that.
Whoa. I haven't used it in the dialogue panel like that.
Yeah.
That was cool.
And then maybe we can make it really big.
Love that. Yeah, definitely.
Something like that, maybe something quick and easy.
I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
I like that it's a square too. That's fun.
Yeah. Or like maybe we can add like maybe like a little flower right here or something.
Okay,
or maybe
yeah.
we could do flip this again, maybe, and then kind of have like the something.
Just a little, peek of it.
Yeah.
I love.
Yeah, something. I might even add like a little circle here or something.
Or like maybe the
maybe.
brand logo even.
Like maybe.
Oh yeah, that one.
But I'm gonna take out this.
Oh, cute. Yes, the circle.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And then.
I love a circle stamp. Ooh, in the dark color.
Like in the corner. Maybe.
Yes. That's adorable.
Maybe.
Absolutely approved.
A little something.
Full
maybe.
send.
Yeah.
This is so cute. I'm obsessed.
Like. Okay.
I want to smell it.
I know, right? Okay. So it would be cute to kind of like add like a little like like it'd be like the notes of it, but this is fine. I don't know. Do we have time? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we have time.
Okay, yeah.
We have, like,
Well,
10
maybe we could
minutes.
do like the notes of
an orchid.
Yeah. I don't know what it.
Let's do like lightly scented, or I don't know.
Orchid leaves.
Oh, yep. That's much better.
Vanilla.
You're on it. Why did I try?
Yeah, I'm just gonna use those two.
Perfect. 2 cent notes.
And then let's do. Maybe we could like kind of have it like off to the side a little bit.
Yes.
Maybe. A little staggered look or something. Let's kind of bring this down. Maybe kind of. Maybe no, maybe not. I'll just bring this down. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, this is looking good, you guys.
So fun. Okay, I feel like the scent notes are running off the page. Or do you want that look?
Oh yeah, here we go.
There you go. Yes.
Thank you for catching that.
Before you
good
print.
eye. Okay, cute. Okay, let's save this real quick.
Okay.
Label. Cute. Okay, let's do.
Oh, do you have a mock-up too?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
Okay.
I was like, let's do another label, but let's do this.
Is this it? Okay, perfect.
Wow, first try.
I'm like, you just don't know. You just don't know.
Sometimes, the mock-ups are built a little different.
Bump this up a little bit.
Bump it up. That's so cute. I really love the placement.
This is really cute. Let's see.
Does your client have candles?
She's about to. That's why I was like inspired.
I
was
that.
like,
is she watching the stream?
And we don't like this turquoise color. So we're gonna change it.
It is a little off-brand.
Yeah. Let's maybe just change it to white or something.
It's a little 80s with the pink and the teal.
Wait, this is so cute. I can see this in my house.
Yes. Okay.
And then we're gonna change like maybe the wick color to like white as well. I mean maybe we'll just kind of make it as close. I mean, I can always grab it real quick. Maybe make it this color. This would be great to use the libraries. And then we're gonna use the wax. We're gonna change that to just white.
Oh, you can change the wax color too? Okay.
And of course, let's go ahead and...
Should we do the background?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, this is really cute.
It's so cute. I had no doubts the entire stream.
I will say, though, my client was able to successfully create her own candle label using, like, the elements. They're really cute, you guys.
Wow.
I wish I had, like, an example of it to show you.
That's
but they're super
impressive.
cute. She, like, sent it to me. She was like, okay, let me get your stamp of approval.
And you're like, yeah, approved
No,
immediately.
it was beautiful. All right.
This looks awesome. I love it.
Yeah, so let me bring the other, like, so cute. Like, I do have another mock-up that shows them side by side, but we don't got time.
Well, we do have about 9 minutes left, so
okay,
if
let me
you
see if
wanna
I
go
can
for
do it. I will have to, like,
I think you could.
Should we attempt? Because it's like I have to do, like, each layer again.
I see. Well, whatever you think would be best. If
Yeah.
you want to maybe build another label, or if you want to build the
Yeah.
mock-up, I think you have time for either.
Yeah, maybe let's
You've been flying through this, so I think
let's
you
try to
could
see.
do it.
Maybe we could do
A leaves label, like the
lemongrass or something.
Oh yeah.
I want to change this color though.
Okay.
The text to like maybe green. I don't know.
Yeah, lemongrass sounds great.
Yeah, lemongrass zest.
Okay. Some zesty
Obviously
grass.
I need to justify this. Ooh, I'm sorry, it's my nose running again. I'm like, I don't know where my tissue went. Okay.
I got the box.
Sorry, it's my allergies.
Don't you worry about it.
Okay, this is cute.
It's the lemongrass.
Okay. And then, I mean, normally I'll probably like adjust like the size of the text and stuff like that, but we're just gonna see how it looks.
No, I think it's looking great.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Cute. And then we're just gonna do a little replace action.
Our favorite part of the stream, replacing stuff.
All right, let's go down to the orchids. To the dark green. Let's see. I think this is it. Oh my god. So fun. Makes it so easy. Yeah, I love the little replace effect.
That looks great.
Cute. Okay, let's save that.
Sorry, let me move our props out of the way here.
Fun. I love it.
That looks great.
Yeah, and then it's like really cool because it's like with the candle box, they have like so many different colors, so you can really have fun. Like if she had like different like scents,
right?
Yeah, they can change out like the color of like the label, and it'll still like pair beautifully with the box, which is obviously key. Like when you're like trying to design like a tangible item,
right? Yeah.
This is cute.
I love the screen color. How do you usually go about like choosing colors for your
Oh my gosh, there's
clients?
so much psychology that goes behind it.
Oh, you go into the psychology.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like it's like a whole breakdown. Let me even like let me save that real quick and I can like show you.
All right, but show us the candle mock-up. I'm dying to see.
Ah!
Yeah, looks great.
Ta-da! Yes, this is really cute. I love it.
It looks great, and it pairs so well with the box.
I know,
all the
it's
elements
so
came
pretty.
together. Yep, love
Okay,
it.
so with like the color theory.
Okay,
it's a
let's
lot.
dive deep.
Let me scroll down.
Is this your brand deck you delivered to her?
Yeah, this is her style
Gorgeous.
guide.
Okay.
So there's a lot that goes into it. So the use of her greens is like it really goes into it. It's like the cultural significance like varies, widely across, the different contexts and traditions. It's just like it can often symbolize like the growth, vitality, and rejuvenation. It can also have a soothing and restorative effect on the human psyche, promoting feelings of tranquility, balance, and stability, which could play well with her uplifting brand emotions,
right?
Which are, I'll have to scroll up to show you, but and then her blues and little periwinkles. Well, there's no periwinkles. I probably forgot to remove that, but so blue is obviously believed to like promote feelings of like relaxation, imagination, and inspiration, and then it also has like the soft and gentle tones, which evoke a sense of like nostalgia and innocence. And then it just kind of like transports them to like a certain place. So like maybe like one of her partners that she works with is from like Hong Kong, but they live here now in the States. So it could like kind of trans them back home to like Hong Kong. So just kind of like bring in those colors to kind of bring that connection in.
Sure.
Yeah, so and it's just like, and I also like wanted to add in there is like in many cultures it's used in rituals and ceremonies to promote healing and inner peace. So yeah, so it's often employed to convey messages of creativity, imagination, and emotional well-being, which is kind of goes hand in hand with like her like highlighting artisans and things like that. And then of course like pink, it's often associated with love and affection, and obviously it's a popular choice for expressing feelings, and yeah, so I like it.
So how do you do this research on your own, or how do you arrive at this?
I do my research on my own.
Okay.
Yeah, so the design strategy phase is very, very in-depth.
This is a gorgeous deck.
Yeah, so, and then it's like her little color wheel.
I love that.
Yeah.
I feel like if your client was able to build a logo or a label on their own, that means you really did a good job of building out your deck and informing them about
and I always
that.
like to go through like a little walkthrough call to kind of walk them through the style guide, so that way they kind of feel confident utilizing their branding post handoff, because sometimes the clients are like, okay, I don't know what to do now. Even though they have their style guide, it almost can be like a little foreign because they're like, I don't know what this terminology means.
Right.
So like I think that walkthrough call has been very helpful.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have about 4 minutes left. Do you want to walk us through maybe the entire process and give us kind of a high-level pass at like what you worked on and maybe the brand even?
So as you can see, these are kind of like some of the like styled pages I like to show her, so that way she can kind of visualize how her branding could look like on graphics and things like that, or a billboard, just so that way she can kind of see what her branding will look like IRL. So I always like to include these in the branding process when I am presenting her branding, so that way it's just not like a lockup of a logo. You want them to kind of see how it will look.
Breathing.
Yeah, exactly. So I just kind of style everything, obviously bringing in some like hand woven elements to kind of bring in some of the products that she'll be selling, which is like a lot of like hand woven like fans and purses and things like that. Yeah, and just showing her how she can kind of style her graphics. And she's been doing an amazing job. She's like, I just been like studying what you sent over. And see, this is like one of her little marks, but
it's so good. I love that texture down the middle. It looks amazing.
I love it. Yeah, this was super fun. I created that in fresco.
Wow.
All of these are fresco. Yeah.
We love fresco.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just I like to do these so that way she can kind of see how she can stylize her colors as well too. Even though I obviously give her a guide on like what colors pair well, like what colors that you need to use for backgrounds and things like that. But this is a good tool because it's like, I feel like a lot of us are visual, so just to have like that tool. Yeah, super cute.
Love that.
Yeah. Another little hand woven pattern we drew, and here's some like products that she'll probably be selling. But yeah, very pretty.
This looks great.
Yeah.
Okay, so you took all of that, and then we interpreted that into graphics for a box.
Yeah.
You want to maybe show us the flat lay again in Illustrator?
Oh, yeah.
Woohoo! There it is.
Yay.
Okay, so you laid it all out in there. It looked amazing. And then we put some filler copy and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then you brought it into Photoshop, and we made the mock-up of it.
Yeah.
And it looks so good.
Yeah. So it's really easy for you to take your elements and create like little custom patterns like on a box or like a label. You really can have fun with it. I mean, I feel like you really can't go wrong.
That's so true.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yay!
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Whitney. This has been such a pleasure.
Yeah, it was so fun.
Yeah. Can we put the slide? You read my mind. Amazing. Okay. So we are at 12:30. So up next is Sarah and Idara will be back illustrating art print. So definitely stick around. And then we have a wrap up with me and Andrew Hockrattle will be back. And then that will be the creative stream for today. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Whitney, amazing job, amazing work. And we'll see you guys soon.
Today I'm going to be walking y'all through a project called Total Service. It's a real client of mine. Now I want to show you how to bring it into Express and how you can build that brand kit. You have this ability to start from content. So I'm just going to click that button, and what I'm going to do is actually click Simple Brand PDF and then upload it. It's going to start separating out stuff onto different layers. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to start showing you how the libraries work. Create new library. We'll do one called TS2. So what we're going to do here is I'm just going to grab like this logo, and then I'm going to add it to my libraries, click graphic, and then call this like TS2 horizontal. So what I'm doing now is just like quickly eyedroppering all this stuff. I'm taking everything, I'm just grabbing those color pieces from my Illustrator file, and now I'm just clicking on the bottom right corner, and then I'm clicking fill color, and that's adding it to my library immediately.
Nice.
All right, so go to my stuff, and then go to brands and libraries. So I'm going to the TS2. So now what I can start doing is just go to like fill colors, and then just start pulling them.
Beautiful.
Cool, so that's pretty much the color page. Let's go to the type system. Go in there, you can type in whatever logic you want. You can just duplicate all this stuff by just selecting it all, shift, and then drag and option drag it. And one of the new things that you'll see on my screen now is the spacing tool, so it'll start picking it up. So another thing while you're building out this, so if you did want to add like a tertiary typeface to it, the recommended typeface section is always super fun, and it works really well. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start breaking the logo in the guideline. I don't know, let's grab this guy. I'll grab it in there. As you'll see, it's got the link icon there. That means it's linked directly into the libraries. What I can do here is show you. So go into Illustrator, and I'm going to just Shift X and just outline it. And then I'm gonna Command S and save that, and I'll update my library.
Nice.
Look, your links of assets have changed. Boom, update. Which is a normal flow if you're used to working in Photoshop or Illustrator. You could see how you could quickly just pull in your libraries, pull your color from your library panel, go in, adjust each element, go in there with your grids. You can swap out the typefaces really quickly. You can upload them or pull them directly into your libraries.
Yeah.
So all in all, effective hour.
Hi friends, I hope y'all are enjoying this full day of streaming. I really am excited to get into today. We are joined by Sarah. Sarah, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Today we're going to be talking about illustrating art portraits. You're going to stylize some art prints, and I believe we're going to be in both Illustrator and Photoshop.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm excited.
Me too.
As I'm a photographer, so anytime I get to stream with people that are not photographers and do illustrations, I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish I could do this. So I'm really, really excited. But what are we going to talk about today?
So I'm gonna create like an illustrative print as you mentioned. I'm thinking of doing a print essentially saying, let your creative juices flow. So I'm thinking like a juice box is the focal point. And yeah, using Photoshop and Illustrator. And then I think I'm gonna start on Adobe stock, just finding some inspo images quickly.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, as you guys know in the chat, if you have any questions, please do let me know. I will be sure to relay them to Sarah. Let's keep this active. Y'all have been active all day, which is beautiful. So if you have any questions, I'll be sure to ask them. All right, perfect. So we are starting with Adobe stock.
Yes, I'm just looking for some inspo images just so I can get kind of the structure of the juice box correct. I feel like this obviously isn't like necessary by any means, but I find it to be very helpful.
Now, when you're looking for, I guess when you're looking for these stock images, what specifically are you looking for?
Just more so like the angle and orientation. For example, I'm thinking, this sounds kind of silly, but I'm thinking of putting a cat in the juice box. So in this case, I'm looking more so for poses, because obviously I'm gonna put it into my style, so the style isn't as important. It's more so just like the pose and orientation.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. All the cats.
Yeah. Yeah, so even though these are just like silhouettes, this is like totally like really helpful.
Nice.
And again, since it's just gonna be like reference imagery, I'm just screenshotting it.
This is really nice.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking maybe it could be like a lemonade could be cute. So some lemon slices could be nice.
Now, where do you start when you're coming up with the idea for an illustration? Or even in this case, like where do you start with getting the concept from?
I don't know. I mean, a lot of it is like just related to my life, I guess. Like for so much of my work, I feel like I incorporate, not so much of it, but I do like cats, obviously, because I have 3 cats. So that's where the cat comes from. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of random.
What are the names of your cats, if you don't mind me asking?
So I have a tuxedo cat named Frankie.
Oh, Frankie.
Yeah, and then 2 ragdolls named Teddy and Winston. They're the boys.
Those are so. Oh, Teddy and Winston. That like pairs really nicely.
Yeah, and Teddy's just like a big teddy bear, so hence why his name is
fitting.
Teddy. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we've gotten some. I think you already took the juice box. We got some slices and the cats. And thank you, Wade, for dropping Sarah's Behance and Instagram. Be sure to give her a follow.
All right, so here is some of the images I'm gonna drop in that I saved earlier. Let's see. So I'll drop in the cat. Oh, just do one by one. So I saved this one actually earlier, but I like this one. He kind of looks like he could be floating in a juice box, and I'll just use like kind of his shape as a reference. And then
the lemon.
And obviously this is gonna look super crazy right now, but I'm just gonna kind of loosely be tracing over it so it doesn't really matter how it looks. And then I've got this juice box.
Perfect. And we're in Photoshop.
Yes.
Okay. So what all do you do in, I guess when it comes to, are you doing the tracing in Photoshop, or are you just kind of putting everything, like what's the general workflow that we can expect for today?
So I would, there's so many different ways you can do it. I like to trace in Photoshop just because I do have a tablet, but obviously, like you could theoretically make this whole thing, print it out, and then trace it too.
Got it. Okay.
Obviously that's like a nice workflow as well.
Okay, perfect.
And then I'll jump into Illustrator as well and show some different options for that.
Awesome. And it looks like we're changing the orientation and
yes. Yeah, I feel
the
like
juice box right now.
Yeah, I feel like shorter juice boxes are kind of more cutesy.
Yeah,
so
they are.
I'm like, let me make this a little bit shorter. Okay. So I'm gonna, just to save some time, I'm going to open a file I already have that I made of this, just to kind of jump through some stages. Okay, let's see. So we are going to do, let's see. Actually, we'll just keep this as is.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we've got a little lemon. And I think I'm also going to add some flowers around it, and then I'm going to add like a title treatment, so over the top it'll say like, let your creative juices flow. And yeah, lots of different things like that.
Oh, I love it. I love.
Yeah.
What I usually when I do these shoots, I like to know like everyone's personal journey. So what got you into illustrations in the first place?
I mean, I feel like I've been drawing like since I was a little kid. Love to draw. And then I was like, when I got older, I was like, let me do something like a little bit more practical. So I got into graphic design.
Got it.
And now it's kind of full circle because I do a lot of illustration work with what I do now. So.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that, like when your passions and things you used to do for fun turn into the things you do for work.
Exactly. Yeah.
Perfect.
Right.
So when you're tracing, are you using just the brush tool and you're just kind of tracing onto the blank canvas right now? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So the idea is like I'm assuming once you kind of trace everything, you'll kind of get rid of those layers and just keep.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to like, gosh. It's nice to say, like, I just turn the layers off. I don't like fully delete them, obviously. But it's nice to have these, obviously.
Yes.
And I'll just draw for a couple of minutes because, you know, we only have an hour. And then I will pull up the finished sketch and then we'll go from there.
Okay, perfect. What would you say is the longest time that you've taken to do an illustration from start to finish? I know it probably depends on obviously.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, what's the longest you took and what was that project?
I did one I actually did a collab with Adobe on Instagram for their Illustrator's Generative Recolor when that first came out. And that I spent a lot of time in it. It was this little ghost sitting in a diner. And I like, typically I do like just duotone illustrations, so like two-tone, but that one was like full color. So I spent a lot more time on that one. But I mean, I don't draw like realism, so it's not like, you know, the full thing. I don't know, maybe like 10 hours? I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'm gonna add maybe a lemon here too.
And then I also see that you're using like your tablet. Is that something that like, was that something that you would always, like, were you always using a tablet or were you using, like...
I actually only got the tablet maybe like 6 months ago, I'd say. So,
okay. How do you like it in your workflow now?
I like it, yeah. I think it's really fun. I'm really impressed with like how intuitive it feels. I feel like sometimes these tools are like kind of hard to learn.
Yeah.
But I feel like it feels really natural.
Oh, it looks like it does feel natural. Like it's just kind of like you're almost like drawing on paper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And obviously, if you don't have a tablet, you can just literally draw on paper. Yeah. So I'm just drawing some bubbles. The
lemon slice is so cute.
Yeah. And then later I'll jump into Illustrator, obviously, because I am still a designer at heart, and I always want to incorporate typography into my prints.
Do you sell prints, by the way?
Yeah, I do. I just sell like digital downloads just to make it easier for people. So I sell them on Etsy, and people can just buy. Like, I offer tons of different sizes, so they just buy it, and it's just a digital download, and they can print it wherever. So yeah, it's just easier that way, I think, for both me and for
them, so you're not worried about like getting the order, printing the print, sending it out, all of those things. You just kind of let them take care of it from that point. That's smart.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm just drawing some little flowers around.
Oh, I wish I could draw. I always say that you never know what you can and can't do until you actually do it. But
Yeah.
I used to try to draw as a kid, and it just, I feel like if I kept to it, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that would have been my thing as a creative too, but
Yeah.
this is one thing that I have like a really strong respect for people that can draw. I'm like, oh, even your flower is looking very advanced.
Really? I feel like it's so cartoony, but
it's so cute. You don't want to see my flower. Okay, that is really nice. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like it's so random, like a cat in a juice box with flowers, but yeah, so that's why I like didn't know how to answer your question of like where do my ideas come from, because I'm like this doesn't even really make sense, to be honest, but just going with it.
Everything you just do what you're feeling.
Yeah,
and then go from there.
Yeah.
Because in the end, we'll see the final product and be like, oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah, okay. So I think I'm going to leave this here and jump to my sketch now, because obviously, we just have an hour. So I'll open up the sketch, but that just kind of gives you an idea of like what I do.
Yes, of course.
So let's see. So we'll open up the sketch. Okay, so here's the sketch finished. And then what I do after this is I will add the line work, and you can do that one of two ways. What I like to do is just do it in Photoshop. So you just lighten this layer. We'll add a background layer too. And then I just draw over top. And the nice thing about doing this in Photoshop is like, obviously you have so many different brush options, so you can create really textured line work, which is fun. In this case, I'm just gonna do like really simple line work. But it is nice, like you have so many options in Photoshop, obviously. And then in a minute, will show you how you can do that in Illustrator.
Beautiful. I love how this illustration came together. Like the juice box is kind of like transparent, so you can see.
Yeah, that's what I was
the
thinking.
water inside and the juice inside, and the cat just floating in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's cute.
Right, let's see.
And you're still using your brush tool when you're doing this?
Yes.
I feel like having the tablet is really nice too, because of like, it just seems like, you seem like you have a really steady hand.
Yeah.
But it just seems like it's a very...
I feel like I'm like a little like jittery right now, but for the live, I'm like, gotta work fast,
Oh no, I'm like, because I was gonna ask you what tool. I thought that you were using another tool because of how like straight that line, the first line looked. And I realized you're using the brush tool. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
She just has a steady hand.
Yeah. I mean, you can increase the smoothness, and that like obviously helps a little bit too. Let's zoom in a little.
Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah. I kind of like to break up my lines a little and leave gaps sometimes. I feel like that just makes the line work look more like dynamic.
Yes, that's actually a really, really good point.
Yeah.
It does make it look and feel more dynamic.
Especially with long lines too, because I can't even draw a straight line to begin with, so this is like a good cheat to like help with that.
It's like it was intentional.
Yeah.
Perfect. Do you ever use, so I know we use like, in this case we use Adobe stock to get like some of the inspiration photos. Do you ever, or have you at all utilized like Firefly to kind of get some inspiration for any of your illustrations as well?
Yes, 100%. I feel like the text to vector in Illustrator is really helpful. Yeah, it's super helpful, I feel like, because you can just tell it what you need. And I think for me, like the thing I find hardest is like posing. So say I'm drawing like, I don't know, a bear sitting in a camping chair. Like you're not gonna be able to find that on Google Images, like a bear sitting in a camping chair. But like you can type that into Firefly and it'll generate
it. Yep.
And then you obviously like completely make it your own and turn it into your style. But it's just nice for the posing of like, how is his arm positioned? If he's holding a coffee in the chair, like how would that look? So I find that to be like really helpful.
Oh, that's a really great point, because I think that's what makes Firefly really, really great, is that you have the opportunity to take what's in your head and just get something,
Yeah.
you know, as inspiration. And it can be really difficult when you're looking for inspiration and you're looking for a particular thing and you can't find it because it's just that
Yeah.
rare, that specific of an item.
Yeah.
And so that's a really good point, is being able to have a specific idea, use Firefly and generate, and then use it, of course, make it your own from that point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I find it super helpful.
This flower is coming to life.
Yeah. Do you have any favorite ways you use Firefly?
I have used Firefly specifically to like help plan for shoots.
Okay.
So
Oh,
if
yeah.
I have maybe a concept in my head, the first thing for any shoot is to get to create a mood board.
Yeah.
And with that, you kind of go into, you know, Pinterest, Instagram, whatever you see images-wise that kind of creates that inspiration. I'll get it from there.
Mhm.
But sometimes I've really liked to use Firefly when it comes to like maybe more so set design. Like if I have a specific, if I'm shooting in studio or even outdoors and I have a specific set up that I'm like thinking about, putting that in and do that text to image.
Yeah.
And being like,
yeah.
you know, this is what I'm thinking about, and then getting some images generated kind of helps with that inspiration process, and kind
Yeah.
of be able to be like, okay, I like this or I don't like this, and I can put it in a mood board and then see how I can bring it to life by actually putting together the set. So I think that's the way that I've utilized it, and it's sometimes there's something in your head and you just can't figure out a way to to put it out on paper, so it really helps in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like as well, because it sometimes has like surprising generations, it's kind of nice because it's like, oh, I would have never thought of that, but it's actually kind of cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like, I put something in there, I'm like, you know, that's not what I was looking for, but I think I could actually go in that direction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Another thing I like to do when I'm drawing like with line work is I'll zoom in a little bit. I like to kind of fill in these corners where the lines intersect. I feel like if you were drawing with like pen to paper, the ink kind of bleeds and it pools in these corners anyway. So I'm trying to emulate like if it, you know, was really drawn, how would that look? And yeah, I like when the ink kind of pools in these areas.
That is such a good like attention to detail aspect, because I wouldn't have like noticed it. I would have, if I was doing this, again, me doing it. But I think I wouldn't have paid that much attention to that detail. But with you doing it right now, I'm like, yeah, like when you're drawing, that ink just kind of separates on its own and spreads.
Yeah.
And so I think that's and it just already, it uplifts and like, adds, like it just makes it look so much more just put together. With that little detail.
Yeah. And you can also exaggerate this further by using like the threshold tool in Photoshop, and I'll show that a little bit later.
Okay.
But I love like an ink bleed look.
Yes,
I feel like
it's just so nice.
Yeah.
Like that flower just like feels so alive now. It's the little details that matter.
Yeah. All right, I'll just color for like a couple more minutes and then I'll jump to the next stage.
Okay. So we've done the source the inspiration, source the photos, doing the tracing.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then we're gonna be going into step number 3. If I had to put a number to it,
I'd say so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Like drawing is just it's so mesmerizing. Even just you watching you do the ink.
Yeah.
The corners.
It's so calming too.
Yeah. So from this point, is there more that you'll do in Photoshop, or at what point do you kind of go from Photoshop into Illustrator?
Next I'll show how you can do the line work in Illustrator.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna be doing all the type in Illustrator and then bringing it back in here.
Okay.
So yeah.
Now, the other question that I had is, when it comes to like colors, what do you decide to do there? Like, do you tend to go for more like colorful, like, aspects? Like if you're doing this, are you thinking like, having the color of the flowers, or having it look more monochromatic, or what kind of vibe do you usually end up going towards?
I think I like a bit more of a monochromatic. I I think that's maybe just the graphic designer in me. I like like punchy color blocking as opposed to like interpreting the illustration literally of like, oh, the stems need to be green, the flowers need to be red or whatever. And I think also when you incorporate like typography into it and have it so stylized anyway, I feel like I'm like, oh, it doesn't need to be like literal colors. So yeah, I usually just do like kind of 2 or 3 colors and just keep it really simple.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that just like you said, it keeps it simple and keeps it cleaner too.
Yeah,
and it's not too much going on, but still very impactful and like.
Yeah. I think also like it's nice because if you keep it really simple with the colors, you can easily like say the entire composition is just like pink and red. You can easily change that from like pink and red to like peach and like a forest green or whatever, and have tons of different like color variations, which is nice.
Absolutely, without having to go into every specific detail and changing everything.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna open the illustration now with the line work. Let's see. All right, so here's the line work all finished.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can do the line work as you saw in Photoshop, or another way that I like to do it sometimes is do like pen to paper and then scan that in and image trace that in Illustrator. So I'll just do that now. So say we'll pretend that was we'll pretend that was scanned in essentially. Okay, so we'll just use this one. But just imagine this being like black and white and it's just a scanned in image. Yeah. Okay.
What do you prefer? Do you prefer to draw it out on paper and then scan it in, or do you prefer to do everything more so digital, or do you have cases where you do one or the other, or does it just depend?
It just depends. It just depends. I think drawing. Oh, having a bit of trouble with this. I'll just explain it. Basically, you just image trace this in Illustrator, and the nice thing about doing that is you have, like the line work is live and it's vector, so you can scale it as much as you want, so that is the benefit of that. And then also, to answer your question, the benefit of sketching it and drawing it is also, I don't know, I feel like that pen to paper element is just more organic. Like it's always going to be more organic that way. Yeah. So that's obviously like the appeal there too. Yeah.
That's a very true point.
Yeah. Okay, so I am going to, so the next step would be to add like the type treatment. So I'm just going to open Illustrator now. Having a bit of trouble getting this. Oh, there we go.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Actually, we'll just image trace this so you guys can see. And this, I don't really have a rhyme or reason. It's just kind of whatever looks best. I find increasing the paths usually looks better. And then you obviously want to click ignore color. That just deletes all the white, so you just have the black line work.
Okay.
So yeah, we've got the line work now. And then I am going to lock this and explore some type now. So for all the graphic designers, I feel like you'll enjoy and appreciate this stage. Okay. So we'll type, let your creative juices flow.
I'm interested to see what kind of type we pick.
Yeah. I've been very much into like bubble fonts lately, and I feel like this composition's kind of bubbly and fun, so that's kind of what I'm thinking, but we'll see. So we'll just browse for a little bit.
I was gonna ask, like, how do you usually go about and pick your fonts? Because it seems like in this case, if we go with that bubble font, it kind of goes with the vibe already. But is it usually that spot on, or is it just like what is your process for picking the font?
I think it's just like the vibe. Like I feel like if it's very like dainty and elegant, I'll try to match that vibe and use more like thinner kind of text. I also try to loosely match the stroke weight, so if the line work's really heavy, I want like a bold, heavy text.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, just so they don't feel like disjointed.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have this one font, gluten. I really like this one, so I'll save this one. Actually, I may just pull these off to the side.
Okay.
I also really like Oh No Softy. This is like, I've just been using this all the time, especially when it's like all uppercase.
That's really cute. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just fun.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's my favorite so far.
Yeah, I think so too. I like that it has personality, but it's still very like legible.
Yep. And it fits very, very well. Like there's like a, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but just the just the cute element of it all, but also like I don't want to say like, it's like a childlike feeling that I get. Okay, yes.
Totally get it. Yeah.
Cause like, I don't want to say childish.
No, I
like
use that word too. Yeah. I'm like, this is kind of cutesy childish.
Yeah.
In like a fun way.
Yeah, in a fun way. And it fits really, 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 really beautifully in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that font is really nice.
Okay. I also like this one, so we'll see how this looks.
Oh, I like how this one has like the L was very, or the, like
it's got little, I don't know the terminology either. Honestly, I should know, but I don't.
I was like the little.
The little cuts in it.
Chat, which font are y'all feeling? Are y'all feeling the font that, what was the name of the one that you just put over the illustration actually?
This one's Oh No Softy.
Oh No Softy.
And this one's GT Maru Mega. Yeah.
How do they name these fonts? Oh No Softy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the little indentions or whatever. I don't even know what to call it, but yes, it's just really cute.
Yeah. Like the negative space, maybe.
There you go, the negative space, yeah.
Okay, let's see. I'm just creating, I think the let yours should be a little bit smaller just so it's not quite so like full on with the text. I think it's just a little bit nicer. Okay,
that's
so
really
I
nice.
think we'll do that. And then I'm also going to create some stickers, some little call outs. So I've got my notes here. So one of them I want to do is designed in 2024.
Ooh. Now when you do, ideally I'm assuming you keep the same font for, or do you have like, or do you find like a font that like complements for these little stickers?
I think it just depends on the vibe. Obviously, like I think some people say the rule of thumb is like in design, don't use more than like 3 fonts, I think they say, which obviously like it's, just totally fine to break the rules. But I think like I want this to be the hero font, the GT Maru Mega, and then the stickers will tie back into the Let Your font. So it like still connects a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oops. And yeah, I like adding stickers or just type because I feel like if it was just illustrative, I don't know. Yeah, I guess because I'm a graphic designer, I just like the type and
yeah.
It
just, I don't know, it makes it feel more complete.
Yeah, I think so.
It makes it feel more complete. Gosh, I wish I could do this. I'm gonna try to make some illustrations. I'm so inspired now.
Yeah.
Oh, I like. How did you do that?
This is like, I feel like the best way to make your type look cool is these warp effects. Like they're they make your stickers look like next. Immediately you put a warp and you're like, I'm a graphic designer. It's just
you did that and I was like, wait. Yeah, the warping is really nice.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Girl, the way you're moving, you a graphic designer at heart. It's like you know exactly what you want. No, it's so nice. I'm like, it's just so nice to see.
That's good. I know. I'm like, I kind of planned this out. I'm like, let me, I'm like, I've got a plan. I'm gonna execute the plan. Normally it takes a lot longer to kind of figure this out. But
You're right. I take that comment back because it was good to plan. It's always good to plan.
Yeah. Okay. I also love doing stars. I feel like stars are such like an easy way to like fill in the negative space.
How did you make that star just for?
Okay, so the star is it's just the pucker and bloat right here under Distort and Transform.
Okay, and it just.
Yeah, and then Because the text is so bubbly, I want the star to match that, so I just like round the edges out a little bit.
Oh, very nice attention to detail there.
Yeah.
Design 24. Ooh.
Yeah.
Now it's symmetric. Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, you can see I like keep going back to these effects in
Yeah.
here. They just like make everything nicer.
Yeah, it just like elevates it a bit more.
Yeah, I think so.
What would you say is your favorite process of the entire designing and creating these illustrations, or just either you can say in graphic design or like, you know, your illustration process? What would you say your favorite part is?
I don't know. I kind of like the ending stages where everything's coming together and adding like the finishing touches, like some noise over top, some texture, things like that. I feel like that just is where you really start to see it come to life. Because right now, it still feels a little bit flat, but at the end we'll add texture, and that just like really brings it to life. Yeah. Okay, so we got that one there. We'll do, I think doing something like feeling fresh would be cute.
Ooh, yes. Feeling fresh, feeling clean.
Yeah.
Goes with the overall vibe.
Yeah, I think so. Oops.
And you said that are we going back into Photoshop for anything later on? I can't quite remember if you said that was also part of the workflow.
Yeah, I'll do that at the end just to add texture.
The texture part, okay.
Yeah. Obviously that's like not necessary, and especially if your vibe is more of like a clean and crisp look, you could just leave it in Illustrator to keep it like very clean and crisp. Also, I'm like the worst with using the help tab. I like should know where stuff is, but I just type everything into the help tab. I'm like, where's this?
This is a girl, work smarter, not harder.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, you know, just tell me where it is.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just adding a little bit of like a 3D effect to it, kind of just to make it pop out a little bit more. And that is in the blend options and then blend make, and so you can see it just has a little bit of a 3D effect. Okay, so we'll put that one over here maybe.
That's really nice. Wow, this is coming together so nicely.
Yeah. And then I think we'll do one more.
Okay.
I'll do Crafted by Sarah and Misk.
I really like the placement as well. Like everything feels very balanced.
Yeah.
With the just the illustration by itself, like even the flowers around, it just feels very balanced. And then where you're adding the text, it doesn't feel like one side is missing something.
Yeah.
We actually have another question from Jeffrey. What's your favorite Illustrator's tool, excuse me.
My favorite Illustrator tool, I would say, like, I like all of the warp effects. I feel like these are the best, especially with type. I feel like they really bring it to life, keeping it.
I'm telling you, girl, when you do that stuff.
That's like the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that you said that, because as soon as you warped that last text, I said, wait.
How do you do this? Yeah.
So I really liked that. I liked it just brought it to life. It did something to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I love. Rebecca said, many years in and I only use the help tab.
Oh, yeah. It's like once you start doing it, it just becomes a habit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is just what I do now. Let's see. May as well add some stars in here too. I feel like anytime I have like a bit of negative space, because the top part Crafted by is just a little bit shorter, so it's nice to just fill in these spots here.
Again, it's balanced.
Yeah.
Wade said, this is looking really nice, feeling fresh.
Oh, that's good. Okay. And then I think I'll add the 3D effect to this one too, just to make it pop a little bit.
Yeah, that's nice.
Cool.
And I also love how each sticker is like, I don't know, you have, if you go back up to the the 2024 one, like the black with the white popping out, and how you've just kind of, again, everything just feels very balanced.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to, I think initially when I was doing this, they were like all black, and I was like, let me have some variety.
Yeah, the variety is really nice because it just creates the dimension is there. It doesn't feel overwhelming by any means. And so it's really, really nice and balanced with that text. And then the text also doesn't feel like it's overpowering the overall illustration. It just feels like added elements that are just kind of like added like nice touches to the overall vibe. I
think so, yeah. Okay, cool. So you can theoretically like work in Illustrator and color however you want from here. I'm gonna go back into Photoshop and kind of work it further.
Okay.
So let's see. We've got the line work. So we'll open the line work here, and then I'm gonna drop those stickers in. So the stickers, I just to kind of fill you guys in, I removed the white, so they're just black. It's kind of hard to explain why I did that. I just did that so it's easier to like recolor them in Photoshop since I'm going to be working in Photoshop. So I'll just paste them in as smart objects in here, and then obviously the title treatment as well. But yeah, just trying to show both workflows in case anybody like prefers one or the other. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I think I opened the beta. I'm like bouncing all around between so many apps. Oops. Okay.
Feeling fresh, feeling clean. This is really. What has been your favorite project that you've done for like a client? Because I know you mentioned that you did some work for Adobe at one point.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite client project that you've done?
Oh man, I really like. I don't think like I have a favorite. Actually, I worked with a brand called Karma Care. It's a skincare brand, and I did her like brand identity, brand strategy, like packaging all the way from start to finish. It was like a full thing, and that was really fun because she's just doing it, solo all on her own, creating this brand, and it's just like really inspiring to watch her do that.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, and it's fun to like have such an impact on somebody's brand too. Like it just feels really rewarding.
Yeah. Do you find yourself doing that whole branding work for clients often, or is it kind of when it comes, or what does that look like for you?
Lately I haven't been as much because I've been I've been doing a lot of brand sponsorships lately on social media, and that's like so much fun. That's like such a dream. So yeah, I haven't really done much of that this year at all, but for the past few years I was doing a lot of that.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll take this one and then drop that in here. Okay. And then one thing I also like to do is I will show you guys how I mascot this out.
Perfect. And we have about 15 minutes left.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, I'm doing that math correctly.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I just like to kind of cut this part out. Yeah, just so it's easier, because it is all one color. It can be a little challenging to see like the different elements. So yeah, I just like to cut these parts out.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And then one thing I like to do, because it is one color, is I like to add a halftone treatment for shading. So let's see where they are. I think it's one of these in here. I have so many different, all sorts of, it's all the texture brushes too. I'm like, I love all the texture brushes. Let's see. Okay, here's the halftone brushes.
Okay, perfect. Oh. What does
So you
that
can
remote
kinda-
do?
This is like a, I don't know if you guys can see it. I like literally put masking tape. This is the brush. This is the save button. Like, because there's so many buttons I can't remember. But it's just so I don't have to like reach to my, like this is for when I draw basically.
Okay,
it
that's
it
nice.
helps, yeah.
I heard the clicking. I said, wait.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty handy.
Oh, this is so nice.
Yeah.
I wanted to get a tablet for like just my editing with in photography, but then I was like, my editing is extensive, but I feel like that's not an excuse for me to get a tablet. Like I feel like I've always wanted one, but I mean,
I guess if you're like retouching and it's like you need that kind of finesse and like
I do a lot of skin retouching in general, and it's like it gets really difficult to. I don't use a trackpad. I can't. I can't.
Oh, yeah.
I used to be a trackpad girly. That's when I first started, and then I advanced to a mouse. And the mouse, even at sometimes the detail, it gets really difficult to get in there.
Oh yeah, I feel like this would work so well for you.
You know what? You're gonna have me spending some money.
I know, right? Okay, so you guys kind of get the gist. I'm doing halftones, and then you can use like different types of halftones, like more dense ones to create a darker shadow, and then more spaced out halftones to create like a lighter shadow, and that's just like super helpful. So I'm gonna open this file now just to kind of jump through. So as you can see here, I've completed like all the halftones, and then I've also added some like just flat color shading to the left side.
It's like the dimension that's now in this entire illustration.
Yeah, you can add obviously like a lot of dimension, even with just like one or two colors. And this file actually doesn't have the type treatment, so I'll just walk you guys through this really quick. So I'll show you my like layer setup so you can kind of see what I've done. So one nice thing I like to do is add a color clipping mask. That way you can easily like change the entire color. And again, if you're wanting to create prints with like tons of different color variations, this is so much easier.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like everything in here, these could all theoretically be different colors, but if you've got this overarching color clipped on top, then you don't need to worry about what these are colored. Yeah, which is nice. And then we've got this color here, so you could theoretically do like a nice peach color, and then maybe we could do like a forest green could be cool. For like an earthier vibe. So that's just really handy to have it set up that way.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah. And then I'll just jump into the last. Actually, I'll walk you guys through what I did here too to add some texture to the line work. So if I zoom in, you can see the line work is a little jaggedy now.
Yes.
So I'll show you guys how I did that. So this is just called a displacement map.
Okay.
And you can do this to like your text too. You can do it to anything you want really. Going in the help tab again. So it's just okay. So it's filter, distort, displace. We can all memorize this together. And then you can pick like an amount. I keep the horizontal and vertical the same. And then the only thing you want to note with this is, so you'll use a grunge texture, but for whatever reason, it needs to be a Photoshop file in order for it to open. And it'll just add like a little texture you can see. So if you turn it off, it's like crisp, which is also like a nice vibe too. It just depends on what you want.
Yeah.
And then now it's nice and rough and jaggedy.
Yeah, there's just something in that like that jaggedness that just just adds to it. It's not as perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
And clean.
Yeah. And then I also like to add a noise.
Like all of this just adds personality to the overall illustration.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll add a little bit of noise at the very top layer, and then I usually like to do either overlay, which is a little stronger, or soft light, which is really light.
Okay.
And you guys probably like, you can't really see it, but it just, you can barely see it in there.
Yeah, you can barely see it, yeah.
But it's just nice and
that's really nice.
You can obviously do more if you want. And then, so I'll jump to the last file now, which is kind of the final artwork file, and just walk through everything that I've done to this.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is the final file. So you can see I've kind of cut out this white space here just to separate. I've got like the displacement map on the, I've added it to all of these actually just so that the, like both the text and the line work are displaced, so it's just all kind of cohesive. We've got here, it's just like I've masked on the illustration, like this little negative space around here. And then one thing I like to do as well is add a texture layer over top. So you can see without it, it's just a flat red.
Yeah.
So I'll show you guys how I do that. So I've got like lots of fun textures here.
Where did you end up getting all these textures? Like, is there a specific place that you sourced them, or?
I know there is. It may have been Creative Market, but like you can get them from anywhere. I just search, like I would recommend searching like grunge textures for Photoshop, grunge texture overlays, things like that. And there's like so many different things. You can also like make them yourself. So you could like print out a black page with like an ink running out if you're running out of black ink, and then just scan it back in. And then you've got like a free texture and you just made it yourself. So it's like more unique to you. So I'll do, I think I usually do screen. And then you can leave it unclipped if you want it treated to the background as well, or you can clip it just so that it is clipped just to the illustration. So that's how I do that. And then I think for the last few minutes it could be fun just to kind of play around with color.
Yes.
If you or anybody has color suggestions, like please let me know. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like, well, my favorite color is green, so you've already done that. Ooh, do like a purple. I don't know that.
Do you want purple for the background or for the foreground?
let's do foreground.
Okay, then let's see. Yeah, that would be cute with the pink too.
Right?
Let's see.
Let's see what that looks like. Key said, Idara, there are always smaller Wacom tablets, no screen, and easy portable for editing anywhere.
That's true. Okay, the purple is
Oh,
actually
that's
really nice.
real
I never
cute.
consider using purple, but it's really nice. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like it. For some reason, I feel like it shows up the texture a little bit more too. It's
it
nice.
does. It definitely does.
Mm.
I don't know, something about the purple was shouting to me.
Yeah. I may even add the texture just to the background too, so you can kind of see it up in the top left.
That's
It's kind of like
nice.
fading out, which is
that's
nice.
really nice.
Let's see if we can do maybe like a peach.
I don't know.
with
I love this
purple.
illustration because it just reminds, like, oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
There's something about color. Now, do
Yeah.
you ever, when you're choosing your colors, 'cause I know you say you kind of go for this like monochromatic look, like, I guess, do you go off of like, for me, like for example, like when I'm utilizing color in photography, like color has emotion for me, so there's a certain feel I'm going for. Do you have that same kind of approach to color? Is it just like the feel of the illustration, this is the color that kind of evokes that same feeling, or what do you kind of do there?
I think a little bit. I mean, like I've made like Valentine's prints, and obviously it's,
Of
you know, the
course,
pinks and the
yes,
reds and
yeah.
things. I do notice for whatever reason I gravitate towards more muted. Like I use punchy, but it's more muted. Like the purple, initially we started like up here.
Yeah,
And in
then
my
you mix-
soul, I'm just like, I like a little
Just
bit
pull back.
muted,
Yeah,
a little,
the
you know.
muted is really nice.
I don't know. There's no real rhyme or reason to that. I think it's just like how my
Preference.
style has evolved. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wade said Val would approve. She definitely would approve this purple.
Let's
Beautiful. So we have about 3-4 minutes left.
Okay.
I think this would be a good time, like, for as we kind of let's play around with colors for a little bit more, and then we can kind of give like a quick recap and summary of what we covered.
Cool.
Ooh.
I'm interested to see how like a darker with a lighter would look. I feel like it's gonna look weird, but let's see. Yeah, I feel like it's a
different.
vibe and
It's different.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work with. Here, I'll pull it back up. Like with because it inverses it. So like the darks of his eyes are now the whites of his eyes.
Yeah,
so it's
that
like
makes
kind of a
sense.
weird
That makes
vibe,
sense.
but it's fun to try it. And sometimes it does work.
You never know, so you try. But this
Yeah.
combination here, girl.
Yeah.
This is nice, especially
Yeah.
when you did this with the. I think you had like a cream color.
Yeah, the kind of peachy cream.
The peachy cream.
Yeah. It makes the purple pop.
Yes.
I like it.
It makes me feel like it just gives me again that childhood feel.
Yeah.
Like I'm running down the block.
Yeah, exactly.
And I see the poster, "Let your juices flow," and I tell my mom, like, "Can I get a juice box?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So this is so perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we went through a lot of steps.
Yeah.
So let's do a quick recap of where we started.
Yes.
And how we got here.
Okay, perfect. This may be the easiest way to do this. Let me just open all my files. I'm not going to save them because I don't want to mess up what I've done. So we'll just walk through each one.
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay. So the first one was the composite reference here. Pretty self-explanatory. You can pull from, Adobe stock or whatever just to get a vibe for the composition. And then I sketched over top of that. You just drop the opacity of the composite image and just kind of go over top. And then after that, we did line work. As I mentioned, you can do this in Illustrator by doing image trace of tracing an illustration that you scanned in, or you can just draw directly in Photoshop. Then we've got the halftone and the shading. I feel like this is where it really comes to life. I love the halftone part. And then, as I mentioned, we did all of the type and the stickers and all of that in Illustrator, and I feel like that really helps to pull it together as well. And then obviously at the very end, just textures. Yeah.
Oh, I love. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for taking us through this entire journey, Sarah. This is such a beautiful illustration. If we can drop Sarah's Instagram, website, Behance, all of the above in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated. And make sure you guys continue to stay tuned. We have had a full day of streaming, okay? So if you've missed out on any part of it, you can go back and go rewatch any of the streams. We do have Andrew and Emily coming back up for the Creative Challenge. And so until next time, I'm sad to leave you guys. But thank you. It was so much fun. Thank you so much again. We'll see y'all next time. Bye.
Today we're going to be working on a moment in time's branding. Just go into Express, click your Get Started button, grab the file. It's going to convert it for us. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go in and then create a new library. I'm going to just name this AMIT. What I'm going to do here is just click the plus, and then I'm going to do graphic instead of type.
Okay.
Just because I want this to be like a logo and not like a type style. But what I can also do is obviously click that and then also do a character style for later on. So whenever we want to do like header copy or title copy, we can do that. For the brand colors for this brand, I'm just going to say like white and black. We could do like a warm gray.
Okay, so now you're setting up those colors. You've added them to your library.
Yep, and I'm going to grab this logo now as well, and I'm going to add it to the library as well. I'm bringing up the brands and libraries. I'm going to go to Amit, the libraries, and I'm going to bring in the logo.
And it was right in there. You don't even have to like wait for it.
Just boop, boop.
Let's scale it down.
It says, do not put it on a background that's busy. So what we're going to do is going to go in there and we're going to grab something from like media, just do like black texture. Perfect.
All right.
10 out of 10 chalkboard style.
Okay, so now you've added that background as the example of a
Don't do that.
background that lowers the readability. And
Yep.
I would say, yeah, I
nailed
cannot
it.
read that. I can't read that. So I like that there's those photo options right in there for you. You didn't have to go hunt for it on another random website.
Exactly.
So it's kind of nice.
All right, we're going to go back into the other thing. Do not add a stroke to this logo or modify its appearance. This is going to be an easy one to just do directly in here. So just Shift X. We'll just add that into the logo.
Yeah, that's fine.
Outline it, Command Shift O, and then
Yes.
there we go.
There we go.
We'll grab
Bring
that.
it in.
Libraries, boom. Oh, text. Nope.
I feel like this is the most fun slide.
It is the most fun slide.
Because you're just like, don't do this. And
Yeah.
you're trying to get into the head
Yeah.
of the client who doesn't know better.
Correct. Like I said earlier, we're just gonna probably just do 3 colors. It'd be like that warm gray, and then just black and white. I'm just gonna clean it up really quickly.
Okay, this is looking nice.
Color, go to the AMIT, and then grab this, and then
And it's already in there, loaded up from Illustrator. You're not
Exactly.
typing in random hex codes or eyedropper guessing.
it's a typeface name. So it's just really simple. Go in there. You've already got the type set up. Just
Select
go in
it.
there and select it, and then just quickly swap it out, and then you'll be set.
Ooh,
General
yes.
Sans, boom.
Show us the full view
So we can do the full view.
your masterpiece.
Very, very simple, very clean. But what I want to do is start incorporating this into like making some assets for a client.
This is cool. So now we're in Adobe Photoshop beta.
So this is the object selection tool. It's right here underneath your lasso if you're doing a mono bar like I do. One of the things that I'm going to do here though is go to select and then modify. And then I'm going to expand and I'm going to add like 20 pixels. I'm going to do the whole thing again. I'm going to just duplicate it, Command J, and then do the exact same process, but this time sped up. So I'm just going to click generative fill and then, okay, cool. And then I'm going to click remove. You can also just leave it sometimes and not do it, but I find saying remove means that it's probably going to pull the background. It'll give you 3 different options. You can choose from here. I think the third option is probably the strongest. Click that and then Command E to merge them. And just go in like little sections here. Yeah, just anywhere I can kind of see that silhouette.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna click generative fill again and then see if it can figure it out. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna separate him as a foreground and then I've got the background and then we can bring it into Express and we can animate it. I'll use this as link layers, libraries, and then I'm gonna grab this layer.
With that layer selected, you added it as a graphic.
And so what I'm gonna do here is go directly into my libraries again. I'm gonna grab the background image. Oh, there we go.
There we go. So sick, separating that. It looks great.
Now we can go in and directly start to like mess with the animation of it. For this, I think honestly, just like a little drift.
That looks amazing, and I feel like so easy to do in Adobe Express.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to space.
We're here in not space, but hey, how's it going?
Okay. Nice to see you. There's duct tape in here that's sticking to my hair.
Are we taking these off? Are we done?
If you're joining us, no, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
So if you're just joining us, we are doing the creative wind down for the day. It is the last stream of the day, and we're going to get a little bit weird, a little bit wonky, have some fun in Adobe Firefly. And someone's saying, I hear it's a second tier achievement. Yes, we did have a plaque. We've reached 1 million subscribers, so.
We get hats for that too.
Thanks, y'all. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna hop over to my screen and we are all going to go to Firefly together. This is gonna be a nice little warm up, wind down for the day, I guess, together. We're going to go to Firefly and you are going to click on the little prompt area right here. And you are gonna just go, stop. So you are just going to put in gibberish. Then you're gonna hit enter. And whatever comes up is going to be the start of the prompt of what we are creating in Adobe Firefly. Really great way to get random creative briefs by just using Firefly and tossing in a bunch of gibberish. Okay, so mine looks, ooh, I like this one.
I got places too. This is interesting.
Okay, so Emily, this is the one I'm gonna go with. Emily,
Okay.
what did you get?
I don't know which one's your favorite. I have like 3 places and a cat tiger.
I think the top right one is great. And since neither of us got space, I think that we can take these
All right,
off.
no more space.
All right.
I'm kind of relieved because it's a little bit warm in there.
It's hot and it's loud.
It is loud.
Hey, chat. Hey,
We're
what's
back.
up? What's up?
That's crazy.
Okay.
All right.
This is what I got, and I am going to do, I think, an aquarium. I'm going to do like a promo for an aquarium.
Oh, Oh.
Right?
Actually, hold on. Yes. I
Okay.
feel like
And Emily, what are you gonna do?
I'm changing mine. I'm going to do this, which is the outside of the aquarium.
Oh, okay. So let's do.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a flyer for the aquarium.
Okay.
And we don't have to use these images. We're just using them kind of as inspiration. We can if
Okay.
we want to.
Okay.
But let's go ahead and hop in. We're just gonna create some social media images here. And Emily and I are working on a collaborative document. And so maybe we do. Maybe
I don't
we
know.
do.
Sorry, I was bringing it in here to just see like what colors I wanted and like what I think.
Ooh.
I don't
A little
know.
color palette action.
I might. All right, give me a second, and you're gonna be doing.
That's a great idea. So I'm
the
gonna be
inside fish
I'm
portion.
gonna be doing the fish portion. If you have suggestions, if you have any opinions during the stream, please let us know, and we will incorporate those into what we're creating today. So I am gonna start with Firefly to kind of create a background for me.
I know. I was gonna try and expand this canvas in here, but I'm gonna take a different approach here.
All right, so I'm going to do a background. I want to do like underwater. An underwater. There we go. Forest, and maybe we have like light streaks, and maybe we have colorful fish.
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah. I'm gonna resize mine. I'm gonna make a poster.
Okay, Emily's making a poster, and she's using resize. So how do you resize things in Adobe Illustrator or in Adobe?
In this Adobe program, in Adobe Express.
Adobe Express.
Okay, if we want to jump to my screen, yes. So it's actually super simple. So this is where I was before, which is just on like the average little, not average, the usual search bar place. Why do I want to say average? I don't know. We're gonna click right here, just at resize. And I'm gonna be in print size. So I'm gonna do inches. I'm gonna do 8.5. We're just gonna do a sheet. I don't know, 8.5 by 11. And I'm just gonna click enter. Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm actually gonna click resize and it'll resize it like that. It also sized up my artwork, it seems, which is kind of nice. So I'm gonna work on making a poster, and then this was my prompt image, and I'm going to add text around it and stuff like that, but I just did a remove background for now to kind of give me a landing point. But this also reminds me of, it feels like Disney when Disney does like the paintings of like their castles or their rides, it turns them into like a poster.
Yes.
That's what I'm kind of going with, like a Fantasyland type idea, where yours is going to be a little bit more like literal, I feel like. In a good way?
Yours is
No,
gonna be boring.
no, I'm just seeing actual photos of fishes.
No, it's
so.
fine. It's great. It's great. Okay.
Okay, great.
All right.
Ooh, we're in split screen right here. Let's
We're
go.
in split screen. First thing I'm going to do, of course, is I'm going to add some video. You know that I love a little video overlay effect, and I'm going to add some bubbles.
Ooh.
Just so it's not boring. We're
Ew, boring.
bubbles on a black background. And why am I looking for a black background, Emily?
I don't know. Are you going to do like an overlay situation?
I am going to change the blending mode to screen. and that will
Oh,
allow
yeah,
me-
yeah. It's going to snow again underwater.
No,
That's
it's going
a
to...
really cool photo. That was
Where?
generated?
Which one?
The one that you have on your screen.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like the perspective.
Adobe Firefly, baby.
Insane. Okay.
All right, so I'm just going to
I'm in all
stretch this out here, and we're going to use this as kind of the base. I'm going to center it. All right, and then let's change the blending mode here to screen, which means it'll get rid of all the black area. And now when I hit play, watch what happens.
I'm ready to watch what happens.
Bloop.
That is insane.
That bubble's too big. That bubble's too big. That's
That
too
bubble's
much
out
of
of
a bubble.
control. Someone needs to tell that bubble to calm down. Whoa. Wait, this is gonna be cool. Element.
The scenery is reminding me of Eagle Plant Scenery. Yes, it is very Guardians. You're right. All right, is this better?
I love that. Robert says it reminds them of a scene in Aladdin. I love that. It does feel like Aladdin. I need to go back and rewatch all those.
Underwater light. I want like a light ray kind of thing.
Yep.
In chat, if you have any suggestions, please let us know. We definitely are kind of on the fly. This is a creative wind down, so we're just trying things. We're just having fun. And we definitely want you to be a part of this if you would like to be a part of this. So please give us suggestions.
Maybe some fun generative like ads. Like what are the features of this land that we don't know about?
Or
Or like this aquarium. I'm gonna use a generative fill on this, which is gonna get interesting. Yes, continue. I'm gonna add like, oh, can I go outside? No, I can only stay inside. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do like adding like a water Ferris wheel. There's an attraction at this aquarium.
Okay, a water Ferris wheel?
Yeah, you've never been on one?
Oh yeah, totally. I love the water
Ferris wheel.
Is it Ferris wheel named after a person?
Named Ferris?
Yeah.
Whoa, I just got more lake. That would be funny. I have no idea. Oh, a tiny Ferris wheel.
Yay!
That's cute. It can stay. I wonder.
What do you wonder?
I wonder a lot of things. Okay, I'm gonna undo this because I have a different idea. Hold on. Done. Okay, I'm gonna keep it like this, then I'm gonna duplicate it, and then I'm gonna do it again because I'm gonna maybe like separate them apart.
Okay.
I'm just challenging myself creatively, you know? Okay. I'm gonna add right here.
And I'm adding in a shark because I want a shark.
I'm scared.
Like a scary shark.
Why does it always end up scary?
And somebody wants an octopus. Yes, let's definitely add in an octopus.
Great idea.
Ooh.
Have a whale in hiding.
Lurking in the shadows.
Oh, that's a spooky. Oh, that one's cute.
I like that one.
Oh, that one's haunting.
All right, let's go ahead and do a
It did not give me a Ferris wheel.
octopus. That's a great idea. Octopus. And
Okay.
let's generate.
Oh, I guess I would need an artistic one. I'm gonna add it to mine as well.
All right, so I'm doing photos and not art. I think yours is set to art.
I'm doing art.
Ooh, that's a really great octopus. And look at the lighting even matches. That one's not as good. That one's gross. That's our new friend. It's great.
Wow. Yeah.
Great.
Incredible.
Great. Incredible.
Wait, this will be so cool. I'll add it to mine as like the promo of like, come see your favorite octopus,
And then he's there.
Right,
What's
yeah.
his name? Chat, what's his name? We now have the octopus is our new friend. All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to duplicate this, and I'm going to see if I can pull the octopus out so that I can use it on Emily's as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and then I'm just going to go to...
Oh, I was going to generate one too, but you're going to do it that way.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He has to be in the corner, though,
Right.
because he's
he
cropped.
only has...
Yeah.
He's wearing his crop today.
Yep. So what I can do is I can actually
His
cut
Ferris
and then
wheel's
paste directly onto Emily's document right here.
Come on in.
We got
I have a Ferris wheel that may definitely break.
got a couple extra fish.
That's okay. You can use the erase tool.
All right, there we go. All right, so we'll just have
I think
him
it thinks
kind
I'm
of
on that
hanging
layer.
out in the corner. I definitely want to erase these extra fish here. Just a little too fishy for me.
Haha. Poor fish. They're like, wait, we're literally fish.
We're literally just like swimming.
What do you want from us?
Okay, so let's do chat. What Annie? Gail? I like Gail.
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 You said that. That's great. Nice.
Yeah.
Wade always knows.
All right, come visit Gail.
Your Aunt Gail.
Gail. All right, what else do I want to put into...
All right, I'm gonna use the restore feature is so awesome. I did not know about this, guys.
What?
It's changed my life.
All right, back to Emily's screen.
The little restore brush, when you use the erase brush to
Oh, yeah.
restore the little carts on my Ferris wheel so people can ride. Okay, back to erase. Dang it. I need to make my brush smaller. The tiniest brush. And it's still gonna erase it, that's fine. All right, this will just stay in the corner then. It doesn't want to erase this part. Okay, done. Gail, are you leaving these extra fish in there?
What's the name? Oh, you can delete it. What's the name of our aquarium?
Ooh.
Any ideas?
Me? Or
Yeah.
chat?
You. Or chat.
Oh, okay. Chat first. I would say maybe it's something like Atlantis-esque. Like it
Sure.
has like a name to it.
Atlantis.
Okay, great. First suggestion.
Welcome to Atlantis.
You may have heard of it.
All right, so I'm gonna do underwater here. I think the font is fine. Oh. Maybe let's just do water.
Water World.
Octavia. I think, is it?
Gale.
Octavia is the one that I'm thinking of.
Are you thinking of, wait, Activia, the yogurt?
Yeah.
All right. Add your text. Gail. Meet Gail. Is it G-A-I-L, right? Gail, not G-A-L-E. Gail.
G-A-L-E, yeah.
That way?
G-A-I-L?
Chat, does anyone have a friend named Gail that they can reference briefly?
Yeah, can somebody text Gail? Thank you.
Just a quick question. Who's Gail?
Okay, not mad about this. Wait, what happened with... Okay, the letters got weird here. I just want something that's like a little splashy.
I I get it. Splashy because it's like underwater.
Oh wait, if I do this down here, then Gale could be like.
Whoa, that typeface is so cool. I'm stealing that.
No,
Here I come. It's mine.
Okay, that's another great thing about working in real time is we are real time collaborating.
You can steal from your friends.
Emily is able to steal from her friends.
Wow, that is insane. There is no part of this letter that is not gushing water.
It's good.
That's so cool. Okay. I want to give it like a shadow. Something hazy.
All right, I'm adding more
something
text.
glowing. Why do I feel like I should put my helmet back on? I don't understand.
Because we're underwater now?
I'm underwater.
Yeah. All right, so let's see here. Let's do... Ooh, Emily, that looks good, though.
The surprise in your voice?
Yeah.
Oh, that looks good, though.
Emily made something that looks good. All right. Atlantis and come visit. How do you spell it?
Gale?
Yeah.
I did AIL. Gale.
All right.
Oh, someone is saying Gale, Gale. Huntress of the Wooden Lake. I'm not sure who that is. But it's with an LE. All right, I guess we're changing it. Gale.
So as I'm working here, you can see it has recommended fonts up here, and that's what I'm kind of using to find a good font for this. Because a lot of times Express will suggest a font that works really, really well for your design. It's kind of thinking about what is going on there. All right, so let's select this. Let's look at our suggestions.
I don't know why, but I'm going to use Gale as having a piece of tape. I don't know why that feels right, but I'm going to bring that into that just so you're aware.
Okay.
So if you need a piece of tape, Gale's going to have tape for you.
I just used these tapes actually on a project.
Really?
Yeah.
They're really nice. I think I want this one. This is my tape for Gale.
All right, we are going to right align that.
I love that it crops in like that. That's so helpful. I erased everything else and then it like recropped it. Like I didn't have to like change the bounding box.
Yes.
That is a win. A W in the chat for Gale. All right. Look at this. You're going to meet Gale. Why do I want to go meet Gale now? Are you afraid of any sea creatures?
All.
Why is yours so ominous? Come visit Gale.
I don't know. Like, what else are we supposed to say?
I wrote meet Gale, but yours is, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know. There's not much syntax to it. I'm just inferring. So many things.
Oh, bless you.
Bless you, studio manager.
Studio managers.
So many blessings.
Chat.
Blessings.
Bless the studio manager.
He sneezed 3 times.
He sneezed 3 times. We need 3 blessings.
There's a sea elephant? I've never heard of this.
A sea elephant? I'm going to do that in
Tape name
Firefly.
tags? Thanks, Wade. This is the creative challenge or the creative wind down. So
Yes, creative wind down. We are just doing whatever we want.
And as many fish can be there as they want.
Yeah, you know what? Every fish is allowed
Bring
to be a
them
part
all.
of this. All right. Ooh, I like that. That's pretty cool. Right?
That is pretty cool, yeah. Okay.
Okay. What? Sorry, what were you just
I was
about
just
to
saying
do?
okay every time. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna add a tint or an effect to Gale just because I feel like it's not meshing well with all of my other generated stuff. So I just wanted your approval to like colorize or duotone Gale.
Yes, we're doing sea
Acceptable?
elephant.
I don't know. I saw sea elephant sea elephant. I've never heard of that. Studio manager is getting blessings. Thank you
Are you
guys.
sure it wasn't a elephant seal?
I read sea elephant. I think. I forget who wrote it. If you want to write it back, that would be awesome.
Please.
Because Andrew currently has an elephant underwater.
That's all I got.
Save the elephant.
The elephant. I just got an underwater elephant, and that's as far as we got here.
Okay. Oh my gosh, there's a preview. Look at. Oh wait, hold on. This preview called Mosby's Library might be for stream for tomorrow.
Mosby.
You know how I always talk about my dog on here? Well, tomorrow I'm gonna do a whole stream for him. Okay.
Okay.
That was
come visit
haunting.
Gale.
That
I
was-
love this. I'm not mad about it at all. I might take the opacity down a little
Why?
bit.
Yeah. Why am I actually really enjoying how this is turning out? No, I think Gale needs to be like orange. Hold on. I'm gonna re-sample my colors. I'm gonna do like this light color and then. Oh, that's why I'm doing these backwards. That's why it looks crazy.
All right. Ooh, I can do shadows.
Thank you for whispering Atlantis. Are you gonna do a sound overlay with that?
Yes. Yes.
Not the voiceovers
We definitely
again.
We definitely are gonna voice over.
This color picker is so tiny.
All right. Distance.
Okay. Gale's looking a little dark still. Hold on. I gotta duotone this up. Can I click in here? All right. We're just gonna sample away. Maybe this mid-orange color and the highlight will be this brighter orange color. Yay, Gale.
You go, Gail.
You're fired.
No, it was great. I thought it was great. Mosby hype in chat. Yes, absolutely. I am gonna blur
Mosby
this
hype.
a little bit.
Yeah. I have a whole photo album too, guys. Don't you worry. You're gonna get your Mosby fill. I don't know what time it is, but it's tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
I don't know. Andrew's doing math. Please hold.
At 10 a.m.
Wow. That sounds believable.
I think.
I think I am one of the morning streams, so yes.
Okay.
Elephant seal. Robert corrected me. How did I get that so wrong? Maybe I missed the L. Elephant seal.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Elephants
That's what I
didn't
said,
belong.
yeah.
You did say that. It was my fault.
That's okay.
Okay, I have Meek Gale. Okay, I'm gonna add some fish. What's up?
Get out of here.
Sorry, I just want to see what you're doing over
No,
there.
what are you doing over here? What are you?
You invited me to collab.
Okay. Wait, yours is so much cooler.
It's pretty cool. Okay, I
Oh,
want to
man.
do.
All right,
I want to add an element. Or no, I want to add media. What am I saying? What are you doing? Why are you
Nothing.
whispering? Why are you
I'm
whispering?
not. I'm talking to chat.
What is chat even saying? Sorry, I was thinking about something too.
I need you to vote for me. Vote for mine. This is the best one. Thank you.
That's crazy.
No, you can't. Stop.
Oh, it's okay, Rob.
Don't cheat.
Robert, sorry, Robert with the full name. Fish. Rish? I wrote Rish. Fish.
All right, I want to do like a frame around mine.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Unique.
Unique. Okay.
Hey, we're winding down over here.
Welcome to the Creative Wind Down. This
You're
is what we
wrapping up, or you're ramping up.
This is what we do.
Here, I have a gift for you.
Thank you. Oh, wait. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is Gail's friend. This is going to be Susan.
Gail and Susan?
Yeah. Susan. Susan, I'm confident I know how to spell that name. Even though I spelled it wrong. Okay, I'm going to do restore. Oh, it's not going to bring back my other tapes. Darn. Okay. I need another tape for her. Tape. Just one tape. Perfect. Remove background. How you doing over there?
I'm doing great, honestly.
I like where you're going with that.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm making Susan her name tag.
Interesting.
Oh, you don't believe?
No, it's just
interesting. How
it's
you
just interesting.
Huh.
I don't like the frame. I didn't.
Don't even chat doesn't even get to know.
I gave up on it. Okay.
I'm not gonna say meet Susan. I'm just gonna say Susan. Susan just is gonna exist. She may be there. She may not be there. I like that raw edge though. Hold on. What do I want to do? All right. I'll forgo the outside for this one. Hi, Susan. Incredible. Look at Gail and Susan. Okay. Text. We're gonna do opening this summer. Turns out Atlantis is not a lost city. It just has been closed for a while. Atlantis. Whoa, I made that text way too big. Opening this summer. Woohoo. Ah. And then we're gonna add some more text. I realize I live for just like sub copy. Like I'll just make always dummy copy to be in the right place.
Oh yeah.
Children under 5 are free. Adult admission, $25.
Free children?
Under 5.
Oh, okay.
Or should I do Disney rules? Under 3. If you can breathe.
Disney rules.
If you can breathe, you have to pay.
All right, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to separate out some of these elements. On mine, I'm trying to separate things out so that I can animate them.
We knew the animation was coming.
Well, yeah. So that I can animate them. And so I'm trying to remove a lot of the different pieces.
Okay.
And that way we can have some cool effects going on. Gail! There we go. Right.
Yelling to her, Gail!
So I need to erase all the other pieces of this. So I just have Gail. All right, just got Gail. Great. Put Gail down. So right now I have things in different layers. So I have the fish on one layer. I have Gail on one layer.
What about Susan? Where's Susan?
Susan is not here. So what I'm going to do now is I need to remove some of these fish. So I'm going to actually use generative fill to do generative fill, and then we are going to just generate out Gale because we have Gale on another layer that we don't need this in here now. So I'm going to buy Gale, and then I'm also going to generate out a couple of those fish so that I can have a kind of cool momentum going.
I love that. Gale sparkling.
Sparkling.
Go, Gale.
I think octopodes can do that, right?
Octopodes?
Yes, so the plural of octopus is not
I'm glad you asked.
octopi. It is octopodes.
That seems
because
wrong.
it is conjugated with a Greek origin.
Can someone fact check us on that? I'm not
Somebody
sure.
look it up. Chat, please look up what is the plural of octopus, because I guarantee you it is octopodes.
And if not, you have to put the helmet back on.
That's fine. Okay. I got my background. I am going to take out a couple more of these fish as well.
Acceptable.
So I know this guy's got to go.
Chat is sad. They said goodbye, Gale.
No, she'll be back. It's okay. It's okay, chat. It's okay.
It's
Hold
okay.
on.
My heart is broken too. Gale.
It's going to be fine.
Will it?
All right. I think that's it for the fish. No, there are two more.
It's a lot of fish. I guess that's why we're charging $25 a person.
It's an expensive aquarium because we got like 4 fish.
I'm sure you can understand.
Oh, we only have 2 minutes left.
What?
Okay. We only have 2 minutes left. We're going to do a recap. What we did basically is we typed in a bunch of gibberish into Firefly.
Here's my gibberish.
And then
right
we
there.
created things in Adobe Express. I am going to real quick animate in this way there. Sounds good. And then these guys are going to do an animation. They're going to do one of those. All right, chat. Here we go. Here's what I created based on this gibberish. Nope. This is an elephant.
Whoa.
Here's what I created for the for the aquarium. All right, ready? Ooh, and look, the little fish are swimming.
Now
See?
that's something.
Swimming fish. I need to put those above this. Hold on. Wait, there we go. Okay, Gail goes there. All right. Here we go with the text effects. Ooh.
That's fun.
Come visit Gail. And Emily, what did you create?
Okay, with my gibberish, I got these 4 options, and I decided to make the outside of the aquarium, and then I made a poster with the really cool type that Andrew made in the background, Susan, Gail. There's a Ferris wheel, and we have some copy on here that is kind of blending in the background, but it'll get somewhere.
Close enough.
Yep.
So make sure you stick around, not today, but tomorrow. We'll be back with more streaming, and make sure to set a special reminder for 1 p.m. tomorrow. We are doing an episode of Office Hours that is all about chat's choice. So you get to pick what we talk about and what you want to learn. Thank you. Andrew is correct.
Yeah, I was gonna
Octopode. We will see you tomorrow here on Adobe Live. Bye, everybody.
Bye.